Zhou Hao and Putin talked in the sauna for a long time, and Putin sighed again after hearing Zhou Hao's plan. It's really China's misfortune that you don't go to politics, and it's also our great fortune. All countries outside of China, everyone I don't want to put on an opponent like you. What Zhou Hao talked to Putin was how to deal with the international financial speculators and Russian financial oligarchs who flocked to the Russian financial market to take advantage of it. In addition to Zhou Hao's financial operations, it also requires the Russian government to make relevant monetary policies. With regard to financial policies, Zhou Hao made suggestions to Putin on the basis of the decisions made by Russia in his previous life, but Putin was greatly impressed. His move is tantamount to dedicating Putin's future methods to the present Putin. Zhou Hao is handy to do this kind of no-cost business. Especially those suggestions were originally used by Russia in the original history, and all of them are in response to Russia. To formulate the actual situation, Putin thought that Zhou Hao had a clear understanding of Russia's economic and political situation in order to come up with such a suitable proposal. Zhou Hao is also happy to see this result. Before getting to know Putin, Zhou Hao was only planning to use his prophetic foresight to fish in the troubled waters of Russia, by the way, to attack those unsatisfied financial predators, completely in accordance with the general trend of Russia to smooth the boat. Now it's different. In Russia's general trend, Zhou Hao has also become one of the biggest promoters. He has also indirectly changed from the original game participant to the game maker. This is a qualitative change in financial operations. Influence cannot be the same. To be more specific, Zhou Hao changed from a player to a banker. In this war, Zhou Hao wants to take away the funds of the financial predators, weaken their power, and relieve the pressure on the battlefield in Hong Kong. What Putin wants is to use this to crack down on Russia's local financial oligarchs and restore the government's control over the financial market. As a result, Zhou Hao and Putin hit it off, and they were completely tied to the same boat. Zhou Hao also attracted Putin, a big figure, whose significance is greater than winning those financial predators. Because Zhou Hao knew that if his company blindly relied on financial investment to expand, it would eventually have an unstable foundation. This is why Zhou Hao wanted to develop industries such as Tianhe and Polaris. Russia is the most famous resource country in the world. It has huge reserves of oil and natural gas. In addition to meeting their own needs, they can also export large quantities to other countries. However, China's demand for energy resources is increasing. It's just that the relationship between Russia and China is deeply guarded in cooperation. In addition, some vested interest groups in China do not want to reduce their share of the huge pie of energy. Therefore, China wants to start from Russia. The resistance to importing energy resources is not generally large. Zhou Hao is now able to solve this problem by drawing on Putin, the hardcore Russian president, and obtain incalculable benefits from it. But Zhou Hao naturally wouldn't raise this issue impatiently now. Otherwise, Putin will feel resentful, and that would be bad. After the upcoming financial war is over, and when Putin officially reaches the peak of power in Russia, Zhou Hao will make it easier to accept Putin, and his success rate is much higher. The two talked for a long time, which caused Putin's skin redness and swelling after staying in the sauna for a long time. Just listen to Putin laughed and said, "It seems that we have to go out quickly. It's not a good thing to stay in this sauna for a long time." Zhou Hao's deep internal strength was naturally unaffected, but Putin was just an ordinary person, so Zhou Hao quickly opened the door of the sauna room. Belarsky and the other bodyguard outside took a long breath when they saw Putin finally coming out, but seeing Putin took off the lifelike mask and revealed his true colors, both of them were stunned. One response was to kill Inai Yongshao, who was also waiting here in the corridor, to kill his mouth. But I saw Putin smiled at Belarsky and the two of them, and handed the mask that melted because of the high temperature to Belarsky. I forgot that this thing cannot be left in a high-temperature environment for a long time, and it has melted. But Zhou Hao and I are best friends. It's right to associate with him in true colors, so I don't need to take it seriously. Belarsky saw Putin not only not shy to show his true colors in front of Zhou Hao, but also described Zhou Hao as best friend, which surprised Belarsky, who was very familiar with Putin. But I'm like this, and it's not good to be seen outside. Belarsky, you go get the one on the back and help me put it on. Putin smiled. Yes, sir. Belarsky hurried to execute Putin's orders. Putin also walked to another room with another bodyguard to prepare to disguise again. Zhou Hao said behind him, "Then I will go back first, and I will notify you as soon as I have news." Carrying Zhou Hao on his back, Putin waved his hand, but it was a gesture used only by very familiar friends. After Putin entered another room, Zhou Hao instructed Ni Yongxiao next to him, "You must pay attention to the guard work here, and don't let people break in or be caught before he puts on his makeup. See the true colors, otherwise, the turmoil this set off is not something you can bear." Ni Yongxiao discovered that Putin came out of the sauna room was quite different from the way he went forward. Now when he heard Zhou Hao talk about makeup, he realized that the flammaker was originally put on makeup, and he heard that Zhou Hao was so serious. Instructed himself, then nervously asked, "How, who is it?" "It's Russia's next president, Yeltsin's successor." Zhou Hao did not hide Ni Yongxiao. Although Ni Yongxiao didn't care much about foreign politics, he was shocked when he heard the truth. "My Moonlight Club can even entertain the heads of state of Russia. If it is said, it can be used as the club's living signboard." However, Ni Yongxiao knew very well that this matter must never be leaked out, otherwise he would only have a place to die, and even Zhou Hao would not be able to protect himself. At this moment, proofreader Ni Yong was very moved by Zhou Hao's ability to tell himself the truth, and from this, he could see that Zhou Hao regarded himself as a true friend. At the same time, he also hopes that Putin, the plague god, can leave his club as soon as possible, so that nothing will happen and he will become a fish in the pond. Seeing Ni Yong's nervous and uneasy appearance, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "You don't have to worry so much. Except for yours. I have already sent people to come here to guard. There will be no major problems. As long as you keep your secrets, well, come on." Of course, of course. Ni Yongxiao promised in a hurry. After leaving the Moonlight Club, Zhou Hao rushed to the base of the Hong Kong garrison as soon as possible. On the way, he did not forget to give Mr. Zhao a phone call and told him about his friendship with Putin without reservation, including before. "I have never told the central government about investing in the Russian financial market," and told the old man. After he heard Zhou Hao say that Putin was here in Hong Kong and became friends with Zhou Hao, he was silent for a long time before he let out a bold laugh on the phone. "You little guy, every time it can surprise me that even Putin makes you befriend. Very good. Very good." Hearing Mr. Zhao's laughter, Zhou Hao was very relieved in his heart. After all, the relationship with Putin has largely involved the country and the country. Zhou Hao is not sure whether Mr. Zhao will approve it. On approach. As for Mr. Zhao's too very good, Zhou Hao could also hear that he was completely sincere, and he was completely relieved because he really admired himself. When the old man heard that Zhou Hao was going to work with Putin to deal with the financial predators and the Russian financial oligarchs, he immediately saw that Zhou Hao's purpose was not only to make money, but also to cooperate more and more closely with Putin, to seek Russian resource exports. As a result, Mr. Zhao, who had never changed since Taishan collapsed, couldn't help showing his excitement. He clapped and laughed. He said with great relief, "Okay, Zhao Hao, you did a great job." As the country's third person, Mr. Zhao has a more thorough view of politics, and he is also one of the few leaders of the older generation who experienced the Sino-Soviet fallout period. His feelings for Russia are very complicated, and he needs Russia to come. Together with the United States and other Western countries, we must always guard against Russian small moves. Russia is rich in energy resources, and China is very thirsty for energy resources. The two countries could have complemented each other to increase cooperation, but because of the complicated and delicate relationship, they have been unable to reach a consensus. Zhou Hao is not a member of the Chinese system, and now he has handed over Putin, the future head of state of Russia, to act as a kind of lubricant to promote Sino-Russian cooperation. As for Zhou Hao himself, who wants to use this kind of cooperative relationship to make commercial profits, no one would object to it. After all, this is of great significance to the country, and Zhou Hao's role cannot be replaced. So even those forces, it is also difficult for the huge interest group to make any major obstructive actions against Zhou Hao. The old man Zhao knew that Zhou Hao had seen this before he dared to befriend Putin in this way. So he admired Zhou Hao very much, and wished that Zhou Hao was not his godson, but a veritable member of the Zhao family. By the way, godfather, Zhou Hao learned from Putin that William Rashid was actually the CIA's spy coordinator in Asia. Naturally, such important information must be told to the father, that William Rashid we caught. Sid, Putin said that he is the CIA spy coordinator for the entire Asian region. A lot of important military intelligence from Russia has fallen into his hands, and we, China, may also have a lot of things known by that guy. Hearing this, Mr. Zhao also paid great attention and said, "It turns out that it is no wonder those American devils made such a big move to force us to make friends." From the old man's words, Zhou Hao heard that there seemed to be some major movement on the American side, and he knew that the United States must know that the rescue operation of William Rashid failed. Even the biochemical fighters were wiped out, so he immediately made it. Reaction. He hurriedly asked, "Godfather, what's going on in America?" Their Ministry of Foreign Affairs said that we had illegally arrested their citizens, and now we have contacted our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and made solemn representations. Mr. Zhao said, "Not only that, they are dispatched to the U.S. military bases in Okinawa, Japan, and South Korea. The ship is cruising along the seaside of our lead, which is very threatening." Zhou Hao was surprised when he heard it. From this point of view, how much the United States attaché's importance to William Rashid also reflects from the side that William Rashid has indeed mastered a lot of important information, which is of great value. He asked nervously, "What's the reaction from the center to hand people out? Hand over?" Mr. Zhao sneered. "This is not an ordinary diplomatic incident, and they don't expect China to make any concessions. Now that William Rashid has been sent to one of the military bases of the Guangzhou military region, people from the General Political Department and the Ministry of National Security have all passed by, and there is still an army. As for the United States accusing us of illegally arresting their citizens, we have officially denied it. Hey, they actually sent those special fighters to our territory to do mischief. We haven't asked them to settle accounts. Moreover, they actually researched out the bio-warriors. Xiaohao, you did a good job this time. Really good. Your Uncle Jiang and Uncle Zhu are full of praise for you." Zhou Hao hurriedly humbled a few words, and then listened to Mr. Zhao with a smile. "This time our Zhao family has a big face. Yes, it's not bad. By the way, Xiaohao, although the Americans just want to coerce us this time and don't want to really start a war, we always have to respond. Doesn't William Rashid also have Russian intelligence in his hands? We have negotiated here and invited Russians to come and interrogate William Rashid, and at the same time conduct a joint military exercise with Russia, so as to shock the American devils. Since Putin is in Hong Kong, and you have become friends with him, then you can tell him about this, and see if he can come to our inland side to deal with William Rashid together, and a little bit mention the joint military exercise. Of course, you are not a member of the system after all, and it is useless to talk too much about official affairs, as long as you mention it." Knowing my godfather, I know what to do. Zhou Hao quickly agreed. Zhou Hao had promised Putin to exchange information about Russia with William Rashid. He thought that he would have to spend a lot of words to persuade the central government, but he did not expect that it is now because of the U.S. imposing on the country. The pressure annoyed the central government and decided to join forces with Russia to deter the United States. In this way, it was unnecessary for Zhou Hao to speak. The old man Zhao, who represented the central opinion, offered to share information with Putin, and Zhou Hao fulfilled his promise to Putin, thus deepening the friendship between Zhou Hao and Putin. And this matter is of great significance to Putin. On the one hand, taking back the intelligence in William Rashid's hand, Putin is enough to give people on the Russian side an explanation. On the other hand, Putin's trip to China to participate in William Rashid's affairs will take the opportunity to strengthen his relationship with the Chinese side. After all, if he can get the support of the Chinese side, it will be very beneficial to his position as the president of Russia. Although Yeltsin took Putin on a visit to China a long time ago and indirectly introduced Putin, Russia's future helm, to China, it was ultimately led by Yeltsin, and he established relations with Putin himself when he came to China, and the central leadership are two completely different properties. The central government is now actively inviting Putin, but it also needs Zhou Hao as a middleman to contact Putin. When Zhou Hao raised this matter to Putin, he would naturally take credit for himself and seek more benefits by the way. Zhou Hao doesn't need to take the central government's side into consideration either, because he has now become the lubricant between the central government and Putin, and his role is irreplaceable. and he already thought of what Zhou Hao would do when he entrusted this task to him. Since Mr. Zhao didn't say anything, it was tantamount to acquiescing to Zhou Hao's behavior, and even holding a supportive attitude, letting Zhou Hao try to strive for more benefits. After finishing the call with Mr. Zhao, Zhou Hao really wanted to shout to the sky, because today's harvest was so great. William Rashid, who was caught by coincidence, was actually a heavyweight figure in the US CIA, enough to allow the United States to send a fleet to threaten Chinese partners, and the biochemical fighters in the United States were also captured by Zhou Hao. The emphasis can be said to be no less than that of William Rashid, especially in military biochemical research. Not only can research advanced biochemical technology from those biochemical fighters, but also have a deeper understanding of the situation in the United States. William Rashid and the biochemical fighters were both captured by Zhou Hao. With this great contribution, the Zhao family's reputation and status will definitely be greatly improved. This is from William Rashid, and the biochemical fighters were transported to Guangzhou. The military area, which is under the jurisdiction of Zhao Dingzhou, can know about one or two. So Mr. Zhao just now said that the Zhao family was so happy when he had a second face this time. For a long time, some well-informed people thought that Zhou Hao relied on the power of the Zhao family to achieve today's achievements. But those who knew the insider knew that Zhou Hao actually brought many benefits to the Zhao family. The previous actions against Indonesia involving multiple aspects were proposed by Zhou Hao and presided over the actions in the financial market. In one fell swoop, the country and the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce controlled Indonesia's financial market, which also allowed the country's overall actions against Indonesia to go smoothly. Get on. In the Indonesian turmoil, the Zhao family benefited a lot, and Zhou Hao's greatest hero. This time Zhou Hao caught William Rashid and the biochemical warriors. In the subsequent processing, the Zhao family, who had huge energy in the military, will certainly become the dominant one, and the contact with Putin will also be led by the Zhao family. Home definitely played a key role in it, and all of this was brought by Zhou Hao. Therefore, the chairman and the prime minister, who are at the highest level, all know Zhou Hao's status in the Zhao family, and it is not as simple as what outsiders see as just a righteous son. The current Zhou Hao's position in the eyes of Mr. Zhao is probably more important than that of Zhao Dingzhou's biological son. Those who are equally prominent in politics are even thinking that if he had known this, he should have recognized Zhou Hao as his son. Let's talk about Zhou Hao. When I heard Mr. Zhao said that William Rashid and the biochemical fighters had already been transported to the Guangzhou military region, I guessed that Lu Junwu would definitely become the person in charge of the escort, and he would not stay at the base of the troops stationed in Hong Kong. It's there, and the past is useless. After calling the Hong Kong garrison, the political commissar of the Hong Kong garrison said that he was not at the base. General Liu has a task to do, but he told us before he left. If you need help, you can contact us. Yes. Also, the assassin who assassinated you before, we have asked some things. General Liu asked Mr. Zhou to come and take a look. Okay, I'll pass now, Zhou Hao said. As for the central government's invitation to Putin to deal with William Rashid in the country, Zhou Hao did not plan to notify Putin immediately, but it would take a day or two. This is to tell Putin how difficult it is to handle this matter well, and it will be much easier to make some rewards at that time. Secondly, although the central government invited Putin to participate in the treatment of William Rashid. Yes, but I also want to get the first-hand information in my hands first and take the initiative in cooperation with Russia. This will take some time to achieve. It doesn't need too much. As long as 1 or 2 days, I believe the central government will be able to pry out some valuable intelligence from William Rashid, thus leading a step ahead of Russia. Although Elder Zhao didn't say these things clearly, Zhou Hao, who has a keen political sense, naturally knew what to do. Therefore, in the past 2 days, Zhou Hao can separate his spirits to deal with his previous assassination. He also wants to know who bought the murderer to assassinate him. The headquarters of the Hong Kong garrison is located in the central ring of Hong Kong Island. Zhou Hao arrived soon. Everyone at the headquarters knew that Zhou Hao was a distinguished guest of the chief, so he was allowed to enter without a strict search. The guards at the door returned. Salute to Zhou Hao's car upright. Coming to the headquarters, Zhou Hao quickly met General Hong Jiren Hong, political commissar of the Hong Kong garrison. In terms of factions, General Hong Jiren is not a member of the Zhao faction, but belongs to another faction in the army that is not small in power. This is also the balance that the central government considered when the Hong Kong garrison was formed. Become the Zhao family's utterance. China's political culture is very balanced. This is more profound and more complicated than the simple three-power checks and balances of Western countries. Although the establishment of the Hong Kong garrison is small, its status is very important. It is China's military deployment to the special administrative region after its return. Moreover, the central government has a deeper significance for the formation of the Hong Kong garrison, which is to make a simulation for the future military deployment after Taiwan's return. Of course, compared with Hong Kong, Taiwan's situation and circumstances are more complex and changeable, far from being as simple as Hong Kong. However, the central government has released at least one message, that is, the state attache's importance to special administrative regions. In view of the important status of the Hong Kong garrison, the commanders and political commissars are all promising generals in the army, especially commanders. After several years of experience in the Hong Kong garrison, they will generally be promoted and hold more important military positions. Liu Zhenwu used to be a soldier of Mr. Zhao, and he also fought in Vietnam with Zhao Dingzhou. Mr. Zhao is not only his old leader, but also his teacher. Therefore, Liu Zhenwu is a loyal member of the Zhao faction and a backbone figure of the Zhao faction. 1. In order to balance the influence of the Zhao faction in the Hong Kong garrison, the central government appointed another military faction to serve as the political commissar, that is, Hong Jiren. Although that faction is not as powerful as the Zhao faction in the army, it should not be underestimated. Its older generation is also one of China's founding yuansu. However, the relationship between this faction and the Zhao faction is still harmonious. The old man and the Zhao father respect each other. There is no vicious competition for power between the two factions, and healthy competition has always been maintained. Hong Jiren was a tall man under 50 years old. He looked very peaceful, more like a scholar than an iron-blooded soldier. He was quite a Confucian general. He has been well known to Zhou Hao for a long time. He often heard Liu Zhenwu praise Zhou Hao at the base. At this time, when he had the opportunity to see Zhou Hao, he looked at it carefully. It took a long time before he smiled and said, "Sure enough, the wind is like a young man. Wei, no wonder our old man Xie admires you so much." Zhou Hao quickly humbled. "General Hong, you passed the award." He knew that the old man Xie, mentioned by Hong Jiren, was the old man Xie Fangting of the faction in the army, and the old parent of the Xie faction, and his status was just like the old man Zhao was in the Zhao faction. Although Xie Fangting does not remain firmly in the frontline leadership position like Mr. Zhao, he has been retired for several years, but his influence in the military is still not to be underestimated, and he is the only one who dares to stand up against Mr. Zhao without messing with Mr. Zhao. Annoying people. I heard from the old man that this old man Xie was one of the most qualified revolutionaries. He had commanded the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea and was blown off a leg in that war. But this old man Xie was a tough guy with one leg blown off. He was able to grit his teeth and kill an American lieutenant general with a portable bayonet. His military service is extremely respected. Due to running around, Zhou Hao still had no chance to meet this respectable old general. Then Hong Jiren laughed and said, "You are the godson of Mr. Zhao. If we are of the same generation by generation, you can call me Brother Hong." Big Brother Hong. Zhou Hao called him immediately. Okay. Hong Jiren pressed Zhou Hao's shoulder forcefully. "This time you captured William Rashid and the biochemical fighters back alive." The Central Committee and the Military Commission were very shocked. "Everyone is full of praise for you. There is still someone from the Military Commission nominating you to be the second in command of the First Army." Zhou Hao hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. "This can't be regarded as such. How important is the First Army? How can I be allowed to be the second in command with a hairy boy like me? Doesn't this make me lose the face of Godfather?" "Hee. You guy, now the second in command of the First Army's 7 kills is not the same as a 20-year-old boy. You are talking about other people's hairy boys." Hong Jiren joked. "Brother Hong, you deliberately made me say something wrong." Zhou Hao shrugged, and a few jokes brought Hong Jiren closer. Taking Zhou Hao, Hong Jiren came to the headquarters building and said as he said, "The killer brought back by General Liu 2 days ago. After 2 days of interrogation, the people in our intelligence department have already picked up some from the killer. Useful information. The assassin is a member of an international assassin group, and in this assassination against you, someone really bought the assassin. But the assassin group's trading rule is to try not to make direct contact with buyers, and the assassin also I don't know anything about the buyer, so now we can't find out who bought the murderer against you. However, we have asked the people from the military intelligence department to help investigate the assassin group, and we will surely find out the unrepentant guy as soon as possible. Zhou Hao smiled at him. It's really sad to have disturbed so many people because of me. What are you talking about? Hong Jiren waved his hand. Although you don't have any public office, you are a family member of Mr. Zhao. You have done so many things for the country. The country is responsible for your safety. Indeed, Zhou Hao is now a person who is very concerned about by the big bosses in the central government. For his safety, those departments that have been greeted by the above are naturally very nervous. Soon, Zhou Hao followed Hong Jiren to the room where the killer was detained. This room is not as narrow and dirty as a normal cell, but rather clean and bright. It is more like a small single room in a hotel, except that the entire wall facing out is made of tempered glass, so that the guards outside can see the prisoner inside. Every move. Moreover, a remote control device is installed on the prisoner. If the prisoner changes anything, the outside guard will immediately press the button, and the device on the prisoner's body will release a strong current, causing the prisoner to lose mobility instantly. So Zhou Hao knew from a glance that this room was used to detain military felons, and it was a kind of preferential treatment for the assassin to be kept inside. But when Zhou Hao came outside the room and saw the killer inside through the toughened glass, he was still shocked. Because the assassin was much thinner than when Zhou Hao saw it for the first time, and his face was very pale. He was sitting motionless in a wheelchair. His legs had been abolished because when Zhou Hao was assassinated, he was severely injured in the lumbar spine by Putin's bodyguard. Seeing Zhou Hao outside, the look on the killer's face changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal and said faintly, I have said everything. I don't know who the buyer is. The target photo is the group. For those sent directly, we only follow the group's command line. This killer is a Chinese or a Chinese descent and speaks Chinese fluently. Hong Jiren told Zhou Hao. Their killer group is called Alien, which is a notorious killer group. According to him, the headquarters of this Alien is in Houston, USA. It is disguised as a network maintenance company. The intelligence told Interpol. Zhou Hao nodded. Depending on the situation, the status of the killer in that Alien is not too low, otherwise he would not know where the group's headquarters is. On the other hand, Zhou Hao guessed that the guy who wanted to kill himself would give the killer group. There must be a lot of them, so that group sent a high-level killer to assassinate. Another point is that although Hong Jiren previously said that the assassin group would try to keep direct contact with buyers as little as possible in order to hide themselves, many buyers who buy murderers do not want their crimes to be known, so they generally do not direct contact with those killer groups, but indirect transactions through several layers of relationships. However, if a killer group like Alien wants to check, it should not be difficult to find out who the buyer is. After understanding this, Zhou Hao asked the killer in the room, Do you know how to contact your boss? The killer looked at Zhou Hao suspiciously and suddenly smiled. You are very smart. You must have come up with double the price to let our group kill the guy who bought the murderer. Honestly, your trick is very effective because of us. The group is not the kind of company that pays attention to the rules. As long as someone can pay, and the target is not powerful enough to threaten the group will usually do the same. After a pause, he said again, but the group really made a mistake this time. If we had known that you were a key protection figure by the Chinese military, we would never take this business. It's no wonder that they missed it. Before assassinating each target, Alien would generally investigate the target in advance, so as not to get into trouble with any unprovoked force. However, as for Zhou Hao's details, domestic strict secrecy measures have been implemented for him, and Zhou Hao himself is very low-key, so Alien only found that Zhou Hao was the only son of the chairman of Tongguan Catering Company and had no other special status. At this time, someone was sent to assassinate, but unexpectedly, such a move shocked the entire Chinese military. When this killer was caught by mistake and knew that the interrogation was the Chinese military, He knew that his organization was over this time. Even if the group is headquartered in the United States, it is difficult for China to get rid of it there, but the group's business outside the United States will be devastated like leaves swept by the wind. At this time, I heard Zhou Hao say, "I don't mean to let your group kill that guy. I will deal with the person who bought and murdered me. I just want to find out who that guy is through your group." Staring at the killer, Zhou Hao said, "If you take the initiative to confess, I can still save your life and not hand you over to the Interpol. Otherwise, you think about it yourself." Having done murder for so many years, this Chinese killer knows very well that if Zhou Hao handed himself over to Interpol, the best result would be life imprisonment. On the other hand, Ilian will not let him go. Most people will send people to kill him. After weighing it over and over, surrendering to Zhou Hao is the best choice. At least he can still get the protection of the Chinese military. After keenly catching the change in the look in the killer's eyes, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Don't worry, we will not imprison you like prisoners. As an experienced killer, you can also transform your experience into us. Some departments have knowledge of investigating homicides. If you agree to cooperate with us, we can give you a new identity and make you a criminal investigation consultant for institutions such as our public security department. This is better than staying in an Interpol prison or suffering the pursuit of Ilian is much better." In fact, the reason Zhou Hao put forward such a condition is that besides the fact that this Chinese killer can indeed provide the public security department with a wealth of experience in investigating homicides or dealing with other killers, the main reason is that he is now half incompetent. It is very easy to control his actions, and he is not afraid. He turned back again. Sure enough, this Chinese assassin was very excited when he heard Zhou Hao's conditions, but he was still very vigilant and said, "How can I make sure that you won't turn back?" Zhou Hao sneered. "I think you should figure out your situation. Even without your cooperation, we want to destroy the Ilian, and it is only a matter of time to force the master to come to me by himself. It is just a matter of time to find you to cooperate with me. Time. So you have no choice. If you do not agree to cooperate with us, then I will hand you over to Interpol." The Chinese assassin's expression changed, and he understood that what Zhou Hao said was the truth. Then, he dropped his shoulders slumpingly and told Zhou Hao how to contact Ilian. "By the way, before that, have you killed any other Chinese?" Zhou Hao asked suddenly. The Chinese assassin didn't know why Zhou Hao asked, and shook his head subconsciously. "No, you are the first Chinese I want to kill. Before you, most of my targets were whites and blacks, and 2 Asians were Japanese gangsters. The leader is not Chinese." Zhou Hao nodded with satisfaction, because he wanted to call the assassin to the public security or other departments and also take into account the feelings of the government. If the assassin had killed Chinese people or even Chinese officials before, then his future situation will be very sad. Zhou Hao is unwilling to help him. When this killer heard Zhou Hao's question, he instinctively denied it, and what he said was the truth. "Brother Hong, please contact the relevant departments and communicate with them to see which organization needs an experienced consultant." Zhou Hao smiled at Hong Jiren. Hong Jiren nodded. "No problem. Many secret agencies of the government are very interested in these special talents." Then, Zhou Hao and Hong Jiren went to the Electronic Information Office of the base. With the development of the network, the military has invested huge manpower and material resources to research information technology very early, and the Hong Kong garrison is also equipped with a very advanced computer system, which can connect to domestic and foreign networks. According to the Chinese killer just now, Ilian also has a dedicated website for group members or buyers to contact. Of course, the Ilian website cannot be clearly stated as a killer group website. Instead, it is hidden in one of the pages of a pornographic website in the United States. The theme of the page is called Italian Dance Girl. It's the first time Zhou Hao heard of the killer website hidden in pornographic web pages. Following the steps the Chinese killer said, Zhou Hao used his account to log in on the page of the Italian dancer and then on the message board. In English it says the wasp is back to the nest. Hornet is the nickname of the Chinese killer. One represents his skin color, and the other represents his poisonous needle weapon. After writing the message, there was a reply soon, and the respondent was the moderator of this page, and wrote in English on the message board, "Who are you?" This moderator should be the head of Ilian. said Hong Jiren next to him. It's very likely, Zhou Hao said with a smile. He should know that the Hornet has missed and been captured, so we are very wary of logging in with the Hornet account. At the same time, Zhou Hao wrote on the message board, I was the one that the Wasp was going to kill, but the Wasp missed it, and I was not dead. After the message was sent, the other party did not reply for a long time, and Zhou Hao was not in a hurry, waiting patiently. What do you want? Do you want us to kill that buyer? Finally, the moderator asked. Zhou Hao quickly tapped the keyboard. You don't need you to do it, you just need to tell me who the buyer is. If you are willing to cooperate with me, I will leave you a bit of a back. Otherwise, don't blame me for rushing to kill. Terrorize me? The other party replied. Then just wait and see. Although I can't directly eradicate your headquarters in the United States, but your business and offices outside the United States, it is best to withdraw all of them now. In fact, as early as a day ago, Lu Zhenwu had known from the Hornet the offices of Ilian, distributed around the world, and he also handed its information to Interpol. Chinese intelligence agencies also joined the International Criminal Police to conduct a raid on the Ilian office in Asia. As for other regions, there were also international criminal police and the local government. So far, except for the U.S. headquarters, the offices in other regions of Ilian should have been extremely damaged. Zhou Hao used this to suppress Ilian's mastermind, making him think that Ilian's branch outside the United States was madly mopped up by himself. Sure enough, the other party thought about it for a long time and said, If I tell you who the buyer is, can you stop the raid on our organization branch? Zhou Hao did not directly agree, but wrote, Then it depends on whether the information you give me is true. Soon an encrypted document attachment appeared on the message board. The technical soldiers at the Electronic Information Department downloaded it after confirming that the document was free of viruses or tracking signals, and quickly decrypted it to display the document. The original data. Seeing the information above, Zhou Hao was stunned for a moment. He almost forgot this person. In the document sent by Ilian, the buyer shown was Lu Mingwei, the son of Lu Wanhong and the husband of Wang Shijuan in Zhou Hao's previous life. Last time in Hong Kong, Wang Shijuan accidentally learned about Zhou Hao and other women, so he ran out and met Lu Mingwei in a coffee shop. Lu Mingwei also fell in love with Wang Shijuan at first sight, so Zhou Hao had to sigh with emotion. Fate. It's just that in this lifetime, Zhou Hao never let Wang Shijuan leave him, and Lu Mingwei naturally couldn't continue his husband and wife relationship with Wang Shijuan. Because of this, Lu Mingwei completely hated Zhou Hao. Lu Wanhong is a well-known stock market sniper in Hong Kong. The total market value of listed companies such as Amigo and Chinese land real estate is as high as tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars, and he is catching up with the leading chaebols in Hong Kong. And Lu Mingwei is not as unlearned and skillless as the ordinary rich second generation, but rather versatile, especially in business abilities. Lu Wanhong has already started to train him as the successor of his own business kingdom. Lu Mingwei is now also serving as the vice president of Chinese real estate. The manager, who learns and adapts to manage his family's company, is a rising star in the business world. In fact, Zhou Hao has never forgotten Lu Mingwei. After all, this man took Wang Shijuan in his previous life. Although Zhou Hao has made up for all the regrets of his previous life in this life, he still has a heart for Lu Mingwei, especially when he was in Zhou. Hao has been devoted to Wang Shijuan in his life. Zhou Hao arranged for someone to pay attention to Lu Mingwei's movements, but he thought from the beginning that Lu Mingwei would retaliate against himself in business, so the people sent to follow Lu Mingwei only paid attention to Lu Mingwei's business actions, but did not think that this guy was a cruel master. Unexpectedly hired Ilian killers to assassinate Zhou Hao. This is also the blame for Lu Mingwei's first act of buying murder. He got to know the Ilian organization through some gangsters in Taiwan. In fact, Lu Mingwei was considered cautious. Instead of contacting Ilian in his own name, he contacted Ilian anonymously and passed several layers of interlocking companies to remit money to Ilian. Unexpectedly, Ilian also has a large intelligence network in the bank, and Lu Mingwei's account can be found after a little tracking. It seems that you are more cruel and hotter than your father, Zhou Hao said to himself looking at Lu Mingwei's photo on the file. Hong Jiren next to him also saw that Zhou Hao knew this Lu Mingwei, and said, Xiao Hao, Should we detain him back? Although the document provided by Ilian cannot be used as official evidence, the military is different from the police. As long as the suspect is identified, it can be arrested even if there is no evidence. Zhou Hao is now highly regarded by the Central Committee and the Military Commission, and a member of the Zhao family. The military can completely accuse Lu Mingwen of endangering national security. Even if Lu Wanhong's wealth is no matter how strong it will not help. This is the difference between power and money. A considerable amount of money can be exchanged for power, but when the party who owns the money is annoyed by absolute power, he has no ability to resist. But Zhou Hao shook his head. No, leave this guy to me to deal with it. I and him will always have an end. Although this is the case, Zhou Hao will not destroy the document provided by Ilian, but will keep it for emergencies. Ilian wrote on the message board, "We have given you the buyer's information. Now you can terminate the branches that target our regions." Zhou Hao saw this sentence and looked at Hong Zhiren again, before smiling and replied on the message board, "I'm sorry, the raids against your organization's various branches have almost ended, and now there is no more time to terminate the mission. The commands are meaningless. You, us." Although it was just a text, it could be seen that the other party was very angry. "I seem to have never promised you anything. Before I said that leaving you a bit of a background is to not deal with your headquarters in the United States. If you refuse to cooperate, then I will directly find mercenaries and bomb your headquarters." Before the other party answered, Zhou Hao wrote, "Of course, if you want to retaliate with me, I am also very welcome. Anyway, you can easily know where I am. If it is outside China, Zhou Hao may also have scruples about these killer organizations and need to guard against some assassinations. But here in China, let alone Zhou Hao's personal strength, any killer will come back and forth. Ili, and dare to completely offend the Chinese military, is also unknown. So Ilian can only eat this dumb loss obediently. After all, Zhou Hao is not someone they can provoke." After leaving the pornographic webpage, Zhou Hao turned around and smiled at Hong Zhiren and said, "Brother Hong, I'll leave it to you for the next thing." "No problem." Hong Zhiren smiled. Afterwards, Zhou Hao planned to have a meal with Hong Zhiren at the base headquarters to increase his relationship. The facilities of the garrison here are very complete. The dining hall is spacious and the food is abundant. Lu Zhenwu and Hong Zhiren did not have the habit of making small stoves by themselves. Instead, they preferred to eat and drink with the soldiers in the dining hall and enjoy the warm atmosphere of the barracks. The soldiers of the Hong Kong garrison come from all corners of the country, so the meals in the dining hall are made as diverse as possible, with all kinds of flavors such as sweet, bitter, and spicy. Knowing that Zhou Hao is from the south, Hong Zhiren asked the chef to cook some authentic Cantonese dishes. There are also several middle-level officers at the same table with Zhou Hao and Hong Zhiren. These people have also met Zhou Hao with Lu Zhenwu before, but they did not admit to being born. They talked very intimately with Zhou Hao. Although Hong Zhiren, the political commissar, doesn't talk much, but often Zhou Hao admired Zhou Hao very much because of his humor and wisdom. From the chat, Zhou Hao learned that Hong Zhiren was from Hubei and was the director of the political department of the Guangxi military region before being transferred to Hong Kong. Although Hong Zhiren looks like a Confucian general, in fact, he is a typical brave and strategic general. Like Zhao Dingzhou and Lu Zhenwu, he has participated in the self-defense counterattack against Vietnam and won military merits. Like Lu Zhenwu once served as a soldier under Mr. Zhao, Hong Zhiren was also Mr. Xie's guard in his early years. Moreover, Mr. Xie has 3 daughters and 1 son, and Hong Zhiren is the husband of Mr. Xie's second daughter, so he is still Xie's son-in-law. Old Man Xie is a hero who has accomplished so much throughout his life. Zhou Hao exclaimed. Hong Zhiren, who drank 2 glasses of wine, also smiled and said, "Who said no?" Those veteran generals who had participated in the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea together with the old man said that the old man was blown off his leg and desperately killed an American lieutenant general, who is not Jinjing Lideo. But the old man is a bit bad, that is, he is too stubborn and has a strong temper. During the turmoil of the first 10 years, the Gang of 4 persecuted the old man and wanted to slander the old man's reputation. The old man dared to stand in front of that one with a cane, so that the Gang of 4 had to succumb to their lives and did not dare to strangle their beards. In the words, Hong Jiren admired the old General Xie Fangting very much. Zhou Hao imagined that the old man Xie could not help but be fascinated, and he wished to applaud. It's a man. Hong Jiren smiled at this moment. At that time, Mr. Zhao chose not to confront the counter-revolutionaries, but to save the country by bearing the humiliation and burdening the curve. At that time, our father did not know the reason, so he scolded Mr. Zhao for breaking his spine and having no spine. When Mr. Zhao assisted Mr. Deng to smash the counter-revolutionaries' conspiracy to usurp the country and put our republic back on the right track, Mr. Zhao felt ashamed and said he had misunderstood Mr. Zhao. Zhou Hao also laughed. I've also heard from my godfather about this. General Xie finally acted as the archaic man. He was shirtless, and Jing personally pleaded guilty to his godfather. But how could the godfather blame him? Outstanding temperament. Speaking of these two well-known generals in the history of the Republic, Zhou Hao and Hong Jiren were fascinated. If you have time, you must accompany me to see our old man. Hong Jiren smiled to Zhou Hao. Our old man is full of praise for you, and he always babbles that Mr. Zhao recognizes a good son and says you are better than you. Our younger brother is much better, making our younger brother very depressed. According to Hong Jiren, the youngest son of the old General Xie Fangting is now the general staff of a certain northern military area navy, and he is also a promising military star. In the chat, the host enjoyed this meal. Hong Jiren admires Zhou Hao, a young man who is extraordinary but not arrogant. He feels that Zhou Hao will sooner or later become the mainstay of the Zhao school, and Zhou Hao will support him. Zhao faction's prominence in the country can be maintained for at least 20 to 30 years. On the car leaving the base, Zhou Hao said to Gu Pinggan, who was acting as the driver in front of him, "We don't need to take care of William Rashid now, but don't disband the reconnaissance team. Pinggan, you arrange some people to help me monitor Lu Mingwei. With Su Jinxing in them, not only their business movements, but also their every move in life should be paid attention to. I want every call they make to be monitored by you." Gopingan nodded slightly. "I see, Chief." Now, Gopingan and the Pluto members who were responsible for the William Rashid incident have followed Dong Chunlin's name and called Zhou Hao the Chief, and they are quite natural. In addition, due to the successful capture of William Rashid and the biochemical fighters, Dong Chunlin and Gu Pinggan and the retired soldiers are still rewarded by the state. But those commendations are carried out in secret and cannot be disclosed to the outside world. It also made Dong Chunlin very excited, and they were more determined to follow Zhou Hao. In addition to the 100,000 yuan awarded by the state secrets, Zhou Hao also gave them an extra 100,000 US dollars in bonuses, so that the members of these reconnaissance teams would receive fame and fortune. Now that Zhou Hao has a new task to give them, Gopingan has naturally made up his mind to do what Zhou Hao confessed beautifully. He also heard Zhou Hao say, "In addition to monitoring Lu Mingwei and Su Jinxing, you temporarily follow the instructions of Shuiyun and Willyworth to help secretly investigate their designated characters." Now Shuiyun has become the general manager of Galaxy, and together with Willyworth, he has secretly contacted wealthy businessmen who secretly set up hedge funds to help foreign speculators entrap the country's financial markets. In addition to the reconnaissance team, Gopingan, Zhou Hao also deliberately assigned all the commercial espionage teams led by the rats to them to keep those profiteers from stealing state interests under surveillance. At this time, Zhou Hao was considering how to deal with Lu Mingwei, a slightly immature but already cruel wolf. Since Lu Mingwei dared to hire a killer to assassinate himself, Zhou Hao had already imposed a death sentence on him. Just with Zhou Hao's current energy, if you really want to kill Lu Mingwei, you can easily do it by sending Dong Chunlin and the others. Dong Chunlin and the others are not only good at reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, but also have assassination techniques than those of the killer organization. But Zhou Hao didn't want Lu Mingwei to die so easily. He knew that Lu Mingwei's greatest sense of superiority was his family background and talent. Zhou Hao decided to completely defeat him from these two aspects and let him know the gap with himself. In fact, this is also the knot that Zhou Hao had in his previous life. In his previous life, Zhou Hao's family was from a poor family and belonged to the kind of people struggling to survive in society, and there was no possibility of defeating Lu Mingwei. However, Zhou Hao has never been reconciled to Lu Mingwei, who took Wang Shijuan. He often thought that if he and Lu Mingwei were on the same starting line, Lu Mingwei would definitely not be his opponent. Although this kind of thinking is very naive, whether it is a man's self-esteem or Zhou Hao's inferiority complex. Anyway, it is necessary to completely defeat Lu Mingwei in order to open Zhou Hao's heart not left over from his previous life. Just like Huang Wank and Zheng Ying, the pair of dogs and men who directly caused Zhou Hao's reincarnation. Only when they were at the highest peak of the human body can they be beaten down so that they were ruined and deprived of nothing in order to eliminate the hatred in Zhou Hao's heart. Flame. Suddenly, a sweet cell phone ringtone rang in his arms, but it was Zhou Hao's self-created "The Moon Can Represent My Heart," which Yang Jiabao used to make Zhou Hao's cell phone ringtone. Zhou Hao took out his cell phone and saw that it was Lei Hu's number. Lei Hu, what's the matter? Thunder Tiger is managing the Pluto Security Company in Guangzhou. If you call Zhou Hao, you must have something to report. Sure enough, Thunder Tiger said on the phone. Boss, there is something wrong with Miss Shijuan recently. Zhou Hao's heart jumped, and he asked quickly, what's the matter? Recently, gangsters have always harassed Miss Shijuan, but they were all sent away by the bodyguards beside Miss Shijuan. We also thought those gangsters were just fighting and blackmailing students, but we later discovered that it's not that simple. Zhou Hao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Wang Shijuan was being harassed by some hooligans and gangsters. It was not that Zhou Hao didn't care about Wang Shijuan, but that those gangsters were really inadequate. Not to mention that Wang Shijuan hides the sleeve universe, developed by the First Army, Second Master 7 kills. Even the first-class masters are caught off guard. It is difficult to avoid the sleeve universe, kind of high-explosive steel core bullets. In addition, Wang Shijuan, like Zhou Hao's other women, has an elite with Pluto around him 24 hours a day to protect her in secret, and it is difficult for ordinary people to harm her even with guns and weapons. But when Lei Hu said that things were not so simple, Zhou Hao immediately thought of Lu Mingwei. Since Lu Mingwei took the risk and hired a killer to assassinate Zhou Hao, his purpose must be for Wang Shijuan, an innocent girl who made him fall in love at first sight. So when he heard that Wang Shijuan had an abnormal situation, Zhou Hao immediately thought of Lu Mingwei. Ahu, tell me what's going on. Zhou Hao said to the phone. Boss, it's like this. Before Thunder Tiger finished speaking, there was a clear and sultry female voice on the phone. Let me do it. You big boss don't know the curves inside. Zhou Hao couldn't help laughing when he heard the sound. The person on the phone was Situ Jianying. He didn't know how to do it either. Situ Jianying and Lei Hu's soldiers in Pluto were very much in agreement. Because Situ Li was the chief of public security before, Situ Jianying looked like a big underworld sister before he met Zhou Hao, and no one of those gangsters dared to provoke her. Although Zhou Hao has constrained a lot after being subdued, except for Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan and other close people, she still treats those young people with arrogance. Although Situ Jianying is a daughter, his personality is very bold. It happened to be able to chat with Lei Hu and others as soldiers. After Situ Jianying met Lei Hu with Zhou Hao some time, he also knew that he had a bodyguard next to him in secret. The protection not only did not feel awkward, but also used the bodyguards as his own horses to show off his powers everywhere. It was a lesson to the gangsters in Xiangqing and made Zhou Hao dumbfounded. However, Situ Jianying still listened to Zhou Hao's words and did not tell Wang Shijuan and Li Ruolin about the bodyguards, lest they feel uncomfortable. Xiao Nizi, why are you with Ahu again? Don't you have to go to class? Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying are now in their second year of high school, and the school has also started the arrangement of evening self-study. However, both Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying were destined not to go to college as normal candidates, but to start with their own interests. Zhou Hao had already arranged them for them, so they didn't have to be as nervous as other students who were about to face the college entrance examination. Those self-study late nights are very boring, but unfortunately, I am not here, so I don't want to join in the fun. Anyway, I am majoring in art, and their self-study in arts and sciences is useless to me. Situ Jianying's tone was disdain. Zhou Hao could even imagine Situ Jianying's delicate appearance. Zhou Hao often chatted with Wang Shijuan at night, so she did not participate in evening self-study like other students. but went to study at the home of a member of the National Writers Association. The senior female writer of the Writers Association was not invited back by Zhou Hao, but she took the initiative to contact Wang Shijuan after reading Wang Shijuan's article in a certain youth literature magazine. After meeting, the female writer admired Wang Shijuan's talent in literary creation, so she had the idea of accepting disciples and cultivated Wang Shijuan carefully. The female writer is a very famous writer in China. She was persecuted during the Cultural Revolution and then was rehabilitated. She has made a steady progress in the field of literature and even won the praise of Deng Gong. Such a person can never be invited back to be a teacher based on relationships. So Zhou Hao also found Wang Shijuan's fortune to be amazing. Then I heard Situ Jianying's fragrant voice from the phone. Zhou Hao, I miss you. Zhou Hao's heart was hot, and Situ Jianying's youthful and mature posture and her charming and obedient attitude appeared in his mind. And he also gave birth to a deep yearning, and he involuntarily said softly, Well, I miss you. Just listen to Situ Jianying's muffled voice. Zhou Hao, I secretly come to Hong Kong to see you, okay? Zhou Hao could imagine this cute little Nizi talking while clutching the phone. She couldn't help but smile, but she still pretended to be stern. You come to Hong Kong secretly? Let your dad know that you won't kill me? Let's talk about it. You are also a student. How can you leave school casually? Situ Jianying gave an aggrieved, oh, but Zhou Hao heard her muttering to herself. My dad doesn't know how affectionate you are. I don't think he will beat you even if he hits me. Are you a student? Why haven't you seen you have been in class for a week? What are you talking about? Zhou Hao laughed and scolded, and the mood that had been bad because of Lu Mingwei just now improved unconsciously. Quickly talk about Shijuan. That's it. Situ Jianying explained. During this period of time, when I was out of school or shopping with Shijuan, some gangsters often came over, either blackmailing or trying to molest us. I was surprised at that time. Xiangqing's roads are also personalities. Any of the gangsters in Xiangqing doesn't know this young lady. Why are those guys so bold to tease us? Hearing this, Zhou Hao couldn't help laughing and scolding. Miss Payback, do you think you are really a gangster, but Ahu and the others are your temporary thugs? Okay, let's go on, you're right. It's not unreasonable. Your father is the emperor of Tu in Xiangqing, and those people should recognize you, Miss Situ. What kind of emperor? It sounds like my dad is a corrupt official. Situ Jianying murmured and continued, those gangsters have been sent away by our bodyguards, and there is no need for us to do anything. However, we do not have to do anything. I felt annoying, and later, a motorcycle tried to hit us on purpose. Fortunately, Brother Tiger's men dragged the driver down. Zhou Hao frowned, but did not speak. He listened to Situ Jianying's words. Later, we became suspicious, so we arrested 2 of them. They just frightened them, and they said everything. Zhou Hao, guess what? It turns out that those gangsters and the motorcycle driver both took money from others. The person who gave them the money asked them to rob and blackmail us or tease us, and then he deliberately came out to rescue us and act in a heroic rescue of the United States. Situ Jian said contemptuously in English, that guy is too naive. You can come up with such bad ideas. It's too small to look down on our girl. But Zhou Hao, Brother Tiger went to find that guy, but didn't find it. The gangsters didn't even know his name, so the clues were cut off. Brother Tiger, they are still investigating. Yeah. Zhou Hao nodded, but knew in his heart that the guy should be Lu Mingwei. Situ Jianying said that Lu Mingwei's hero saves the beauty idea was bad, but it was not. Every woman has a complex of heroes. I hope that when I am in danger, I can have a hero to save myself. Especially the girls in the cardamom age are less immune to this hero's beauty-saving drama, even if they can't. Suddenly let them fall in love with themselves. At least it can make girls feel good. Even Zhou Hao and many women around him started with heroes saving the beauty. Of course, those heroes who saved the beauty weren't created by Zhou Hao, but actually encountered danger. It's just that Lu Mingwei wanted to use the hero to save the beauty trick to deal with Wang Shijuan. But he really missed it, because even if Wang Shijuan had no doubts and really believed that Lu Mingwei was a hero, her heart was already filled with Zhou Hao's figure. Where's Lu Mingwei? And Situ Jianying knew Lu Mingwei's trajectory in advance, so he felt that this hero saves the beauty trick was just a little bit. I know, I will find out who did it. Pay attention to Shijuan. She has a pure character, and is easy to be deceived. You must check it out, Zhou Hao said to Situ Jianying. Oh, I see. Situ Jianying's voice was a little low. Zhou Hao smiled. Well, when your school is over for summer vacation, if I can't go back to Xiangqing, I will pick you up in Hong Kong. So let's go to the head office. Really? That's great. Situ Jianying's voice immediately became excited. After finishing this call, Zhou Hao's face sank, and Gu Pingyan, who was driving in front, couldn't help feeling a chill in his back. Zhou Hao thought that Lu Mingwei's small actions were so many. If he was just an ordinary person, Lu Mingwei would find a killer to kill him, and then take advantage of Wang Shijuan's sadness to take advantage of the emptiness, and he really has a great chance to succeed. It shows that this person is not brave. Conspiracy, on the contrary, quite the ruthless style of his father. It seems that we are going to create some trouble for him, lest he is too free. Zhou Hao's mouth raised slightly. On the other side, in the intensive care unit of St. Teresa's Hospital in Hong Kong, a young man came to visit Su Jinxing, who was quickly thin and haggard due to kidney failure. He was Su Jinxing's friend Lu Mingwei. Seeing Su Jinxing's current appearance, Lu Mingwei was uncomfortable and asked concerned, "Are you not ready for your transplant?" "It's almost there," Su Jin said weakly. It seemed that it would take a lot of energy to say a few words. The kidney to be transplanted is ready, and the hospital is also arranging surgery, because the surgeon for me is Miga from France. Dr. Lialu is an authority on kidney transplant surgery. He will not be able to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. Looking at Su Jinxing's lifeless eyes, Lu Mingwei suddenly felt a sense of anxiety. It seemed to be a premonition, as if he would end up like Su Jinxing someday. Although Su Jinxing had told him that Zhou Hao caused the kidney failure and testicular atrophy, Lu Mingwei could not understand how Zhou Hao turned an otherwise healthy person into a kidney failure patient overnight. Lu Mingwei still has some common medical knowledge. He knows that even with acute renal failure, it is impossible for the disease to develop so rapidly. He said to Su Jinxing, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I didn't tell you about He Shuiyun's residence in Discovery Bay, you wouldn't have fallen into today's field." Su Jinxing shook his head. "It's none of your business. Everything is done by that, Zhou Hao." It turned out that the reason Su Jinxing knew that He Shuiyun had a unit in Discovery Bay was that Lu Mingwei told him in private. It was Lu Mingwei who also had a house in Discovery Bay. Once he accidentally saw He Shuiyun. After a short check, it was found that He Shuiyun bought a house in Discovery Bay by using someone else's name. Lu Mingwei knew that He Shuiyun had an affair with Zhou Hao, so he sent someone to keep an eye on He Shuiyun's unit in Discovery Bay. When he knew that He Shuiyun and Zhou Hao were going back to Discovery Bay together, he immediately notified Su Jinxing and asked Su Jinxing, "Go to stage a scene of catching the rape." Originally, Lu Mingwei was waiting for the next day to see the news that Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun had revealed their affair, but he did not expect that what he was waiting for was the hot news that Su Jinxing woke up naked on the street with a prostitute, and he knew that Su Jinxing had failed. Lu Mingwei wanted to use Zhou Hao's adultery with He Shuiyun to destroy Zhou Hao's image in Wang Shijuan's heart, but he did not expect Su Jinxing to become a victim, and even after He Shuiyun announced his divorce from Su Jinxing, Zhou Hao still did not expose him to the media. With nothing to do, Lu Mingwei took the risk and contacted the killer organization Ilian in order to get rid of Zhou Hao, his love rival. Lu Mingwei knew that Zhou Hao was the son of old man Zhao, so he knew very well that if he hired a murderer to assassinate Zhou Hao and was revealed, not only himself, but even the entire Lu family would be destroyed. However, after several times he secretly went to Xiangqing to contact Wang Shijuan without success. His enthusiasm for Wang Shijuan and jealousy of Zhou Hao made him lose his mind and resolutely made a murderous deal with Ilian. But now a few days have passed, but there is still no news from the Ilian side, and Zhou Hao has not been seen in public, so Lu Mingwei is not sure whether the killer succeeded. He was actually very scared in his heart. He was afraid that the killer's actions would fail and expose himself. If Zhou Hao were to retaliate against him, his fate should be no better than Su Jinxing. "Oh wait, Zhou Hao also robbed the woman you like, right?" Su Jinxing asked suddenly. Lu Mingwei was startled and thought Su Jinxing knew something, but he quickly calmed down. Because he had contacted Ilian through many levels of relationships before, Ilian didn't even know his identity as a guest, so no one would know what he was doing. I saw Lu Mingwei deliberately gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, Zhou Hao, that bastard. I will ruin him sooner or later." My dad told me. Su Jin said. That fellow Zhou Hao has turned his face with the He family now, because the He Shuiyun insisted on staying with him, and He Hongsen refused. So Zhou Hao simply let He Shuiyun and the He family made a clean break. The police arrested He Hongsen last time for obstructing justice. Although it is all right now, He Hongsen and Zhou Hao have vowed to fight. Hearing this news, Lu Mingwei was surprised. After all, He Hongsen's good face is well known, and Zhou Hao is just a hairy boy in He Hongsen's eyes. He suffered a lot from such a hairy boy. Forgive He Hongsen. I don't tell people everywhere. That is, the Su family and the He family are close to know the inside story. Lu Mingwei also knew that the strength of the He family was much stronger than that of his own family and the Su family. Even if Zhou Hao was the godson of a member of the Central Committee, he would not be able to ask for any advantage against a wealthy family like the He family and the Su family. When Su Jinxing mentioned this incident, Lu Mingwei understood what he meant. You want us He, Su, and Lu to join forces to deal with Zhou Hao? Su Jinxing nodded. How come our two families are already connected? I know you and Zhou Hao are also in the same line, so I want to ask you what you mean. Seeing Lu Mingwei was about to agree, Su Jinxing raised his hand to stop him. If you want to say, don't promise you so quickly. If you just join us, I'm afraid it's meaningless. Away. It's not that we look down on your abilities, but your Lu family. It's your father Lu Luanhong who can make the decision, and your father is also a famous stock market sniper in Asia. If he helps, we will defeat Zhou Hao. Much more sure. Lu Mingwei fell silent when he heard the words. He knew that Su Jinxing was right. Although he is considered outstanding among his peers, he is now serving as the Deputy General Manager of Chinese real estate, and he has begun to contact the management of Liujia Group. But in Lu's family, the person with the final decision-making power is always Lu Luanhong. And when it comes to operating ability in the stock market, Lu Mingwei dare not compare with his father. He groaned. But my dad knows how Zhou Hao's details are. With my dad's character, he won't rush to provoke his rivals unless necessary. If you want to convince him to join your camp to deal with Zhou Hao, I'm afraid not. So easy. Last time at Shaw's charity dinner, Lu Luanhong was with Zhou Hao, and he also noticed that ATV and Polaris were probably Zhou Hao's industries, and he was a little jealous of Zhou Hao's financial resources. Lu Mingwei knows his father's character well, and if there is no deep hatred, he would never provoke a strong enemy. Su Jinxing smiled. Would you not create some grudges between your father and Zhou Hao? Making hatred? Lu Mingwei asked subconsciously. Think about it for yourself. What is your dad's biggest hobby? Su Jinxing asked. Lu Mingwei immediately replied without thinking. His favorite is women and cigars. Wait, you mean? Su Jinxing nodded. Yes, naturally. Zhou Hao and your dad won't have feuds over cigars, and only women are left. As far as I know, Zhou Hao's women, except for the He Shuiyun and your favorite in addition to that girl, there seems to be Su Lin, the CEO of ATV, and Liang Xiaobing. Lu Mingwei immediately shook his head. No, my dad also knows that Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing are Zhou Hao's women, and he doesn't seem to be interested in those two women. I can't let my dad pursue Su Lin or Liang Xiaobing to agitate Zhou Hao and his contradiction. My dad is not an idiot, and he doesn't touch other women casually. Of course I know this, but since you can't start with the woman next to Zhou Hao, can't you start with your dad's woman? Before Lu Mingwei could speak, Su Jinxing continued. You know that your dad's favorite woman is now who? Hearing Su Jinxing's question, Lu Mingwei hesitated because he knew that Lu Luanhong's favorite is Li Jiasin, but Li Jiasin only came together with Su Jinxing not long ago. This one is his father, and the other is a friend. Of course Lu Mingwei is embarrassed to say it. Su Jinxing laughed indifferently. At this time, what are you still worrying about in front of me? Let me tell you the truth. I am a useless person now. The doctor said that even if a kidney transplantation is performed, my sexual function will also be completely lost, which means I will become a, even if I save my life. After that, Li Jiasin knew about my situation. He left me without a big greeting, and now has an affair with Pang Weiren. After a pause, Su Jinxing said again, I know your dad likes Li Jiasin very much, but I also understand that Li Jiasin's is just a vain woman, And I also know that although she is having an affair with Pang Weiran, she still really wants to back to your dad. After all, Pang Weiran, although young, is far behind your dad in terms of wealth and means. The reason why she is having a scandal with Pang Weiran is actually to attract your dad's attention. Looking at Su Jinsheng, Lu Mingwei suddenly felt a very strange feeling. That is, after experiencing this great change, Su Jinsheng seems to have matured a lot, and he is completely different from the unlearned dude in the past. I think if you help Li Jiasen get back to your dad, not only will Li Jiasen be grateful to you, but even your dad will look at you with admiration. When Li Jiasen and your dad reunite with each other, you will find an opportunity to make your dad think that Zhou Hao wants to get involved. Li Jiasen, the so-called hatred of killing his father is not as much as hating of taking his wife. Even if your dad acts cautiously, he probably won't give up to Zhou Hao anymore. At this moment, Lu Mingwei discovered that Su Jinsheng really had Su Jiaming's demeanor, and although Su Jinsheng calculated Lu Luanhong, Lu Mingwei did not feel much anger. After all, he hated Zhou Hao. But at this moment, Lu Mingwei's phone rang, and his secretary's anxious voice came from over there. General Manager, the Julalu acquisition plan you are in charge of, someone set fire to the Julu. The residents of Lelu are now reporting to the police station, saying that you instructed people to set the fire. One day before things went back, in a nightclub called Silver Princess in Yau Ma Ti, Hong Kong, the grades were not bad, and the quality of the ladies was also very good. So this is an entertainment place that the underworld people like to visit. In one of the boxes, more than a dozen men were enjoying the carnival. Many of these men dyed their hair colorfully. They had iron rings on their ears, nose, and mouth. They also had many tattoos. Not a serious person. At this moment, each of them had a lady with heavy makeup in their arms, holding either a wine bottle or a dice cup, and there were even a few ecstasy pills left on the coffee table with many wine bottles. A man with long yellow hair and a ring in the middle of his lower lip stood up and held up the bottle to everyone. Brothers, let's play as we please tonight. I will pay all the expenses. Brother, I tell you, sooner or later, this whole Yao Tsim Mong will become our world, and all the rules will be determined by us. Come on, for our upcoming fame, cheers. Cheers. The other men raised up the wine bottles in their hands. The expressions on their faces were very excited. A short, thin monkey-like man said, "It's all due to Brother Sango you got on the big pier with wealth and power like Lu Gongzi. Brothers have today's scenery. Come on, brothers, we toast to the wise man who lost the dog." The man called Sang Dog drank the wine in one sip, and then said to others, "I tell you, don't say we are doing things for Lu Gongzi outside. Lu Gongzi is a high-class person and does not want others to know him. You have something to do with rascals like us. If you want to make a fortune in peace, don't talk nonsense outside, otherwise something goes wrong. Don't blame me for being cruel." The Lu Gongzi, mentioned by the morning dog, is actually Lu Mingwei. When Sengu talked about the upper class, a kind of excitement and expectation floated in her eyes, but it soon calmed down. Those hooligans all knew the ferocity of the dog. Seeing that the look on his face was a bit hideous, they nodded hurriedly. As for the accompany ladies who were also there, when they couldn't hear anything, and when they rolled around in Fengyue Place for a long time, they naturally knew which words should be remembered and which words should be listened to, and could not be kept in their minds. The skinny monkey next to Sango smiled flatteringly. Lu Gongzi is lucky to find Brother Sango, and you can help him with things. Every time Gongzi Lu confesses things, what time did you do not do Sango? It needs to be pretty. According to me, it should be Gongzi Lu who can't do without Brother Sangu. Come, brothers, it is the most proud choice in our life to follow Sangu through the rivers and lakes. Sango will definitely become the leader of our Hong Kong road in the future. Everyone has a drink for Sangu. Cheers. The Sango was very comfortable with the words of the thin monkey. He knew that the thin monkey was a flatterer, but the flattering of the thin monkey really made people listen comfortable, and it was quite enjoyable to have such a subordinate. Then, these more than 10 people took out the young ladies they were looking for, and opened a room in a nearby clock hotel to work. As the leader of these people, the Sango, the thin monkey specially found 2 young ladies with good looks to accompany him to fly. The Sango has been on the road for a long time and naturally likes this stuff. Just as the mourning dog was fighting hand-to-hand with the two prostitutes in the room, the door was knocked. What the hell? The bereaved dog is in the sprint stage, and no man will have a good temper when he is harassed at this time. Songo, I was sent by young Master Lu, and I have something to look for you. The man outside's voice was very low. Hearing that it was sent by Lu Mingwei, the bereaved dog trembled on the prostitute, hurriedly ended the battle, and hurriedly found clothes to put on, then opened the door. I saw 3 men in suits and leather shoes standing at the door. They all gave people a very cold feeling. When the dog saw it, he knew that these people were different from the rascals who were in the road. Moreover, the cold breath exuding from these 3 people also made the mourning dog who came all the way from the storm feel dangerous. He frowned and immediately became vigilant. You were sent by young Master Lu? How come I haven't seen you, Manager Jiang? He said. Manager Jiang is Lu Mingwei's assistant, who is usually the representative of Manager Jiang. Lu Mingwei came to contact the bereaved dog. Manager Jiang can't come if something happens temporarily. If you don't believe us, you can call our young master. The leader said blankly. Under normal circumstances, the bereaved dog wouldn't bother Lu Mingwei, but he hadn't seen any of the 3 in front of him. If any opponent sent him to impersonate Lu Mingwei and cheated him, it would be serious. After weighing it repeatedly, the bereaved dog called Lu Mingwei's phone number. Who? Lu Mingwei's arrogant voice came over the phone. Hearing Lu Mingwei's voice, Songo immediately reverently said, Lu Gongzi, it's me, Songo. It's like this. I want to confirm with you some things. Before the mourning dog could say anything, Lu Mingwei over there said, It's Zhu Wei and the others. Oh, Zhu Wei and the 3 are my bodyguards. That is, the people I sent to find you. They can all believe it. You don't have to. What worries? There is something for you to do, but I have other things to be busy now. So let Zhu Wei and the others tell you in detail. Okay, Lu Gongzi, then I won't disturb you. The Songo smiled and put down the phone. When he looked at the people at the door again, his face was full of smiles. This is Zhu Wei, Brother Zhu. Come in and sit down. The 3 of Zhu Wei glanced into the room and saw that there were 2 prostitutes on the bed with quilt covering their bodies, but their faces were full of flattery. They frowned and said stiffly, No, let's find someone. Talk in a quiet place. The Songo came back to his senses now, too. He was just here fighting the 2 prostitutes. How could he use it to entertain Lu Mingwei's henchmen? He quickly walked out of the room and said to the 3 of Zhu Wei, There is a home opposite. A nice tea house. It just happens to be out early. Let's go over there and talk. Zhu Wei nodded, and Songo hurriedly walked ahead to lead the way. As for his subordinates, Songo never dared to bring them when he went to see Lu Mingwei, lest the rude guys offend others. Now Lu Mingwei has something important to go by himself. Yes, the bereaved dog will naturally not bring them. Opposite is a very old tea house called Lufu Tea House. Breakfast is served every morning at 4 or 5 in the morning. It is the favorite place for the older generations nearby. Songo took Zhu Wei and the 3 to a separate room on the 2nd floor and asked the waiter to bring a few cages of barbecued pork buns, xiaomai, shrimp dumplings, and roasted bone porridge, and graciously added tea and water to the 3 of Zhu Wei. He smiled and said, Is there anything you need me to do, Mr. Lu? The 3 said, Even if I go through fire and water, I will never say no when I lose my dog. I saw Zhu Wei smile and said, I really need you to go through fire. After losing the dog, Zhu Wei continued, That's it. You know about the Jilu. I know. Songo nodded quickly. It's the group of Yinjia shovel, Cantonese foul language, meaning the whole family is dead. See Baidu Encyclopedia for details. The troubles caused the whole block's acquisition plan to stop, which hindered it. Lu Gongzi's development plan. Some time ago, Lu Gongzi asked me to take care of them, but the group of shovelers were very stubborn. I splashed paint on the door of each of their houses and let go of the snakes. They just refused to move. Alas, it disappointed young Master Lu. Then Zhu Wei said, Yes, our young master is really disappointed in you. Do you know how many times the young master has been scolded by the master for the Zhu Lulu? The guys on the board are also very dissatisfied with the young master, for our young master was under a lot of pressure on the Jolu incident. Songo was surprised when he heard the words, because after hearing what Zhu Wei said, if he could not handle the things Lu Mingwei explained, Lu Mingwei would leave him alone and find someone else. Songo quickly said, "Three big brothers, you have to help me speak nice things to young Master Lu. I have worked very hard. You guys tell Lu Gongzi, give me another week, and I will surely let those shovelers submit. Just 1 week." But seeing Zhu Wei and the three shaking their heads at the same time, Zhu Wei said, "A week is too long. The longer this acquisition plan is delayed, the more money the young master and his company will lose, and our young masters can't help delaying this." The Songo's face became paler, and I heard Zhu Wei say at this moment, "Now there is something. Our young master wants to ask your opinion. If you don't want to do it, we won't force you, but from now on don't show up in front of our young master." What's the matter? Brother Zhu, you said. The residents of Jilalu are too stubborn, and it is impossible for them to compromise with ordinary means. Zhu Wei said coldly, "Since they are so nostalgic for the old unit in Jilalu, we will simply get angry, burn the whole building, and see if they will persist in this way." Songo was startled. "Let's set fire? Brother Zhu, if this one is not careful, you will die. He has done a lot of crimes, and he naturally knows that arson is a criminal offense in Hong Kong. Especially if it causes death, it will be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. That's why we have to ask your opinion." Zhu Wei held his hand and said to Songo, "But our master said, as long as you are willing to do it, he will let you be the director of the security department of Chinese property." Songo, you have to know that Chinese property is not those who are unknown. A small company, but a large group with assets in the hundreds of billions. The director of the security department has a salary of more than 2 million a year, which is better than your life on the road. When Songo heard this, his eyes brightened. Although he is a gangster, in fact, he and his subordinates do not belong to any society on the road. Instead, they walk among several underworld societies to help them do some tiring work. Dirty work is equivalent to the mercenaries on the underworld, but in fact it is just like an unowned lone soul. And his long-term wish is not to be a member of the upper class of the underworld and become the leader of any society, but to be a man of wealth and status. If you can be the director of the security department of the Chinese group and have an annual salary of several million, then you will be half-footed into the upper class, and it is indeed much better than the underworld. This temptation was too deadly for the bereaved dog, so he could not refuse it. I heard Zhu Wei say again, "Don't worry. Our young master will arrange for you to leave Hong Kong for a shelter after the event, and when the matter subsides, we will take you back to Hong Kong." Although the conditions given by the other party were too tempting, the lost dog was able to maintain his own sanity, squinting his eyes, and said, "How do I know if you will cross the river and demolish the bridge, and we will throw us like urinals when we use it up?" I saw Zhu Wei take out a check and put it on the table in front of the bereaved dog. "Here is a check for 5 million Hong Kong dollars. It is 10,000 steps to be returned. Even if our young master really abandons you, you have this previous word. You can live happily outside, too." After thinking about it again and again, the bereaved dog finally gritted his teeth and took the check into his arms. "Very good. Then we will go back to answer the young master, and I hope you can finish this matter within today." After saying that, Zhu Wei left the tea house with the other two, leaving only the mourning dog there, staring at a table of dim sum. After leaving the Lufu tea house, Zhu Wei saw two people walking out of the clock hotel opposite where the bereaved dog and the others settled, each carrying a toolbox. They nodded to each other and got into a commercial car with Zhu Wei. "Very well done. Just now you pretended that Lu Mingwei's voice was very similar." In the car, Zhu Wei smiled at the two people who came out of the clock hotel. "Captain, don't laugh at us. Don't you know our tricks?" One of them scratched his head and laughed. "It's just using signal interception instruments and voice changers. Anyone can do it." "Captain, you are amazing." Well, pretending to be Lu Mingwei's subordinates, he deceived the bereaved dog for a while. This, Zhu Wei called the captain, turned out to be Zhou Hao's subordinate Dong Chunlin. Dong Chunlin leaned back on the chair and smiled. "Don't talk about it. Show me the gang of bereaved dogs. Don't make a mistake." At night, Songo and his men carrying a can of gasoline walked into the Jiulu from the back alley under the cover of night and spilled gasoline in all places of the Jiulu. It is difficult to extinguish the fire together. When Songo took out the lighter, the skinny monkey hesitated and said, "Brother Songo, Will it really be okay? With so much gasoline, if the fire burns up, it is easy to die. Then, I will be afraid. Young Master Lu will turn his face and refuse to recognize people. The crime of arson causing death is very serious. Even if the skinny monkeys are not law-abiding people, they dare not do this kind of activity. Songo also hesitated, knowing that the risks he took were also great, but when he thought of being able to advance to the upper class, his heart was once again shrouded in huge desire. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, young Master Lu has already arranged the future for us. Whether it's famous for being a big and wealthy or a lifelong wimp, just watch it once." Following the death of the dog, the lighter was thrown into the gasoline-drenched place. In the commercial vehicle opposite the jewel building downstairs, Dong Chunlin said to his companion, "Has it been determined that there are no residents in the jewel building?" "Yes, we have secretly arranged for them to have dinner in a nearby hotel and hold a meeting of owners. Now there is only one old security guard in the building. When the fire comes together, we will go over and rescue him immediately." Dong Chunlin nodded, then looked at the public telephone booth on the street outside, and said, "The time is almost up. Let's call the police and say that someone set fire in the jute." The man next to him nodded, got out of the car, and walked to the public telephone booth. Comfortable. At this time, Zhou was sitting on the leather sofa designed according to artificial mechanics. Standing behind him, Su Lin gently rubbed her soft jade catkin, helping Zhou massage his head. "Very comfortable. Your craft is getting better and better," Zhou said with great enjoyment. He was watching the news on ATV. Just last night, in an old block that Chinese land was planning to acquire, the residential building called Julu was set on fire, causing dozens of units to be destroyed. Fortunately, at that time, the residents of Julu happened to make an appointment to a restaurant outside to hold an owners' meeting. In the Julu, there was only a 60-year-old security guard who stayed behind. He was just shocked and not injured. Those arsonists spilled gasoline and other combustibles in many places in the jewel building, causing the fire to spread rapidly throughout the building. After the fire brigade arrived, they immediately determined that this was the highest level based on the fire situation. In the 5th level fire, more than 20 fire engines were finally dispatched, and it took more than 5 hours to put out the fire. This level 5 fire alarmed all citizens of Hong Kong, and the flames and smoke could be seen even tens of kilometers away. Fortunately, there were no casualties. This is the only place to be fortunate. Since the scale of this fire is rare in Hong Kong history, and the impact it has caused is great in society, the police attached great importance to this case, and soon arrested the arsonist. And the confessions these people gave to the police made many media in Hong Kong feel as if they were so excited and unbearable, because they all agreed that it was Lu Mingwei of Chinese real estate who instructed them to set fire to the Julu for the purpose of drive out the residents of Julu, who refused to accept the purchase price of Chinese homes. As soon as the news was exposed, the whole Hong Kong was in an uproar. The Lu family, who owned Chinese homes, was immediately pushed to the cusp of the storm and was criticized by thousands of people. Nowadays, Lu Wanhong, chairman of Chinese Land Group, Ma Shijun, non-executive director and chief operating officer, Lu Mingwei, business manager, and related people have all been taken to the police station for investigation. This incident has also caused a great sensation in the Hong Kong business community and is known as the Lu family, the biggest scandal in the family. Many of the exclusive news in this incident were searched by reporters from the news department of ATV, which also led to the fact that the news ratings of ATV in these 2 days were higher than that of primetime TV dramas. Watching the follow-up report in the TV news, Zhou had a pleasing smile on his face, as if he was watching a movie with a climax of plot. Especially when he saw Lu Wanhong and his sons and their group's senior officials were surrounded by many reporters as soon as they left the police station, and because Lu Wanhong finally couldn't suppress the anger and yelled at the reporters because of repeated questions about the truth. The smile on Hao's face became even stronger, turning his head to smile at Su Lin behind him. "I think Lu Wanhong has not tried this embarrassment since he started his family." Su Lin gave Zhou a little whiter and said, "You are also very ruthless. The reputation of Chinese home property and Aimei Gao has plummeted this time. Lu Wanhong and Lu Mingwei will probably go to jail." Zhou waved his hand. "You won't be in jail. You have to know that Hong Kong's laws are largely used to protect their wealthy people. Lu Wanhong must have prepared a very luxurious lawyers team to defend their group. Hong Kong, the legal department of the People's Republic of China, is afraid it can't help them. However, it is true that Chinese property and Amico have been greatly affected. In fact, this fire that has been extremely rare since Keifu in Hong Kong was directed by Zhou Hao. Chinese land real estate is indeed going to acquire the old block where Zhou is located, and the person in charge of this acquisition plan is Lu Mingwei. This is the first time that Lu Mingwei has used the group's large-scale plan. In addition to Lu Wanhong's training of his management experience, it is also to establish Lu Mingwei's position in the group. Therefore, Lu Mingwei is very nervous and has carefully prepared for this plan for several months. Similar to the domestic demolition situation, many residents in that old block are reluctant to move. On the one hand, they are not satisfied with the purchase price offered by Chinese real estate. On the other hand, they are not willing to live in the comfort zone they have lived in for decades. Among them, the residents of Zhou have the most fierce opposition. They even organized several demonstrations to the Civil Affairs Bureau and the Housing Administration Bureau to submit petitions, hoping that the government can intervene in suspending the acquisition plan of Chinese homes. The fierce opposition from the residents of Zhou brought great resistance to Lu Mingwei's acquisition plan, and the acquisition plan was repeatedly delayed, which made the board of directors very dissatisfied. Lu Wanhong also scolded him several times and asked him to complete this as soon as possible. As a result, Lu Mingwei, who was doing something fiercely, became guilty and found people from the underworld and asked them to intimidate the residents of Zhou in an attempt to force them to accept the acquisition plan of Chinese real estate. Few things in this underworld were hidden from Ni Yongxiao. After Zhou Hao learned about it through Ni Yongxiao, he used the East Star underground network to send Dong Chunlin to find the gangsters who helped Lu Mingwei. Originally, Lu Mingwei just asked the people who lost the dog to use ordinary intimidation methods against the residents of the Zhou, that is, splashing paint and putting out snakes, insects, rats and ants. Dong Chunlin's deceit caused the matter to stir up vigorously. On the third day after the bereaved dog was arrested, someone arranged a lawyer for him. He was a senior lawyer in a large law firm, and this senior lawyer also went to prison to see the bereaved dog. Because this arson case is of great concern, the bereaved dog was not allowed to be released on bail and was detained in prison. When the lawyer saw the bereaved dog, he was shocked because he had some sequelae when he helped Lu Mingwei in the past, and this lawyer had also been ordered by Lu Mingwei to help the bereaved dog in a lawsuit, so he knew the bereaved dog. But now the mourning dog is still the same as before. Not only has his long yellow hair been shaved, but his face has a bruise on the left and a scar on the right, and his right eye is also swollen high, all open. I couldn't open it anymore, and I really answered the sentence. I was beaten like a pig. Sango, are you okay? The lawyer swallowed his saliva and asked. Without asking, Sango must have been abused by the cell bosses inside. Don't cry about cats and mice and fake mercy. The lost dog sneered, but there was a wound on his face, and his brows were frowned in pain. I was beaten like this. Isn't it caused by Lu Mingwei's shovel? The lawyer was taken aback and quickly said, What did you say about the lost dog? You mean Mr. Lu instigated someone in the prison to beat you? How could it be possible? Don't you know? I still ordered Mr. Lu to kill this lawsuit for you. Yes, but only if you don't talk nonsense. Don't talk nonsense? I think Lu Mingwei is not trying to help me get rid of this lawsuit, but he wants to kill me directly so that I can kill him. Sango hugged his hands and snorted coldly. The nastiness of their rich people, I can see it clearly. FCK, if it wasn't for the police to protect me as a witness, I was beaten to death by those in the prison yesterday. Although I am not a member of any club, I have also helped various clubs. Even if you get inside, you won't get beaten up like this for no reason. You dare to say that they didn't take Lu Mingwei's money and wanted to kill me directly in prison. The lawyer was stunned. Seeing the bereaved dog like this, he was really not sure if Lu Mingwei instructed the people in the prison to beat the bereaved dog, but he still had to speak for his master. Betrayal dog, calm down. Those people may just be people you have offended before. Mr. Lu definitely didn't mean to harm you. But you must also understand that if you really pull Mr. Lu into the water, then Mr. Liu will have no time to protect you. All the horrible things you have done before will also be exposed. Forget it. Songo smiled disdainfully. Although I am not a good person, but at best, I am just fighting and putting out loan sharks. Lu Mingwei has no direct evidence. What can he do to me? As for what I want how to treat him, you are a lawyer, you should know it too. If I prove that he is the mastermind of my murder, then my sentence will be much lighter. On the contrary, if I don't point him out, it is the one who carried all the charges down, so at least a sentence of 10 to 20 years will be required. Am I right? Hearing what the Sangu said, the lawyer was also stunned for a while, because the Sangu was telling the truth. Lu Mingwei had originally instructed the lawyer to coax the bereaved dog, tell him not to talk nonsense, to coerce and induce the bereavement to take down all charges. But unexpectedly, the bereavement becomes a good doctor for a long time, and he has done too many crimes. Even legal knowledge has been enhanced a lot. Now I can see Lu Mingwei Shovel's face clearly. Songo said, "You don't need to talk nonsense. I won't change your testimony. By the way, I won't pay him the 5 million. Just treat it as a little bit of compensation for my imprisonment. Another point, I have never agreed to let you be my defense lawyer, and I can't afford a big man like you." After saying that, he stood up and turned back to the prison. 5 million? What 5 million? What did you say? The lawyer hurriedly shouted, but saw that Songo ignored him at all and left the interview room directly, leaving the lawyer alone here. Lu Mingwei was going to see Lu Luanhong when he received the lawyer's call. When he heard the lawyer report that the dog refused to change his testimony, why he had to testify against him, Lu Mingwei was so angry that he almost dropped the phone. He said angrily, "He said that he would testify against me? His people are all gangsters who commit crimes and crimes. Would the judge still believe them?" The lawyer over there said anxiously, "The situation is very unfavorable to you, Mr. Liu. They are the direct perpetrators of the arson. Their testimony is very important to this case. Moreover, because the Chinese real estate and the residents of Jilu, the conflict is almost well known in society, and you have a very full motive for committing the crime. Also, every time you gave money to a bereaved dog, the bereaved dog kept a receipt and related records. That thing is it's tricky. By the way, before losing the dog, it seems that he mentioned 5 million. Mr. Liu, did you give him 5 million before?" "Where did I give him 5 million? Lu Mingwei said angrily, but he also counted. The bereaved dog has done so many things for himself. The money he gave them back and forth is really more than 5 million. Shaking his head, he said, "No matter what, you must settle this matter for me, and no matter what means you use, don't be caught by anyone. If it hurts me, will kill you." Putting down the phone, Lu Mingwei came to the door of Lu Luanhong's study. After hesitating, he knocked on the door. "Come in." Lu Luanhong's deep voice came from inside, making Lu Mingwei's heart sink. When I walked into the study room, I saw Lu Luanhong sitting at the desk, looking at a piece of information intently. Lu Mingwei secretly took a look and saw that it was about the accounts and operation reports of Chinese real estate. Lu Mingwei was slightly surprised, because after working in Chinese real estate for so long, Lu Mingwei's grades were not so good. This time there was the Julalu incident. Lu Mingwei knew that his father was already very dissatisfied with him. Remembering that this morning, Lu Mingwei had not had time to discuss the Julalu with Lu Luanhong. The father and son were taken back by the police. For this reason, Lu Luanhong still tantrums at the police station and scolds the police for slandering out of thin air. When facing reporters, he also lost his former gentle calmness and cursed at those uncrowned kings, which shows how fierce his anger is. Lu Mingwei entered the study, but Lu Luanhong didn't say anything, so he left Lu Mingwei in the air. Lu Mingwei didn't dare to speak, just stood so nervously, watching Lu Luanhong nervously. For a long time, Lu Luanhong looked up at his son after reading the information about Chinese land and said solemnly, "You, the vice president, did a good job. The old officials in the company also appreciated you. But you see, what did the acquisition plan look like this time?" He stood up and walked around the desk and came to Lu Mingwei, staring at him closely. "Tell me honestly, did you do the incident in the Julalu this time?" Lu Mingwei's face turned pale, and he hesitated for a long time and finally said, I did ask the mourning dog to scare the residents of Julalu. But, but I only let the morning dog scare them, no? Didn't let them set fire. Snapped. As soon as Lu Mingwei finished speaking, Lu Wanhong slapped him heavily and stunned Lu Mingwei. Since childhood, Lu Wanhong has been strict with Lu Mingwei but has never beaten him. This slap immediately swelled Lu Mingwei's left cheek, looking very embarrassed. You, with less than success. Lu Wanhong cursed. It's fine if you ask someone to set the fire, but you still get the handle? After those gangsters finished setting the fire, why didn't you let them kill them, but let those guys be caught by the police and become the most powerful witnesses against you? Facing Lu Wanhong's reprimand, Lu Mingwei did not dare to say a word, but obediently bowed his head and criticized him. Then Lu Wanhong said angrily, "Do you know how much impact this incident has on our company? But today, our stock price has fallen by 20%, and the loss has reached several billion. Also, now those people in Julalu are claiming from the company, and the amount is 1 billion. When things got to this point, Lu Mingwei also panicked and grabbed Lu Wanhong's hand and said, "Dad, me, what shall we do? Will I go to jail? I don't want to go to jail. You deserve it." Lu Wanhong yelled angrily, but when he saw his son's panicked look, his heart softened again. He didn't want his son to go to jail. Just listen to Lu Wanhong's slow voice. Don't worry, things have not reached a desperate situation, and there is still room for recovery. Even for the worst result, you will only be sentenced to a few years. I will simply buy the entire prison. You can still be the emperor inside. The first thing he needs to do now is to try to restore the reputation of his family and the company in society, and the best way is to agree to the claims of the residents of Julu. Although the final result of this case has not yet been determined, the compensation does not necessarily have to be paid by Chinese property owners, but with the placement of those suffering owners, Lu Wanhong can recover some of the initiative and give things more leeway. However, Lu Wanhong really does not have full confidence in how Lu Mingwei, the mastermind, will be judged in the end. And when Lu Wanhong and Lu Mingwei and his sons were overwhelmed by the Julalu incident, Zhou Hao was chatting and drinking in a very British-style bar in Lan Kwai Fong, accompanied by Ni Yongxiao and Li Zhaoji's son Liangjie. Needless to say, Ni Yongxiao's friendship with Zhou Hao, he is a rare confidant close to Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao has never cared about Ni Yongxiao's identity as the underworld leader. This is also Ni Yongxiao very grateful. Because Zhou Hao is a relative of a member of the Central Committee, if outsiders know that the Zhao family is walking with a gangster, it will probably cause a lot of trouble and even be used by political opponents of the Zhao faction as a weapon to attack the Zhao faction. So Ni Yongxiao often worried that Zhou Hao would cause trouble to Zhou Hao, but every time he was scolded by Zhou Hao. "I'm not afraid that you are afraid of a ghost. Besides, if you can use this to defeat the Zhao family, then is the Zhao family still the Zhao family?" The son of Li Zhaoji, Liangjie, only met Zhou Hao at that Shaw's charity party. At that time, he felt that this rich man made people feel much better than other dudes. After that, Liangjie also often contacted Zhou Hao, and the relationship between the two became closer. Today, Zhou Hao, Ni Yongxiao, and Liangjie were drinking and chatting in this British-style bar, very comfortable. Although it is not a high-end place, Ni Yong School has long sent his men to guard outside in secret to prevent reporters or paparazzi from entering, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. "Zhou Hao, let's be honest, is Miss Su your girlfriend?" Liangjie put on Zhou Hao's shoulder, holding a large glass of beer in the other hand, with an ambiguous smile on his face. All right, I will answer you." Zhou Hao couldn't bear the entanglement of this guy, and said helplessly, "Yes, Su Lin is my girlfriend. Okay, you are satisfied." Liangjie laughed and drank a beer and said, "You don't know, I used to see Miss Su at an event hosted by Radio Hong Kong. At that time, I was shocked and tried to pursue Miss Su. Well, it's just that Miss Su refuses me every time. It turns out that she was picked off by you." Facing Liangjie's half-serious and half-joking words, Zhou Hao had nothing in his heart. He made Liangjie a friend because of his hearty personality. Even if he had pursued Su Lin's embarrassing things, he could confess to Zhou Hao, let alone. Zhou Hao was very fond of Lu Mingwei's secretly attacking revenge and his magnanimous personality. I said this guy is a master at picking up girls. On the other side, Ni Yongxiao glanced at Zhou Hao. "Liangjie, Do you know that he is that Mr. Z right now? Is there any girl who doesn't like Mr. Z? Fortunately, he didn't watch it. FCK my wife. Otherwise, I really can't guarantee that I can keep her. Zhou Hao could only remain silent and say nothing to the two guys side to side flanking, lest they be filled with alcohol. Then I heard Li Yingjie say to Ni Yongxiao, I heard that the logistics company you invested in China is doing well. It doesn't do anything. Just sitting there can make hundreds of millions a year. Fortunately, it can't compare to the amount of money your son Hung Kai has scraped in the mainland. Ni Yongxiao said with a smile. What's more, my logistics company's money is still relied on Zhou Hao, the funder, to allocate and turn around, and it is also thanks to him. The management talents I introduced, otherwise I am such a big boss. How can I really manage a company? Li Yingjie looked at Zhou Hao scorchingly. That's right. Zhou Hao, Lao and I said that the investment that you helped him run has a return rate of as high as 300%. Is it true? If yes, even if I am a good one, I want to make some money too. Zhou Hao glanced at him obliquely. Your money is not enough to spend? The hundreds of billions in your family are for viewing. Oh, you don't know how my dad is. Speaking of Li Yingjie, he was frustrated. Actually, I don't agree with the spirit of hard work and self-development, but our current environment is, after all, it was different when he first started his business. What's more, isn't the money made for spending? Otherwise, what is the meaning of more money? However, my dad is always stubborn and he limits my monthly expenses like when I was a child. Now I don't have any other sources of funds except for the company's salary. Speaking of which, I think I'm the best in the circle. The one who is struggling. Li Yingjie's father, Li Zhaoji, Zhou Hao had also eaten under Li Yingjie's introduction some time ago. In fact, Li Zhaoji had also heard of Zhou Hao, but he had never had the opportunity to meet. The feeling that Li Zhaoji gave Zhou Hao was stable, a demeanor of everyone striving for victory and stability, which was different from He Hongxin's domineering attack, Sha's smiling knife, Su Jianming's well-behaved, and Lu Luanhong's sword. During that meal, Zhou Hao and Li Zhaoji both had a great deal of agreement. From Li Zhaoji, Zhou Hao also learned a lot about how to behave and how to behave. Li Zhaoji also admired Zhou Hao very much, but he blindly praised Zhou Hao and asked Li Yingjie to follow Zhou Hao. Hao set an example, which made Li Yingjie very depressed, and she couldn't help but complain to Zhou Hao afterwards. Li Zhaoji's discipline to his family is also very strict, but he does not want to use high-handed methods like He Hun's son to persecute his children. Instead, he cultivates his children's abilities and character since childhood. At this time, Li Yingjie was entangled with bitterness. Zhou Hao finally had no choice but to agree. Okay, you can count on one, but I explained in advance that if you lose all your money, don't come. Cry for me. Okay. Li Yingjie nodded hurriedly. Anyway, if I lose my money, Lao and I will certainly be no exception. I will never be lonely if I die with him. I saw that Ni Young School picked up a few peanuts and threw them to Li Yingjie, laughing and cursing. I'm a crow's mouth. My money is hard to get back. You dare to curse me for losing money? By the way, how much money are you going to put in to invest in Zhou Hao? If you only take tens of millions, don't tell others to know me outside, lest you lose my face. Li Yingjie curled his lips and said, I really can't get it out if I want to say 800 million. But I have 5 or 6 billion Hong Kong dollars in private money. Even my dad doesn't know it. Then he turned his head and said to Zhou Hao, this is my full wealth. You should start it lightly, but don't lose it all, otherwise I will be sad in the future. As he was talking, the radio in the bar broadcasted the whole hour news, and the content was exactly the Julalu case. According to the news, the police have formally charged Lu Mingwei and will open a hearing in a week. Hearing this news, Ni Yongxiao and Zhou Hao looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. Li Yingjie said, this Lu Mingwei is also ruthless enough. In order to force the relocation, he can even hire a fierce arson. This time is a lesson. Although Li Yingjie is Zhou Hao's good friend, neither Zhou Hao nor Ni Young School want to let him know about this, because there are some things that the less they know, the better. Just listen to Li Yingjie's comment. In fact, Lu Mingwei is quite capable, and he is relatively low-key. He is not as aggressive as his father, but he has done too much in this matter. Hey, guess Lu Mingwei, will he be convicted in the end? Ni Yongxiao drank a sip. 50-50. After all, Their Liu family is not an ordinary family. The government will also take into account its social and economic impact. I think even the sentence will not be too heavy. Zhou Hao didn't make any comments. Although he directed this incident alone, Liu Mingwei did not know that he did it after calculating Liu Mingwei. But now Zhou Hao's attention is not on Liu Mingwei's matter, but on the fight between China and the United States. He met Putin a few days ago and told him to participate in the disposal of William Rashid in the country, and he was very grateful to Putin by pretending to work hard. On the second day after meeting with Zhou Hao, Putin secretly went to the military base where William Rashid was detained in the Guangzhou military region under domestic contacts. As William Rashid is an extremely important intelligence agent of the US CIA in Asia, the United States attaches great importance to him. He has repeatedly asked China to hand him over under the pretext of missing citizens in Chinese territory. China has refused without exception. The performance of this incident in the news media is that the United States requested that a special investigation team be sent to Hong Kong on the grounds of the disappearance of William Rashid and Jonathan, but it was rejected by China on diplomatic grounds. Because of government manipulation, this news accounted for only a very small amount of space in domestic media reports. Except for fans of the Philharmonic Orchestra, not many people even noticed the disappearance of two American rock band members in China. Then, the United States imposed economic sanctions on China, created resistance for China's entry into the WTO, sold arms to Taiwan, and conducted military exercises with Japan to pressure China in an attempt to force China to make concessions and hand over William Rashid. China's attitude is rarely tough. It ignores the economic pressure from the United States. At the same time as the US-Japan joint military exercises, it also conducts joint military exercises with Russia. Russia even sent 2 aircraft carrier fleets. The exercise troops of China, Russia, Japan, and the United States even faced off on the East Coast for 2 hours. The situation was very tense. The military teams of both sides carried live ammunition, and their exercise commanders were even ready to go to war. Fortunately, in the end, both governments issued retreat orders, which allowed the crisis to disappear. The reason why China's attitude is so tough is the intelligence that was pried from William Rashid. And Zhou Hao also knew that in the 1998 China's devastating flood that shocked the world in his previous life, there were Americans in it. In addition to military secrets about Russia, William Rashid also revealed the status of their CIA's intelligence collection on China under unimaginable harsh confessions. And these information obtained from William Rashid, Zhao Dingzhou, and Liu Zhenwu both sent special personnel to give the report information to Zhou Hao. After reading the information, Zhou Hao knew that the CIA had thousands of eyeliners in China, and most of them were Chinese or foreigners of Chinese descent, and some of them were senior agents trained by the United States with a lot of manpower and material resources. In addition to finding out the main terrain of China's various regions and sending them back to the United States on time, these CIA's eyelines also implemented corruption and erosion strategies against certain officials of the Chinese government, embezzled China's national resources, and stole China's political intelligence. Under the offensive of the sugar-coated shells of money and material, many officials in the government have been bought by the CIA's secret agents. Of course, most of those officials did not know that the bribes were spies. After this information is consolidated, it will be regularly reported to William Rashid through special agents in various regions of China, and then passed back to the United States by William Rashid. The same is true in Russia and other Asian countries, so William Rashid has almost all the intelligence obtained by the CIA in Asia. From William Rashid, China has learned a very important thing. That is, the intelligence personnel of the CIA have almost figured out the general situation of China's Yangtze River and its major tributaries, as well as the situation of various important dams. They know that many of these dikes have been cut corners, and even some of the river projects are constructed by engineering companies controlled by the CIA. The cutting corners of their internal structures are more serious and more professional. At the same time, the CIA's geoclimate analysts have researched and speculated that China will see large-scale and large-scale heavy rainfall this year. After completing a series of precise calculations and measurements, these intelligence personnel have come to a conclusion that this year is in China. The heavy rainfall in the Yangtze River will pose a great threat to the Yangtze River basin. Many of the Yangtze River and its major tributary dikes cannot cope with the water volume this time. Therefore, the vast area of the Yangtze River basin will have an extraordinary flood that is rare in history. At that time, China will definitely be poorer to cope with this natural disaster. So the U.S. can take the opportunity to make some important foreign policy adjustments, take advantage of China's looting, and even get some conditions that China would never agree to before. After reading the information provided by Zhao Dingzhou and Lu Zhenwu, Zhou Hao took a sigh of relief, thinking that the United States is really a good calculation. They actually knew in advance the occurrence of the 1998 devastating flood that shocked China and foreign countries, and formulated accordingly, in order to take advantage of China's strategy to rob China. In the previous life, during the huge floods in 1998, China really spent countless manpower and material resources to deal with the disaster and resettle the victims. At that time, the United States and other Western countries had to take advantage of the looting, but China was really unable to cope. At the same time, Zhou Hao also secretly called a fluke, because the information revealed by William Rashid was taken seriously by the central authorities and has dispatched a team of experts to conduct secret surveys of important dams on the Yangtze River and its tributaries, and immediately searched for all available flood diversion sites and make plans to evacuate residents along the coast. Zhou Hao knew that by doing this, the quality problems of those dams and flood resistance could be discovered early and recovered. When the catastrophic flood really happened, the damage of the flood could be minimized. Before that, Zhou Hao was still thinking about how to raise the flood disaster to Father Zhao and the central side, trying his best to save this tragic natural disaster without making people doubt himself. Unexpectedly, he caught William Rashid this time, and he dug up such important information, which actually fulfilled Zhou Hao's wish. But the big guys on the central side are not happy, because after the secret survey of the expert team, the important dams of the Yangtze River and its tributaries do have quality problems to varying degrees. Once there is a catastrophic flood, the situation will be extremely dangerous. The entire Yangtze River basin, I am afraid it has become a piece of Zigua. And these situations were not discovered by the central government itself, but from an American spy. The irony was too sharp, especially those local government officials who condoned or even instigated cutting corners in the dam project were simply squandering human lives. The lives and property of the people are like nothing. In fact, since June of this year, there have been heavy rains in the areas of Dongting Lake and Poyang Lake. The heavy rains have caused a large increase in the water volume of the Yangtze River. The central authorities have already paid much attention to it. Now they know this from William Rashid. I was even more nervous. I even ordered the military to directly organize manpower and high-precision equipment to reinforce the problematic dam before the rainy season, so that it can cope with the flood and actively transfer residents from dangerous coastal areas, and at the same time strictly deal with officials involved in this incident. Regarding the treatment of those officials, the central government has adopted the same tough attitude as the United States. Everyone involved will be severely investigated and punished. 3 provincial and ministerial officials involved in the case have stepped down for this reason. This unspoken rule puts him in jail and accepts severe sanctions. Zhou Hao didn't care too much about the official earthquake that affected the whole country. Instead, he paid more attention to how many military and civilian lives could be saved by the accident caused by him. This is what Zhou Hao is most happy about. As for Zhou Hao's widespread praise from the central authorities because of this incident, Zhou Hao didn't take it easy. Zhou Hao, did you know that those guys Soros are eyeing our Hong Kong? Li Yingjie, who was drinking next to him, suddenly said. Zhou Hao came back to his senses. Huh? What inside information do you have? Li Yingjie glared at him. Hey, I heard that you are a professional in finance. Shouldn't you receive this insider thing before us? Zhou Hao shrugged noncommittal. Li Yingjie did not play with him either, and said seriously, I heard about it from a friend of my dad who started a fund company in the United States. In fact, even if he didn't say it, we should have noticed it. Since the end of last year, hedge funds will launch attacks on Hong Kong's stock market every once in a while. Each time they have swept away billions of funds. In fact, many people know that this is just their test, and the real offensive has not yet occurred. Coming. School and I Young also nodded and said, those vampires and Soros really eat people without spitting out bones. During this period, my club has a lot fewer guests. It is probably because of the financial turmoil. On the contrary, here is how the business is better than before. Even better. That's because there are too many people stuck in the stock market, so they will come to bars and other places to buy drunk. Li Yingjie analyzed. In fact, since the outbreak of the first wave of financial turmoil last year, Hong Kong has been deeply affected because Hong Kong's stock market is much more sensitive than that in China, and there will be volatility in Hong Kong's finances as a result of a slight disturbance in the world. And because of the Asian financial turmoil, the Hong Kong stock market and the property market have plummeted one after another, and Hong Kong citizens have suffered heavy losses. The consequent social problems and domestic violence have also risen sharply, causing the SAR government a headache. During this period of time, when we went shopping with Su Lin, He Shuiyun, and others, we could all feel the depression of the Hong Kong market. It seemed that everyone's face was very heavy, and the whole city was shrouded in grief. Now that July has entered, the financial war that will leave a strong mark in history is also coming. During this period of time, George Soros and other international speculators did not move. Zhou Hao understood that this was the calm before the storm. Zhou Hao also knows that, in addition to the central government and the Hong Kong government, which played a key role in the battle of the past, the wealthy people in Hong Kong also played a very important role. The role played by these wealthy people is to take the opportunity to rob the country like Su Jianming and join George Soros to make a fortune. On the other hand, the patriotic businessmen give huge sums of money to support the government. In my impression, those rich people who support the government seem to include Li Ka-shing, Li Shaoqi, and the Guo brothers. So Zhou Hao asked Li Yingjie, okay, now we all know that there will be a financial war here in Hong Kong, but Yingjie, what will you do? What will your family do? Take the opportunity to short the Hong Kong dollar. Hey, what kind of person do you consider me? Li Yingjie stared at Zhou Hao. Although it is said that there is no treacherous and no business, it involves national interests. In the face of big right and wrong, our Li family has a firm stand. Let the Jews of George Soros know that we Chinese are not good bullies. Zhou Hao patted Li Yingjie on the shoulder, and Zhou Hao was still very pleased to hear what he said. Li Yingjie largely represents the opinions of the entire Li family. With their support, the government will have much less pressure to deal with the attacks of the evil wolves. After sipping a sip of beer, Zhou Hao also felt a moment of relief when the bitter cold from his throat penetrated his heart and lungs. This time the financial war that shocked the world with Hong Kong as the battlefield is finally coming. For this war, Zhou Hao has been preparing since he was just reborn. Originally, he just wanted to take advantage of the country's east wind to sweep a sum of money from George Soros and the others. But now that he has experienced William Rashid, Zhou Hao knows that he has changed 98 in history. The flood disaster. This feeling of changing history made Zhou Hao more confident. At this time, he didn't just want to fish in troubled waters and sap George Soros and others. He really wanted to give these hungry wolves who coveted Chinese wealth once. Head-to-head. In the terrace restaurant of the Peninsula Hotel in Hong Kong, two foreigners are sitting there enjoying a delicious meal. Looking out from here, you can see the charming night view of Tsim Sha Tsui. However, these two foreigners are not ordinary people at first glance, because there are more than a dozen big men standing around their table, watching the surroundings vigilantly, and they are not allowed to approach the two foreigners. One of the men in his 60s was a Jew. He didn't look amazing, but he was in a good spirit. He smiled and gave a very peaceful feeling. Sitting across from him was a man in his early 40s with deep eye sockets and a high-nose bridge, but he was very aggressive. If anyone who knows international finance is there, they will definitely be surprised to see these two men. These two foreigners are surprisingly George Soros, the #1 leader of the Quantum Fund, and the second #1 of the Quantum Fund, Christopher Atkins, who acts as George Soros's deputy. Since the early 1990s, George Soros Quantum Fund and Julian Roberts Tiger Fund have been the strongest and most prestigious hedge funds on Wall Street in the United States, and they are also the objects of worship by global financial professionals. Atkins, how about it? The taste of Chinese food is okay. Soros put a piece of plump roast goose into his mouth with the shiny silver fork and smiled at the opposite Christopher Atkins. Christopher Atkins nodded slightly, It's really not a lot. No wonder everyone says that living in a British house, eating Chinese food, and marrying a Japanese wife are the three highest enjoyments in life. It really makes sense. Put the tender belly of the steamed grouper in front of you into your mouth and chew. Just listen to Soros laughed and said, China has a history of thousands of years. The so-called four ancient civilizations. In fact, the other three countries are simply incomparable with China. The true ancient civilization has always been China. Her culture is something we can't thoroughly understand, and it really deserves to be the four words of extensive and profound. Mr. George, you have set your sights on Hong Kong this time. I think you are curious about Chinese culture. Akins laughed. It is true that I have always been interested in Chinese culture. But when it comes to business matters, I have never liked to mix personal feelings into it. Soros held up the old Maodai chin in front of him. He took a sip and closed his eyes and leaned back in the chair with an enjoyable look. In terms of business, the only two factors that can influence my decision have always been profit and loss. Looking at Akins, Soros asked, Are everything ready? Akins also took a sip of Matai and nodded. It's almost there. It is conservatively estimated that the total amount of hot money from the countries behind us this time has at least broken the $100 billion mark. Except for those who promised to act as our capital except for the backing banks. Most of the other major constituents are fund organizations that want to get a share of the pie. And in my estimation, there must be many Chinese in those fund organizations. These guys know how to make money. Soros laughed when he heard the words. China has never lacked traders. In terms of unity, they can't compare to us Jews. Although there was no clue on the face of Akins on the opposite side, he secretly sneered at Soros's words. When it comes to treason, you Jews are not much better than the Chinese. God knows how many Jews were in the Nazi-occupied area. My compatriot killed him. But Soros is his boss, so of course Akins will not say these words. Just listen to Akins said. Mr. George, you and Mr. Julian are really so confident in this action? You know, the foreign exchange reserves of China and Hong Kong are the second and third place in the world. Our previous offensive, it's just a temptation. They haven't stepped on their bottom line, so they don't have any big moves. However, if we aggressively attack, China and Hong Kong will probably fight back. Today's China, its economic power is not comparable to that of England back then. Can we still win so easily? Seeing Soros took out a cigar, the bodyguard next to him immediately lit it. Soros enjoyed taking 2 cigars and exhaled a puff of smoke from his nose, and said, Although China has a civilized history a few years ago, when it comes to the history of capital and finance, they are much shorter than us. Their financial markets, the order is still far behind. If you don't take advantage of the current situation to slaughter them, will you really have to wait for their financial order to be perfected before you start? Especially shortly after the return of Hong Kong, China will certainly not let Hong Kong's economy collapse. This situation is, in Chinese language, a throwing rat. He looked at the plume of smoke that he vomited, as if he was talking to himself. Besides, this action is not entirely a private action by the people. Behind us is the Federal Reserve Bank of the United States. The Federal Reserve Bank, what is the foreign exchange reserves of China and Hong Kong? Akins nodded, taking Soros' views deeply. Looking at the ferocious lion swallowing clouds and fog, and looking at the night view of Tsim Sha Tsui outside, Akins secretly said in his heart, This lion is going out to hunt again. Hong Kong is about to usher in a storm. By the way, I heard that young Master Ling seems to also work in a financial investment company here in Hong Kong. Akins suddenly said, and the people he was talking about were not Soros's well-known sons, but illegitimate children only a few people knew. Like many other successful men, Soros is also a romantic man, and he is really talented, so whether it is before or after marriage, there is more than one woman beside him. However, in addition to the few legally identifiable children, Soros has only one illegitimate child, born to a female singer when he was 40 years old. At that time, Soros wanted to take her son home, but the actress asked Soros to divorce his wife and stay with her. Because Soros refused to agree, she left without saying goodbye. Even if Soros found her later, she would always refuse to go back with Soros. In desperation, Soros could only visit their mother and child every time and meet all their material needs. Compared with his righteous sons, Soros likes his son because the son is just like him, a genius in financial operations, and he is almost all the true biography of Soros. But he didn't know whether it was his mother's influence or his own opinion. He still didn't like Soros, and he didn't even recognize Soros as his father. After graduating from university, he did not accept Soros's invitation to work in the quantum fund, but went outside by himself. In addition to knowing his general whereabouts, Soros hadn't seen him in a year. The existence of this illegitimate child, apart from Soros' close friends and henchmen like Akins, even his wife, son and daughter did not know about it, showing its secret. Seeing Akins mentioned it, Soros shook his head and sighed. I haven't seen him for a whole year. I only know that he has been here in Hong Kong since the year before and works in a financial investment company. It seems that there are no large-scale investment firms in Hong Kong. They are just the regional branches of some investment companies. Akins said, Ling the son is so talented, it should be a local company in Hong Kong, right? For other multinational investment firms, based on his talents, he shouldn't stay in the regional branch. Oh, I don't know. Talking about his illegitimate son, Soros felt a headache. Not only did his illegitimate son possess not inferior financial talents, but also his personality was exactly the same. I think he rejected his father back then. Then inherit the requirements of the family business and venture out by yourself? They are all the same stubbornly, he said, but from his perspective, even if the investment company is unknown now, it definitely has extraordinary development potential. Otherwise, how could he stay there for a long time? Akins tentatively said, Now we are about to launch an offensive on the stock and foreign exchange markets in Hong Kong. As a financial investment company, the company where the son belongs will definitely be deeply affected. Should we remind him? Lest he. But he saw Soros waved his hand. No need. He chose the path himself. Since he chose this path, he should be responsible for his choice. I said that personal feelings should not be mixed in business, otherwise it will be very difficult. It's easy to go bad. Besides, it's a good experience for him. Only if he can fly in the wind and sail against the waves and the heavy rain can he survive in this financial market, even if it's my son Soros. Exception. Although Soros was very high-sounding, Akins knew in his heart that, in fact, Soros was probably deliberately frustrating his son, and when he was hit and desperate, he would naturally return to Soros. No matter how great Soros is, he is also a father after all, and in the end he is inevitable. Huh? What's the matter? Why don't you let us pass? At this moment, Soros and Akins heard a young male voice. If you don't want to be disturbed, then simply wrap up the entire restaurant. Otherwise, you seem to have no right to stop us from spending money here. Right. Soros followed his fame and saw a handsome and upright Oriental boy arguing with his bodyguard. During this period, apart from helping Zhou Hao manage the Xinghe, He Shuiyun was busy with Su Jinxing's divorce procedures. Now the whole city knows that He Shuiyun is going to divorce Su Jinxing, and Su Jinxing was both naked with a prostitute. The turmoil that woke up on the street has not yet subsided, causing everyone to tend to support He Shuiyun. Su Jinxing did not agree to divorce He Shuiyun from the beginning, but he felt the pressure from the public all at once. Some people even went to the door of Su's mansion to rally and demonstrate, and even threw rotten eggs and rotten tomatoes at Su's mansion. The female nurse who was in charge of looking after Su Jinxing in the hospital was also cold-eyed at him. The family court took into account the social impact of this incident. The fact that Su Jinxing was unfaithful to the marriage was also well documented. In addition, Queen's Counsel, Alexander's lawyers helped He Shuiyun to represent his legal affairs. So the family court finally approved He Shuiyun's divorce application was approved, and it was determined that Su Jinxing needed to pay He Shuiyun alimony of 480 million Hong Kong dollars. The Su family and his sons were naturally not convinced and appealed to the court repeatedly, but the court always upheld the original verdict and ordered Su Jinxing to pay alimony to He Shuiyun within the deadline. Otherwise, his bank account would be forcibly frozen. After a tug-of-war, the Su family and his son were still unable to fight Hong Kong laws. Just today, the court imposed compulsory measures on Su Jinxing, freezing his account and transferring 480 million Hong Kong dollars of it to He Shuiyun's account. Although the final divorce approval order between He Shuiyun and Su Jinxing will be formally issued several months later, in terms of law, He Shuiyun and Su Jinxing have already separated from their husband and wife relationship. In order to celebrate finally breaking away from the Su family, Zhou Hao brought He Shuyun to the Peninsula Hotel to share a candlelight dinner and experience the romance of the world of the two. Since He Shuyun was officially with Zhou Hao, due to media attention and paparazzi's chase and interception, she rarely went out with Zhou Hao. So she was very excited all day when I went out for dinner with Zhou Hao. The guards of the Pluto, who followed them, also watched vigilantly to guard against raids by reporters or paparazzi. However, when Zhou Hao and He Shuyun came to the terrace restaurant of Peninsula Hotel, they saw more than a dozen big men in suits and leather shoes close to the railing, leaving dozens of tables there empty. This allowed the two foreigners to occupy a large area. Although there are still vacancies in other places, the table surrounded by those big guys is the best seat, overlooking the bright night view of Tsimsha Tsui. Zhou Hao came to enjoy the romantic feelings with He Shuyun. Of course, I hope to sit and watch the location to the view. Zhou Hao also specifically asked the staff of the Peninsula Hotel if they had been booked here, but got a negative answer. So Zhou Hao let the sturdy big guys who were obviously bodyguards step away, while the two big guys who stood in front of Zhou Hao just glanced at Zhou Hao and didn't even bother to say a word. "Chief, these are all Americans, and they seem to be soldiers of the U.S. Marine Corps. I just don't know if they are active or retired." A guard behind him reminded him in Zhou Hao's ear. Zhou Hao looked at the two American soldiers coldly and said in English, "If you don't want to be disturbed, you can simply wrap up the entire restaurant. Otherwise, you don't seem to have the right to stop us from spending money here." Since these people came from the U.S. Marine Corps, the two foreign men over there who are enjoying the delicious food are no ordinary people, either high-ranking government officials or billionaires. Zhou Hao couldn't understand what they did. As he said just now, if you don't want to be disturbed, you can cover the entire restaurant. Otherwise, it would be extremely rude to stop other guests like this. Civilized behavior. When the two foreign men over there looked back when they heard the sound, Zhou Hao was taken aback, and He Shuyun by his side also stared with surprise. Both of them can be said to be experts in economic management. They are naturally familiar with the international economic celebrities, so they recognized at a glance that the two over there are the bosses of the Quantum Fund, and they will be called George Soros of Financial Crocodile and Christopher Atkins, the chief fund manager of Quantum Fund, who is equally well known in the international financial circle. Compared with Zhou Hao's obscurity, Soros and Atkins are the most powerful figures in the financial world, especially Wall Street in the United States. They manipulate hundreds of millions of funds every year, and their influence is enough to subvert a country. Economic. Especially for people like Zhou Hao who specialize in economics, George Soros, Warren Buffett, and Julian Robert are all legendary characters. They are god-level existences in the field of modern financial capital, just like Michael Jackson's status in the field of popular music is the same, or even higher. It's just that Zhou Hao is reborn as a man after all, and he has experienced so many storms that ordinary people can't even dream of in his life. He is already a person who has seen the big scene, so now even if he sees the idol of his previous life, the mood was not as excited as I imagined, but soon calmed down. Seeing Soros's real person, Zhou Hao was even a little funny in his heart. He is not a person with the same eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. What is surprising? So when facing Soros's eyes hidden in the needles and Atkins' sharp eyes, Zhou Hao was able to look up without fear, even more hidden and sharp than them. Seeing Soros suddenly smiled, as if an ordinary amiable old man waved his hands to those stubborn bodyguards. "Get out of the way, we really don't have the right to prevent others from eating." Then he smiled at Zhou Hao. "Boy, are you interested in enjoying this delicious Chinese food with us? It's a great honor." Zhou Hao smiled, neither humble nor humble, and walked over with He Shuyun's catkins. The staff in the distance saw Zhou Hao and Soros resolve the conflict, and he was greatly relieved. Those of them who are engaged in the hotel service industry have a very accurate vision. They know that the two entourages following Zhou Hao and the big American men around Soros are not ordinary people. If there is any physical conflict between the two sides, things it's hard to do. Moreover, most of the guests who come to the Peninsula Hotel to spend are not rich or expensive, and the most annoying is the police, so the hotel will not rashly report to the police unless it is necessary, so as not to harass other guests. Now seeing Zhou Hao and the others turn their fight into jade silk, the restaurant manager hurriedly walked over. Personally, Wai Shuyan pulled the chair away and assiduously helped Zhou Hao and the others prepare the tableware and asked Zhou Hao that they need to add something. What kind of dish? Zhou Hao looked at the dishes Soros and the others had originally ordered and found that the dishes on this table, abalone, wing, belly, chicken, duck and fish were all ready, and Soros and Akins could not eat much. So he told the manager. He shook his head. I don't need food anymore. Please bring me a glass of Sprite and a glass of warm milk. He himself likes to drink Sprite, while He Shuyan likes milk. The two have no habit of pretending to drink some high-end wines, so everything is just casual. Good for you too. I'm George Soros, and that is my friend and colleague Christopher Atkins. I am very happy to meet both of you. Soros laughed at the two of Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao also smiled. George Soros, I know you. You are a big celebrity. If people in Thailand or Indonesia know that you are here, I'm afraid this Peninsula Hotel will be demolished. He didn't deliberately pretend that he didn't know Soros. Soros has been an old fox who has been trained to become a fine fox in the unpredictable financial market for decades, and he should be able to get from Zhou Hao the moment he met Zhou Hao. The look in his eyes guessed that he knew himself, so Zhou Hao didn't need to do that unnecessary thing. Otherwise, it would arouse Soros' suspicion. Ha! Indeed, I am not very popular in Southeast Asia. Soros laughed. This guy knows himself. Zhou Hao stretched out his right hand to him. My name is Zhou Hao. She is my girlfriend, and the last name is He. Mr. Zhou Hao, Miss He, it's nice to meet you. Soros held Zhou Hao's hand and shook it vigorously. But when he saw the opposite Akins looking at He Shuyan next to Zhou Hao with dazzling brilliance, a gentleman's smile appeared on his face, and he said in strong French English, Miss He, hello, my name is Christopher Akin. See, it's an honor to meet you. Having said that, Akins also grabbed He Shuyan's jade hand and lowered his head, trying to kiss the back of He Shuyan's hand. Zhou Hao frowned slightly, and He Shuyan also drew his hand back before Akins kissed the back of his hand and said politely, I'm sorry, Mr. Akins, I respect your Western meeting etiquette, but I can't accept it. Please forgive. Akins was stunned and keenly caught He Shuyan's intentional or unintentional glance at Zhou Hao when he said this, and his heart sank, and there was also a moment of gloom between his brows. But he still smiled and said, It doesn't matter, but I am abrupt. I didn't consider the cultural difference between you and ours, Miss He. Please accept my apologies. He Shuyan smiled and brows. That reserved and noble temperament made Akin's heart tremble, especially when he saw the skin like melting spring white snow under He Shuyan's neck and the delicate and reserved clavicle. It was even more rippling. Today's He Shuyan dressed up very mature and noble, wearing a pure black silk waist dress, not too deep V-neck opening, just right revealing a touch of white jade creamy skin. Around the neck is a dark black pearl necklace. The chest towers as tall as twin peaks and clouds, but it is not revealing. There is no ostentation of showing off, only a charming charm that radiates from the inside out. In addition, He Shuyan had a beautiful appearance, and her reserved and noble temperament was unforgettable at first sight. So she has always had no lack of male attention, but she has always ignored it. If it weren't for He Shuyan, who is now the focus of the hot discussion in Hong Kong and has received the attention of many media, Zhou Hao would have a lot of beauty if she walked the street with her hand. Atkins's gaze lingered on He Shuyan, which made Zhou Hao a little dissatisfied. It was also that he took the overall situation into consideration and did not want to have a head-on conflict with Soros at this stage. If it is to change Ni Yong School, it is estimated that he will take the case immediately, and then let a large group of community members come here to chop Akins. He Shuyan frowned when he looked at Akins so recklessly, but didn't say anything. Outside, she always put Zhou Hao first, and in any case, Zhou Hao will always help her to shelter her from the wind and rain. Zhou Hao didn't attack Akins directly, but looked at Soros. His eyes were full of mockery, as if to say to Soros, Look at your subordinates. You don't know what is good or bad, right? Soros was noncommittal at Zhou Hao's mocking gaze. Instead, he smiled and said, Mr. Zhou Hao, I don't know what occupation you are in. Vagrant people. Zhou Hao said casually, Is my father a huge rich? You know, it is not easy to be a vagrant, especially a vagrant who can come to eat in such a hotel. Soros seemed to have a strong interest in Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. My father is just a gambler who has done nothing. My mother opened a restaurant. Oh, that's the case. Soros raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhou Hao's eyes deeper. He took a cigar and said, Young man, are you studying economics? Well, financial management, minor in financial analysis. Zhou Hao nodded. This was his previous major in Fudan University. No wonder. Soros nodded. Ordinary people, it is not surprising that I recognize me. But those who recognize Akins are usually insiders. Well, by the way, Mr. Zhou Hao, you are married to Miss He. Zhou Hao looked at He Shuiyun, then shook his head and said, Not yet. He Shuiyun had never thought about getting married to Zhou Hao one day, because she thought Zhou Hao had so many women around him, not to mention others, but Zhao Yuqin, the daughter of the Zhao family, was more suitable to be Zhou Hao's wife than herself. She only wanted to be with Zhou Hao to be satisfied, and she never dared to have that kind of nonsense. Now I heard Zhou Hao say in front of a big man like Soros that he has not yet married himself, which means he will get married in the future. Although I don't know if Zhou Hao really has this kind of thought, even if this is just Zhou Hao's statement to outsiders, He Shuiyun is very touched. At least he can admit his relationship with himself in front of others. Under the table, He Shuiyun quietly grabbed Zhou Hao's hand, just wanting to hold him like this and never let go. Zhou Hao could more or less guess He Shuiyun's thoughts, so he turned his head and glanced at her. His eyes were soft and warm, and He Shuiyun smiled happily. At this time, Soros' words interrupted the romantic moment of their souls. They only listened to Soros leaning back a little later and smiled comfortably. We don't know what your Eastern concepts are, but our side, even if it is when the other party is married, he still has the right to pursue. This is our spirit of freedom. This is just like the financial market in mainland China. It is too deeply affected by the government. This is not good. The mechanism is too sluggish and not flexible enough. It also hinders the development of the financial economy. You just lack the spirit of free trade. Hearing Soros's words that clearly carried typical Western concepts, Zhou Hao sneered in his heart, but said with a reserved mouth, I think you have misunderstood the meaning of freedom. The so-called freedom depends on how this freedom is right. They are good or bad. Let's just talk about the freedom of marriage that you just mentioned. If the man and woman are happy, love is indeed free. However, knowing that people really love each other, they still intervene. You are the one who destroys the freedom of others. Speaking of this week, Hao smiled indifferently at Atkins. Are you right, Mr. Atkins? Of course Atkins could hear that Zhou Hao's remarks were directed at him, and his unsmiling face became more gloomy, but he couldn't refute Zhou Hao's ideas, so he could only take a sip of wine to hide his embarrassment. Then Zhou Hao turned to Soros again. As for our domestic financial economy, haha. In fact, each country has its own national conditions, and different national conditions require different policies, even if the laws between your states are different. Well, can you ask more than 50 states to unify all laws and regulations? This situation is different in our China. In our 23 provinces, the laws and regulations of each province are unified, can it? Can we say that your American laws are worse than ours? Different things need to be viewed from different angles. Our Chinese government implements macroeconomic regulation and control. The purpose of this is to keep the economy from deviating from the track of healthy development. After all, our country's financial economy is still in good shape. In the initial stage, it is far inferior to your United States, and even your American government will often introduce economic regulation bills to adjust the economy. In the end, Zhou Hao also summed up his point of view in one sentence. As the saying goes, the words of 100 schools of thought, each insists on the same word. Everyone has their own opinions, and no matter who is right and who is wrong in the generalization. Mr. Soros, are you right? Even someone like Soros was stunned by Zhou Hao's words. After a while, he laughed and patted Zhou Hao's shoulders several times. Young man, you speak very well. Well, no one has argued with me like this for a long time. You have a vast land and resources in China, and you really have a lot of talents. You just said that you are a vagrant, right? Are you interested in working in our company? Anyway, what you are studying is economics. Ha 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 ha. I can sign a contract with you immediately, and the salary issue can also be discussed, which will definitely satisfy you. Previously, when Soros first saw Zhou Hao, He knew that this young man was not an ordinary person. At this time, after a point-to-point debate, he felt that Zhou Hao was extraordinary, and he was moved to solicit. The opposite Akins didn't say a word, but his gaze at Zhou Hao became more gloomy and incomprehensible. Zhou Hao was also very surprised to see Soros here at the Peninsula Hotel. He had already made up his mind to have a duel with this group of international speculators, but it was a fate to meet him tonight. Zhou Hao knows how many financial talents from all over the world want to work in the Quantum Fund or the Tiger Fund. It is a great honor to be a worker there. If people know Soros, this Quantum Fund, the big boss of Zhou Hao personally invited Zhou Hao to work at the Quantum Fund, not knowing how many people would be jealous and go crazy. If it was Zhou Hao in the previous life, I am afraid he would not hesitate to agree to this kind of unforgettable opportunity. However, it is different now after all, and without the experience of this life, Zhou Hao, who was mediocre in the previous life, would not be favored by a legend like Soros. Working at Soros Quantum Fund actually stood at a different level from Soros. Soros is at the top and Zhou Hao is at the bottom. Zhou Hao will not accept this difference in status. Although Zhou Hao is still unknown in the international financial world, he really wants to learn from giants like Soros, Julian, and even Buffett. It's like after achieving achievements in martial arts, ordinary martial arts masters will not interest Zhou Hao at all. Instead, they will be the Master Zhong Jiren, Tang Sect Master Li Tsongyun, Feng Demon Kotaro from the Wind Demon Clan, or the Indian Master Mohandas. Only a supermaster of this level is worthy of Zhou Hao's shot. And this relationship between opponents means equal status and strength, not a relationship between superiors and superiors. Therefore, Zhou Hao sneered at Zhou Hao's invitation, which was extremely tempting to others. So Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. Thank you very much for your recognition and appreciation, Mr. Soros, but everyone has their own ambitions. I still compare the freedom you admire, Mr. Soros, and don't want to lose this kind of only. So to Mr. Soros, I can only say sorry for the invitation. Soros really didn't expect Zhou Hao to refuse him. You must know how many top fund managers on Wall Street want to get such an invitation. Although Soros admires Zhou Hao, he also feels that he is actually worthy of him. He really treated Zhou Hao with an attitude of looking down. Now being rejected by Zhou Hao, especially seeing Zhou Hao's kind of frank but no nostalgia, and even some scornful look, Soros has a feeling. Is he somewhat underestimating the young man in front of him? Zhou Hao nodded and smiled at him. It's too early. We'll go back first. Standing up, turning around, and walking a few steps, Zhou Hao turned his head and smiled at Soros again. Mr. Soros, we have a saying in China. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves forward. I hope that when we meet again next time, we can still be like today. Have a good dinner like this. After all, he and Shuyun's figure gradually moved away. Say to Soros, the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves forward. I think you are the only one in the world. Shuyun's hot roll-on breath hit Zhou Hao's ears, and it made Zhou Hao's heart ripples. Self-sustaining. After leaving the Peninsula Hotel, Zhou Hao didn't want to waste this rare evening, so he drove to the beach, and the two Pluto guards also let Zhou Hao send it back. In this late-night beach, there would be nothing to come. Massive paparazzi too. The moon tonight is very charming, bright, clear, hazy, and beautiful, and the sea is like a misty tulle. The sparkling waves are rippling with crystals, and the sound of the waves hitting the reef is rhythmic, and slightly the fishy sea breeze is very refreshing. Hong Kong's environmental protection measures are still very good. This small beach completely maintains its original ecology, and there is no man-made garbage. It is much better than many domestic beaches or tourist attractions. Since it was late at night, there were no other people on the beach, and even the personnel responsible for managing the beach were off work, as if only Zhou Hao and Shuyun were left in the entire world. As soon as he came to the beach, Shuyun showed her innocent and lively side, took off her high heels, and pulled Zhou Hao on the beach to feel the tide of the sea, so that her snow lotus-like jade feet were immersed again and again on the beach. In the sea water, it came out again when the sea water receded, and Shuyun also let out a crisp laughter, just like the most ordinary little girl. Seeing Shuyun jumping on the beach with the corners of his skirt in the jumping airplane game, Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile. He couldn't think that this mature and generous jade also had such an innocent and naughty side. People have to maintain the image of everybody's lady, wealthy and famous lady, but they have suppressed their true feelings. It is only after being with Zhou Hao that her smile fades from the previous fixed format. Be real and charming. Glup, giggle. He Shuyan suddenly bent down and took the sea water and splashed it on Zhou Hao, then let out a playful laugh. Okay, this is what you provoked, so don't blame me for catalyzing it. Zhou Hao laughed and leaned over and splashed the sea water against He Shuyun and started a water battle with her. In the end, the two men who were almost drenched lay on their backs on the beach, enjoying the bright moon at night. Ow, thank you. I haven't been so happy in a long time. He Shuyun was pillowed in Zhou Hao's arms, and the silver brilliance of the bright moon was reflected in the beautiful eyes of He Shuyun, which looked very beautiful. She said, I remember the last time I came to play here on the beach. My mother brought me here. Only my mother and I. My mother's family is fishing and knows a lot of ocean things. She also taught me to catch clams. We had a great time that day, and in the evening we made seafood soup together. Although she said this with a smile, tears have spread all over her face after she said it. Zhou Hao brushed away her tears with sorrow and comforted her softly. As long as you live a happy life, Mom will definitely be happy in heaven. He Shuyun looked at Zhou Hao gratefully, nodded, but suddenly blushed and said, That's my mother. When will you become your mother? Ha 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 ha, the same, the same. Zhou Hao hugged He Shuyun and put his chin on her forehead. I will protect you in the future, and no one can hurt you. I will take you to see my mother in a few days. Well, you can be as filial as your mother. Suddenly hearing Zhou Hao's words, He Shuyun's face blushed like a young girl in love. Because when he saw Zhou Hao's mother, it meant that He Shuyun would be with Zhou Hao as a daughter-in-law. At the same time, she was a little worried. How? Your mother? Does she know Su Lin and others? Zhou Hao smiled and nodded. Anyway, my mother knows that I have more than one woman. But you can rest assured, my mother is very good, although she often scolds me for this. But I think she is eager for a daughter-in-law, the more the better. Snuggling in Zhou Hao's arms, He Shuyun's face was red, and she didn't speak. She just shrank on Zhou Hao's arms, enjoying the warmest and safest harbor. How? Are we really going to fight Soros with Xinghe? Thinking of the meeting with Soros and them just now, He Shuyun asked Zhou Hao, because she knew Soros' extraordinary strength in the financial field. Zhou Hao said, It is not just our galaxy, but the entire Hong Kong, and even the entire China, who is going to fight against the international financial speculators group headed by Soros. Now you should know that this time, it is not only targeting Hong Kong and even the entire Chinese financial economy. Only Soros or speculators who are trying to fish in troubled waters around Soros. Behind them are the banking institutions of many countries, including the Federal Reserve Bank of the United States, Citibank, Société Générale, Bank of France, Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation of Japan, etc. They have provided huge funds for Soros and Julian, both overtly and secretly, with the purpose of sweeping Hong Kong as an international financial center and even using Hong Kong as a breakthrough point to destroy China's economic system. As he talked, Zhou Hao's expression also became serious. Since the early 1990s, the financial economy in Asia has developed extremely fast. Among them, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, and other countries have the fastest and best development. Not to mention Hong Kong and Taiwan, which are already financially developed regions. The most important point is that although China's financial and economic development is not as fast as Singapore's, China's overall economy is like a high-speed train, developing extremely fast, and it is more stable than small countries such as Malaysia for the development of the financial economy. And the rise provides a very deep foundation and strength. As a result, Asian financial economies have already shown a trend to catch up with the financial status of the West, and they also have this potential. Think about it. How can countries in Europe and America allow this to happen? Although Southeast Asian countries like Thailand have a somewhat unhealthy financial and economic development process, the potential cannot be underestimated. In order to curb this trend, they found financial thugs such as Soros and Julian, and gave a severe blow to Southeast Asian countries such as Thailand. And the biggest goal of these countries is actually China, but China is too powerful, and it is easy to provoke a fierce counterattack. So after sinking Thailand, these Southeast Asian countries, they took the momentum to Hong Kong. This is because Hong Kong, after the reunification, is China's only financial system linked to the world. Although Hong Kong's stock and foreign exchange markets have no direct connection with the domestic financial markets, Hong Kong's finances have been hit, and China will certainly not stand idly by. And they have taken a fancy to this point and attempted to destroy China's economy through Hong Kong. These guys are so selfless. Listening to Zhou Hao's analysis of these situations, He Shuyun was surprised at the wolf ambitions of Europe and the United States on the one hand, and admired Zhou Hao's talents on the other hand. Who can see this now? Even those economists who are well known at home and abroad have not noticed the undercurrents of the international financial market at this time. Zhou Hao didn't seem to notice that the jade man in his arms was looking at him with brilliance. He just looked up at the night sky and said with some emotion, "In fact, this situation has happened once before." Huh? It happened once. He Shuyun was puzzled at first, but soon reacted. You mean Japan? Zhou Hao nodded. Yes, strictly speaking, Japan is not an Asian country, and they don't recognize this. However, Japan does have the economic strength to catch up with Western countries. This group of little devils is a typical example of how high they are, and they will step on when they see low. In the 20 to 30 years after World War II, Japan was actually a colony of the United States. The Japanese were very harshly suppressed by the Americans. Didn't they arrest many of our female compatriots to serve as comfort women during their invasion of China? However, after World War II, many women in their country became comfort women for the U.S. military, and even those women were bewitched by the Japanese government and became prostitutes for Americans. Therefore, the Japanese are very afraid of Americans on the one hand, and hate Americans on the other, and at the same time hope that they can become strong like the United States. Under this complicated psychology, the Japanese worked hard to develop a lifeless country into the second largest economic power in the world for decades. Zhou Hao said to the sky, by the early 1990s, Japan's economic development reached its peak. Although there was a clear bubble economy, it is undeniable that Tokyo has the best chance of becoming the second largest city after London and New York, three practical world financial centers. So American life was afraid that it would not be able to suppress Japan's growing vicious dog, so it broke Japan's bubble economy and returned Japan's economy to the state it was more than 10 years ago. He Shuyun continued Zhou Hao's words. Now, they want to plot Hong Kong. Is it because? Yes, it is because Hong Kong, backed by China after the return, has the strength to become the third world financial center. Zhou Hao's eyes are piercing. So this Asian financial turmoil is actually directed at China. Here, Soros and Julian are playing the role of top thugs. Behind them are the United States, Britain, France, and Japan, who do not want to see the rise of China. Zhou Hao looked down at He Shuyun and couldn't help but kissed her jade-like forehead and smiled. So what we are doing now is truly for the country and the people. If we can combine Soros with if those Julian guys fight back, I don't know how much wealth can be saved for the country. He Shuyun nodded heavily, hugged her waist tightly, and pressed her face to his chest, but Zhou Hao couldn't laugh or cry when she said something. Unexpectedly, you have such a thick skin. You obviously want to take Soros and the others. I won the money, but I still say that I am for the country and the people. I have never seen such a thick-skinned person. Although I can make money from Soros and the others, I weaken Soros and the others' funds, making them powerless to invade the economy of Hong Kong and China. Isn't this for the country and the people? Zhou Hao looked for himself. A high-sounding reason. Anyway, I can't tell you. He Shuyun took a bite on Zhou Hao's chest through his clothes. I don't care if you are a hero for the country or the people, or a thief with all evil, as long as I like Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao laughed and said, then you can be regarded as shielding counter-revolutionaries like this? Before, you would criticize you for parade. Marry a chicken, marry a dog, marry a dog. He Shuyun looked satisfied. Then she said, Soros and the others hadn't moved much during that time, but now they come to Hong Kong in person. Does it mean that they are going to formally attack Hong Kong? Yes. Zhou Hao nodded helplessly. It is now mid-July, and Hong Kong, Asia, and even the international financial markets seem to be slightly turbulent without much ups and downs. But Zhou Hao knows that this is just the calm before the storm. Next, a grand battle will begin. It was also during the summer vacation for the students. Originally, Zhou Hao promised Li Rulin to accompany her to the United States to see Yunar's mother and daughter during the summer vacation. Zhou Hao originally wanted to catch up with this financial war. He completed his trip to the United States before his arrival. Last week, Zhou Hao had an accident in the teaching building of the private school Tianhe School, invested in the name of Tianhe Beverage Group. The bamboo raft outside the teaching building suddenly collapsed, causing serious injuries to 3 construction workers. The engineering management department and the education department also decided to make another rigorous approval for the Tianhe School. There is no problem of cutting corners in the project itself, and the Zhao faction officials in Guangdong are taking care of it. There will be no problems with the approval work this time, but Li Rulin is not worried about leaving it this time. At the same time, the billions of Hong Kong dollars raised at the TVB charity gala have already been credited to the Tianhe Beverage Group, and the work of establishing a private school for charity has also begun vigorously. As the future leader of this corporatized private school group, Li Rulin was also very nervous about this work, so she was so busy during this time that she even enrolled in a management course. In desperation, the trip to the United States to visit Yunar's mother and daughter had to be postponed. It took Li Rulin a lot of effort to coax the extremely disappointed Yunar on the phone, and of course Zhou Hao's help was indispensable. Zhou Hao still misses the young but pure and beautiful Yunar, especially when he remembers the ambiguous scene of helping Yunar pee at Li Rulin's home. The faintly evil ripples in his heart will slowly rippling. Of course, Li Rulin didn't know that in addition to visiting Yunar, Zhou Hao wanted to meet Gao Jingyi in the United States. Gao Jingyi has been studying abroad in the United States for more than a year. Although she often texts and talks with Zhou Hao, the miss for Zhou Hao and her words makes Zhou Hao's heart often fly to the ocean side. United States. Hey, I have to wait for this financial war to go to the United States. I am afraid it is already the end of the year. Zhou Hao thought helplessly in his heart. Fortunately, with He Shuiyun and Su Lin and the others here, Zhou Hao wouldn't end up lonely. Actually, Soros and the others are not silent. Zhou Hao cleared up his mood and analyzed the current situation for He Shuiyun. The rumors of renminbi devaluation circulating in the world are actually made by them, because if the renminbi is devalued, it is bound to have a heavy blow to Hong Kong's linked exchange rate. In addition, the New York stock market has softened over this period of time, and the daily decline even reached 300 points. It is now showing a continued downward trend. The new Japanese government has also affected Japan's own economy. Inability to recover, let alone Southeast Asia, its financial market is still in decay. Therefore, the atmosphere of the entire international financial investment environment is very bad. There is another one. The major listed companies in Hong Kong happened to announce their interim results during this period, but the news was all unfavorable. You have also seen the news before. Cathay Pacific even has the first time in more than 50 years. With losses, the profits of major institutions such as Swire and HSBC have fallen sharply. In Hong Kong now, rumors are everywhere, and people in major investment companies are panicking. He Shuiyun also became worried about the situation in Hong Kong. These things were made by Soros and the others? You can't say that, but they have spotted the poor performance of those listed companies in Hong Kong, so they made some small moves during the period when they announced their interim results. Zhou Hao said, "The way to use the military is to attack the heart. Siege is the next, the heart is the first, and the war is the next. Soros and the others are trying to disrupt Hong Kong, so that their offensive will be smoother. I guess their offensive against Hong Kong will be more aggressive than before. Thailand is more fierce and the scale of funds will be larger." He Shuiyun circled Zhou Hao's neck at this time and smiled at him. But we are not without gains during this period. The stock markets in New York and Japan have plummeted, but our galaxy has taken a lot of money from it. I don't know how your brain did it. You actually judged their trends so clearly. Now, like the employees of Galaxy, I admire you more and more. Zhou Hao laughed. Actually, my mind is the same as many men. He Shuiyun was a little startled when he heard the words. Just about to think about the meaning of Zhou Hao's words, he suddenly felt that Zhou Hao's hands had penetrated through her neckline. He immediately understood the meaning of his words, and he was about to be angry. But he was involuntarily twisted and dodged by Zhou Hao's magical hands, and fell into Zhou Hao's arms. Her black silk skirt was already thin, But when she got wet again just now, her charming figure was completely exposed to Zhou Hao's eyes, and it was even more seductive than nothing. He Shuiyun was unwilling to succumb to Zhou Hao's lewd power. He pulled Zhou Hao's claws out of his clothes and sat on his waist again, looking down at Zhou Hao, who was lying under him with a smile. Every time. You bullied me and Su Lin. This time it's my turn to bully you. After that, she took off Zhou Hao's trousers proactively, stretched her hand under her skirt and fiddled with it, then sat down slowly. And she and Zhou Hao invariably let out a contented groan, and their movements became more and more rhythmic. It took a long time before Zhou Hao hugged He Shuyun, who was soft all over, back into the car. Seeing He Shuyun, who finally fell in the passenger seat and couldn't even fasten his seatbelt, Zhou Hao was amused. The woman said she wanted to bully herself. She was very aggressive at the beginning. However, the situation of the war was developed later by Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao tossed so hard. After all, he took the initiative to surrender. Look, what to see, one day I will beat you. He Shuyun gasped. Although wait and see. Zhou Hao's smile was ambiguous. On the way back by car, Zhou Hao received a call from Zhao Dingzhou. Xiao Hao, Putin went back to Russia yesterday. Your trial of William Rashid is over? Zhou Hao asked curiously. It has been a full month since the capture of William Rashid alive. The central government has obtained countless valuable intelligence from this extremely important spy agent for the United States, and even found out that the CIA has been placed in the Ministry of National Security of China. With the high-level spies of the Second Department of the General Political Department, China has gained a great advantage in this espionage war. Putin is also very rewarding. In addition to preventing most of the Russian defense intelligence obtained by William Rashid from leaking to the United States, he also learned some confidential information about the U.S. fleet from William Rashid. Of course, these secrets. Intelligence is shared by China and Russia. With the passage of time, the days of Hong Kong's financial war are getting closer and closer. Zhou Hao needs to deploy things on the Russian side as soon as possible, and to weaken Soros and their financial power to the greatest extent, and bring down the Russian financial oligarchs. Putin's cooperation is indispensable, so even if Putin does not rush back to Russia, Zhou Hao will urge him to return. Xiao Hao, you have done a lot for the country this time. The chairman, the prime minister, and the elders of the military committee all appreciate you very much. I ask you if you are interested in developing in politics or the military, if you agree. I'm sure your future achievements will not be lower than the old man's. Brother, please let me go. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. I said before that I was not interested in this aspect. You didn't know that I was not an official material. That would only harm the people. Alas, no. Having said this, how about those biochemical warriors? In addition to William Rashid, the biochemical warriors captured by Zhou Hao are also very valuable. The experts are still studying, but I heard that those biochemical warriors should be born out of a new type of hormone and hormone. Zhao Dingzhou said. I think the research work should not be completed so quickly. The so-called biowarriors are not as mysterious and horrible as ordinary people imagine, nor are they as powerful as in science fiction movies. Those athletes who take hyperactive drugs to enhance their motor function are also biowarriors to some extent. However, it is true that the combat power of biochemical fighters is much higher than that of normal soldiers. As the name suggests, biochemical fighters use biochemical technology to change the human body's physique, body functions, cell structure, and even the transmission of genetic information to improve soldiers' combat capabilities. Zhao Dingzhou said to Zhou Hao, after research by the top experts of the Central Academy of Military Sciences, the several American biochemical fighters captured by Zhou Hao have different hormones and hormone content in their bodies than ordinary people, and their cells are far more active. In an ultra-normal state, the rate of division and metabolism is more than 10 times that of normal people. At the same time, in addition to the hormones and hormones that exist in the human body, the researchers also discovered that there are more than 10 kinds of chemical components in their bodies that are not original to the human body, which are obviously synthetic biochemical agents. Zhou Hao remembered that when he subdued those hulks, they changed their bodies after a trick on the back of their necks, so he asked, are the biochemical drugs concentrated in their cervical vertebrae? Huh? How did you know? Zhao Dingzhou was surprised that Zhou Hao could guess this situation. Yes, Those biochemical drugs are stored in a small titanium alloy capsule in their cervical spine. By pressing the trigger device on the back of the neck, the biochemical agents in the capsule will enter the body, causing a series of mutations in the body and cells, and transforming those biochemical fighters. After a series of experiments, coupled with good opinion and their original description, the researchers assessed that the strongest strength these biochemical warriors can exert after their transformation is equivalent to dozens of normal people together. For example, after transforming, their skin and muscles are stronger than rhinos. The power generated by their muscles can reach 10 tons of strike force, while their exercise sensitivity is 3 to 4 times higher than that of ordinary people. What's more frightening is that as the degree of transformation deepens, their pain sensation will also weaken, and their sanity will gradually lose, and eventually they will be dominated by the desire to kill. Zhou Hao frowned and said, "Such a strong medicinal effect. There must be many side effects." Zhao Dingzhou on the phone was convinced. The truth is that the side effects of that kind of biochemical drugs will not only turn them into bloodthirsty beasts, but also severely damage their physical functions. Researchers found that these biochemical warriors are after returning to a normal state. The internal organs will experience varying degrees of exhaustion, the metabolism will slow down, the immunity will plummet, and even lifespan will be greatly reduced. According to the estimates of researchers, these finished products that can be put into use have a lifespan of only 30 years at most. Zhou Hao couldn't help laughing. This side effect is almost the same as in the novel and movie. Now, the small amount of biochemical agents remaining in the small capsules of their cervical vertebrae is the main research object of the researchers. After preliminary analysis, this biochemical agent has almost condensed the world's most advanced biology, chemistry, and genetic modification technology, the most advanced technology in the United States. Through this biochemical agent, our researchers can not only use reverse engineering technology to obtain various biological, chemical, and genetically modified technologies, but also infer the degree of development of biochemical technology in the United States. Its significance is not far-reaching, Xiaohao, so I said you did a great job. Zhou Hao shook his head and said, "Compared with these biochemical technologies, I am more worried about the number of biochemical fighters that can be put into use in the U.S. military." "Your worry is the same as that of our military," Zhao Dingzhou said solemnly. "According to those U.S. military prisoners, these 5 biochemical fighters are all the stock in the U.S. military base in Okinawa. This time it is also to save William Rashid. Only after the rescue sent them back at any cost. They thought that they could easily rescue William Rashid with those 5 powerful bio-warriors, but they unexpectedly encountered you, an even more incredible monster, which caused them to be wiped out. Big brother, it doesn't matter what others say. Why do you call me a monster?" Zhou Hao was helpless. Zhao Dingzhou smiled and ignored Zhou Hao's complaint and continued. "We speculate from the confessions of these prisoners that there should be very few biochemical fighters in the U.S. military. In fact, think about it. The production cost of the medicine is extremely high, and the production cost of tens of millions of dollars per person is required on average. And not everyone's physique can withstand the transformation of this biochemical agent. To create these 5 biochemical fighters, I don't know how many soldiers' lives will be sacrificed, and it is impossible to come to the U.S. military to equip this type of arms on a large scale." Zhou Hao jokingly said, "This is better. If they are equipped on a large scale, they will become an army of monsters." In fact, Zhou Hao also knows that the United States is not the only country that has graduated warriors. It is China, and it has not lived in front of this magic gate because of the shackles of humanity or morality. However, China does not rely entirely on biochemical technology to make biochemical fighters like the United States, but uses natural Chinese medicine to a large extent to improve soldiers' physical fitness and combat power. This is like the magical medicine in ancient myths. Of course, this medicine is by no means as unscientifically based as those made by Taoist priests in ancient times, nor is it so dangerous. It will cause serious heavy metal poisoning at every turn. Although the technology of the enhanced drugs researched by China can also make the drugs work stably, they are at least much less side effects than these biochemical fighters of the U.S. military. Unless a major accident occurs, the lives of the soldiers under the test will not be sacrificed. In fact, Zhou Hao is also a biochemical warrior, because he originally took ambergris, under the design of Dr. Gong's son, which almost only exists in novels, to stimulate the potential of the whole body. After I came out, I learned the advanced internal skills based on human medicine in Yangqi Lu, coupled with my own comprehension, reached the level of a supermaster at this age, and became a master, Li Yun, and Fengma Ziataling. A comparable existence of martial arts mythical figures. By the way, I heard from Big Brother Lu that Russia also sent researchers to participate in the research. Zhou Hao asked. Yes, after all, to deal with the pressure from the United States, our own strength is still weak. Zhao Dingzhou is also somewhat helpless. Moreover, our country still has a big gap with others in terms of high-precision technology. Although Russia is no longer brilliant, it is better than us in this regard. The participation of their experts in research is also beneficial to our technological development. Not to mention, this is also a strategic cooperation. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Forget it, Big Brother. I know that the central government will definitely not suffer in vain. Russia must use some technology to exchange with the central government." Ha 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 ha. I say you have great potential in this area. Zhao Dingzhou laughed and said, "By the way, although the United States no longer exerts great pressure on us, according to our intelligence, those American devils have not abandoning William Rashid. Their movements will probably turn from light to dark. Xiao Hao, although we captured everyone who was present when you captured William Rashid that time, it is hard to guarantee that the United States will not find you. You have to be careful. Big Brother, don't worry. Unless they can send Wind Demon Kotaro here, how many people will come back and forth?" Zhou Hao is confident enough. However, Zhao Dingzhou's tone suddenly became ambiguous. "Of course we won't worry about you. But what about the people around you? They are not as powerful as you. No one will pay attention to matters of national interest. Afraid that those American devils won't be able to do anything to you, they will attack the people around you." Zhao Dingzhou also knew that Zhou Hao had many beautiful women around him. He was afraid that if the Americans really attacked the people around Zhou Hao, with Zhou Hao's character, he really didn't know what he would do. Zhou Hao also felt that Zhao Dingzhou's concern was not unreasonable, and he heard Zhao Dingzhou say, "Don't worry, as long as the people around you don't leave our country, nothing will happen. After all, it's our territory, and we will send someone to contact you. The Pluto under your hand helps you protect the people around you. Then you will have Brother Lao." Zhou Hao was sincerely grateful. If a family doesn't say anything, there is no need to say thank you for this. Zhao Dingzhou was very bold. "By the way, Big Brother, you said that the actions of the Americans will change from bright to dark. I am afraid that they will attack our country through economic means." Zhou Hao knew it was time to remind the country. After all, the Asian financial turmoil before. The Americans have a lot of actions inside, and it is hard to guarantee that they will not take the storm and bring disaster to us. Zhao Dingzhou said, "You are right to worry. Well, I will talk to the old man about this. Actually, the central government is also very concerned about the economy, because the Americans have imposed economic sanctions on us in export trade, and their company may not end there." After talking with Zhao Dingzhou on this phone call, Zhou Hao's expression became more solemn. He understood that the financial war that was about to come to Hong Kong would be mixed with the U.S. offensive against China, and the situation would be more complicated. So beautiful. The exquisite and pleasant girl like a porcelain doll raised her head on the armrest and looked around at the deep blue water, as well as the various fish swimming freely in it, as well as the coral-like bunker. Seeing such a beautiful scenery so close, I really want to be on the bottom of the sea. This is the ocean world of the Hong Kong Ocean Park. In this aquarium, visitors can enjoy the beautiful scenery of the sea floor surrounded by passages in the water body, and watch the fascinating scenery of marine fish and corals at close range. However, this pavilion girl with bright eyes and white teeth in a plain dress can attract people's attention better than those sea fish and corals, especially her laughter that is as crisp as a jade bead on the plate, which always makes people's hearts ripple endless. The girl's purity and laughter can make people feel like a spring breeze, but the other side of her who seems to be the same age as her makes people feel a little bloody. I saw this girl tied a long jet black ponytail, and she walked around, and she was very lively. She was. With a height of 1.7 meters, she is considered top-notch among girls, and she has a slim and slender figure and has the potential to be a model. It was midsummer, and she was wearing a short denim skirt and a simple white shirt. The snow-white slender thighs below always dazzled others. And what is more noticeable than her slender thighs is her upper circumference. The size of her shirt fits very well for a girl of her height, but she looks a little tight when worn, especially on the chest, with a pair of high peaks, although you can't really see the spring scenery, but only the waves caused by the two jade peaks are enough to make the boys bleed long. But these two outstanding girls are not alone. There is also a tall and handsome man who accompanies them, holding the hands of Yinjiu of these two girls on the left and the right, and they are both ordinary and intimate. Obviously, they are not ordinary friends with these two girls. Seeing this man's right and left, many male tourists around were secretly cursing in their hearts that the sharks outside the passage could rush in and eat the nasty guy. How, are they real sharks? Will they eat people? Seeing a shark nearly 10 meters long swimming over from the head, the innocent girl in the white dress hugged Zhou Hao's hand tightly. With a timid look, the male tourists around saw it, and they wished to kick the man next to her away so that they could protect the jade. The other side, who was far more mature than her peers, smiled and said, "Even if they cannibalize, Zhou Hao is here. Unless they want to be skinned to make shark fins, they will not dare to eat you." The two men and women were Zhou Hao, Wang Shijuan, and Situ Jianying. Because it was summer vacation at Yuning Middle School, Situ Jianying, keeping in mind Zhou Hao's previous promise, eagerly came to Hong Kong with Wang Shijuan to see Zhou Hao. And Li Ruolan wanted to come, but Tianhe School couldn't get away, so she had to stay there. During this period of time, Zhou Hao has been preparing to deal with the upcoming war, and he has to take care of the situation on the Russian side. Although he Shuyun and Willyworth are helping, he is also very busy, and he has to keep an eye on the financial market. The wind is blowing, and the spirit is very nervous. Now that Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying are here, it seems to have brought a ray of lively spring breeze to Zhou Hao, which relaxes his spirit. No, he took Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying to the ocean park today. After a while, Wang Shijuan became more slender, and her original appearance that was a little immature also began to change. She has a faint charm, but because of her simple and kind character, it appears to be hidden and even more volatile. Fascinating. Situ Jianying grew taller, and the pair of stunners on his chest seemed to be bigger. Moreover, she is different from Wang Shijuan, who is unmanned. She, who has already tasted the joy of fish and water with Zhou Hao, occasionally sees He Xun's infatuation. It is no wonder Su Lin laughed at her as Little Fox Maisie again. Seeing Situ Jianying holding her hand happily, walking with her head upright, the pair of things on her chest caused waves to rippling, causing the eyes of the male animals around him to follow him. Zhou Hao frowned. Why do you still wear this kind of clothes if you know what your condition is? Knowing that Zhou Hao was not really angry with him, Situ Jianying clasped his hands tightly, let his two happy white rabbits squeeze his hands tightly, and said a little coquettishly, "I'm hot. There is a high temperature of 33 degrees today. Do you want me to wear a coat?" Feeling the exquisite texture from his hands, especially when he thought that Situ Jianying didn't even wear a bust at home, and went into battle in such a vacuum, Zhou Hao felt a little bit helpless. Situ Jianying. This girl, I know more and more to seduce myself. Wang Shijuan on the other side looked at Zhou Hao's arm deeply trapped in the middle of the two boluses on Situ Jianying's chest, so he pouted a small mouth and clung to Zhou Hao's arm in a way. Her small crisp chest, the scale of Zhou Hao was far smaller than Situ Jianying, but Zhou Hao also felt a different kind of excitement when he felt the rubbing of Wang Shijuan's green jade body. The three of them had a great time there, and the surrounding tourists felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing Zhou Hao's arm tightly clamped between the girl's jade rabbit, one or two teenagers really had nosebleeds not far away. The men who dragged the family with their mouths were even more embarrassed. They didn't want to show the perverted tail in front of their wives and children, but they always looked uncontrollably towards Situ Jianying. There are also some middle-aged uncles who like young teeth. Their eyes are like hooks, always holding on to the pure Wang Shijuan. However, It is not only Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying who are eye-catching. The video of Tears of Venice, played by Mr. Z, by Zhou Hao is still circulated in major media, and the more low-key he is, the more mysterious he is. Those fans became obsessed with him. So now when he shows up in public, there are many girls around him whispering to him. Zhou Hao and the others didn't care about the gays around them, and the guards of Pluto were also secretly guarding them to ensure that they would not be disturbed. Afterwards, Zhou Hao tried out various mobile games in Ocean Park with Situ Jianying, Wang Shijuan, and watched cute seals, dolphins, and killer whales in the Ocean Theater. The two women had never been to Ocean Park when they were in Hong Kong last time, but now they are having a great time. After some play, the three of them sat down to rest in an open-air restaurant. Come on, Shijuan. I remember you like cream ice cream the most. Zhou Hao handed a portion of cream ice cream to Wang Shijuan. Thank you. Wang Shijuan took it happily, and his heart was already sweet before eating. Zhou Hao still remembered that she liked to eat cream ice cream, which made her very happy. When she was young, the conditions of her and Zhou Hao's family were very difficult. Basically, there was no concept of pocket money, and occasionally only a few cents could only eat the popsicles of 1 cent. Once Zhou Hao saw her staring at the cream ice cream in the hands of a rich girl and knew that she liked to eat it. So he secretly left a few red envelopes that were originally to be handed over to Yin Tong during the Spring Festival, making up 3 yuan. Qian bought a cup of cream ice cream for Wang Shijuan. At that time, the cold was still strong before the middle of winter. The young two ate the cup of cream ice cream 1 bite at a time, but they ate with relish, feeling warmer than eating hot soup. Whenever I recall the situation at that time, whether it is Zhou Hao or Wang Shijuan, my heart will be filled with a deep sense of warmth. Thinking of this now, Wang Shijuan couldn't help taking a sip on the cream ice cream, and then brought it to Zhou Hao, looking at him with big bright eyes. Zhou Hao smiled and stretched out his tongue to lick it. Although the taste was different from the original ice cream, the happiness and sweetness in his heart continued to increase. Hey, you really treat me as transparent. Situ, Jianying next to her, complained while propping her chin. Wang Shijuan blushed immediately. The behavior of her just now was really uncontrollable. It would be better to be alone with Zhou Hao in private, but now she has made such an intimate behavior in public, which really makes her shy and unbearable. Of course, Situ Jianying would not have any jealousy towards Wang Shijuan. While she lowered her head shyly, she faced Zhou Hao and licked the ice cream with her smart and cute lilac tongue, and then deliberately let a little ice cream drip on it. On the shirt on his chest. She immediately saw Zhou Hao's excitement with her seductive gesture, and the scene of last night appeared in her mind. On the bed last night, Situ Jianying, Nizi, used ice cream to smear her chest, and then put on a taste like Rinjun, which greatly increased the intensity of the battle. Just when he didn't guard the house, a jade foot touched his thigh to the crotch and gently fiddled there. Zhou Hao was shocked and immediately knew who this jade foot belonged to, because with Wang Shijuan's temperament, it would never be possible to do such a thing. Lifting her eyes to look at Situ Jianying, she still pretended to be chatting with Wang Shijuan as if nothing had happened, but the gaze from the corner of her eye looked at Zhou Hao from time to time, revealing a strong cunning and teasing. Zhou Haoqing coughed, with no clues on his face, and he was reluctant to push away the jade foot that was making small movements in his crotch. He could only drink the Sprite on his hand without saying a word, but it was dull and tasteless. Where was Situ Jianying led to? It was already night after leaving Ocean Park. Of course, Zhou Hao and the 3 would not go home here. Instead, they went to the jumbo seafood boat in Aberdeen Bay for dinner, and then went to the landmark in Central for shopping. Shopping has almost become a common hobby of girls, and even the pure Wang Shijuan is no exception, holding hands with Situ Jianying and lingering in various boutiques. The landmark in Central is one of the shopping malls in Hong Kong with the most international famous stores. Take clothing as an example, and there are not a few that have a single price of up to 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Although Zhou Hao's financial resources are strong enough to buy the entire Central Land Plaza at any time, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying will not buy as expensive as the nouveau riche. The most important thing is that they are not in line with their eyes, and it is not practical. Looking at the security guards carrying large bags behind him, Zhou Hao secretly thanked him that enough people had come out, otherwise the physical work would fall on him. After the two little women satisfied their desire to shop, the three went to a brand-name jewelry store in the landmark to buy souvenirs for Wang Shijuan, Li Ruolin, Yin Tong, Lu Shiping, and Situ Jianying's parents. The guards took the belongings of Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying to the car in the parking lot downstairs, leaving only two people outside pretending to look at the window ornaments, secretly guarding Zhou Hao and the others. Although the headquarters of Xinghe is just above the Land Plaza, Zhou Hao rarely does shopping here and has never been to this luxurious jewelry store because all his daily needs, including clothes, toothbrushes, razors, etc. He Shuiyun and Su Lin help him with the purchase, so he doesn't need to worry about it. Seeing Zhou Hao and three people coming in, the tall female manager wearing a black dress and uniform in the front smiled professionally. "Welcome. What jewelry would the three guests want to buy? We happen to have a lot of new models today. All of them are famous teachers. Design top brand products are definitely worth the money." Zhou Hao smiled and nodded at him. "Look first, see first." And Situ Jianying used to follow her mother in the jewelry store, so she was not unfamiliar at all. As soon as she entered the door, she took Wang Shijuan to the counter there. Zhou Hao was not in a hurry, just wandering around in the store leisurely. Leaving behind the female manager exhausted his lips and tongue to recommend, but he also nodded with a smile, but didn't mean to buy it. Maybe it's not the reason for the insider. In Zhou Hao's view, there is no big difference in the surrounding golden jewels. In the end, the female manager was gone. She smiled and said to Zhou Hao, "Then you can look at the guests, and you can find me immediately if you have any needs." Then, she no longer cares about Zhou Hao's iron cock. After looking at the tall figure of the female manager, Zhou Hao shook his head slightly, because he had clearly captured the contempt in the female manager's eyes just now. Although the three of Zhou Hao, who are Cantonese, speak in Cantonese, and there is no communication problem here in Hong Kong. These people in the service industry often have sharp eyesight. You can know that you are a local in Hong Kong with a little trace. People are still from the mainland. Although Hong Kong has returned, and there are more and more wealthy people in China, there are still many people in Hong Kong who look at compatriots in the mainland with discrimination and exclusion. In fact, this is not discrimination. It is more of a conflict caused by regional and cultural differences. This situation is also common in China. For example, people in the north and south look down on each other. However, Zhou Hao felt that Hong Kong, as an international metropolis where Eastern and Western cultures intersect, should be more capable of accepting culture than other places. Hong Kong citizens should also have a more closed and less developed moral education and educational level than other places. Cities are more enlightened and tolerant, but the actual situation is often disappointing. In response to this, Zhou Hao could only shook his head secretly. People in Hong Kong still have a sense of superiority. A large part of Hong Kong people have not yet realized that Hong Kong's economy has become more and more dependent on the domestic market. Before the reunification, because China's trade barriers were still relatively strong, many foreign businesses wanted to enter the Chinese market. All need to pass through Hong Kong as a transit point, and Hong Kong benefits from CUHK. However, China is becoming more and more open now, and Hong Kong is no longer the only choice for foreign businessmen. When this advantage gradually diminishes or even disappears, Hong Kong will have to change its development strategy to find a way out, which cannot do without domestic support. The situation is just like the film market in Hong Kong, which is now more and more developed in China. Why are you doing this? This is your Hong Kong service attitude. As he was thinking, Zhou Hao was attracted by the quarrel over there. Following the reputation, I saw Situ Jianying arguing with a salesperson at the counter over there. Situ Jianying's temperament was a bit fierce at first, but at this time she was irritated, and her body also exuded a faint aura. What made Zhou Hao smile is that she hasn't changed her elder sister's true color, and she never forgets when she argues protect Wang Shijuan, a weak character, behind him. But seeing the salesperson at that counter, Zhou Hao frowned. I saw the salesperson with his face akimbo, glancing at Situ Jianying from the corner of his eyes. His acrimonious expression was fully revealed, and the other's mother was even brought along in his words. Regardless of right or wrong, but with this attitude when dealing with customers, first of all, her professional ethics is very problematic, and other shop assistants, including the female manager, did not intend to stop the salesperson, but instead looked on with cold eyes and faintly. There is also the posture of double-teaming Situ, jinnying two women. What's the matter? Zhou Hao walked over and said a flat sentence, but it naturally made people feel a kind of pressure. The salesperson who had crouched at Situ jinnying and Wang Shijuan couldn't help but shut his mouth. Situ jinnying and Wang Shijuan immediately returned to Zhou Hao. Situ jinnying still looked angrily. How? We want her to take out those watches in the counter, but she is impatient after we only saw two, saying that if we don't buy it, don't bother them to bring the watch. After a sigh of relief, she said again. Shijuan whispered to me that she had a bad attitude, so she scolded Shijuan as a mainland girl and said that we don't want us to dirty the things in their store. This is really unreasonable. It seems that most of her anger stems from the humiliation of Wang Shijuan. Although the two of them are the same year, but due to the difference in personality, Situ jinnying more often regards Wang Shijuan as his sister, and his calf protection plot is very strong. Seeing Wang Shijuan frowning, looking like he was wronged but didn't want to cause trouble to Zhou Hao felt sorry for him, frowned and looked at the salesperson and the female manager at the counter and asked calmly, said, "Is that so?" Seeing that Zhou Hao's temperament was different from ordinary people, the eye-catching female manager realized that something was wrong. She just wanted to relax the atmosphere, but saw that the salesperson said somehow, "What is it? I know that you are that." A can, who has swollen her face and fills her fat man, obviously has no money, but she just pretends to be Xian, as if she is really rich. This is not where you came from. You should go to the street below. Those imitations of dozens of pieces each. Both Situ jinnying and Wang Shijuan were confused by the salesperson's words, because they have always had a good impression of Hong Kong. When they came to Hong Kong last time, the Hong Kong citizens they met were all kind people. How can I expect to meet this kind of salesperson in this high-end jewelry store? Zhou Hao was very calm, and even politely smiled at the female manager next to her. Thank you for asking the person in charge here. I want to talk to him. After that, Zhou Hao sat on the chair behind him casually. His movements were very peaceful, but it made the female manager even more uneasy, because Zhou Hao and the three obviously didn't want to be familiar with the salesperson. This is not for Zhou Hao and the others. Bullying was a matter of level. At the level of that salesperson, Zhou Hao didn't want to continue to entangle her at all. In this way, Zhou Hao may be a big person. This female manager has a wide range of knowledge, but knows that many big people in China now come to Hong Kong. To those big people, even high-ranking officials of the Hong Kong government must be polite and dare not to offend. Thinking of this, the female manager hated the salesperson because the salesperson used to work here because of her own beauty and the relationship of the shop manager. On weekdays, she is backed by the manager and is very insensitive to other shop assistants. Ceremony. Just as she was thinking about how to save the situation, a voice from behind made her desperate. What's the matter? Huh? Mr. Zhou Hao. A man in a straight suit walked in. He was in his early 30s and had a handsome appearance. He knew he was a typical successful person at first glance. Seeing this man coming in, Zhou Hao was also startled. A gloom flashed between his eyebrows, and even a trace of murderous intent came out of his eyes, but he immediately converged him back. The reason why Zhou Hao was intent on killing at first glance was because this man was Huang Wank. If you say who is the person Zhou Hao hates most, then it is definitely Huang Wank and Zheng Ying, the dogmen and women. Zhou Hao hates them so deeply that he is not willing to kill them immediately, but wants to give them the greatest help, lift them up high, kick them down when they are most proud of their lives, and make them worthless to die. Originally, Zhou Hao decided to wait for Huang Wank to officially take over the Huangshi group and Zheng Ying to plan how to deal with them after the college entrance examination was over, but he did not expect to meet Huang Wank here in Hong Kong. Sometimes Zhou Hao would ask himself from the bottom of his heart, have you ever loved Zheng Ying? The answer is undoubtedly yes. Although the reason he initially pursued Zheng Ying was because Zheng Ying Mei was somewhat similar to Li Ruolin, but Zhou Hao and Zheng Ying spent several years together. If he and Zheng Ying Hao, it is impossible without emotion. However, even though he loved it, it does not mean that Zhou Hao will have any other hope for Zheng Ying, nor does it mean that he will let go of Zheng Ying, who has not met himself in this life, but is actually considered innocent. because Zheng Ying's betrayal of him in the previous life was not only an emotional entanglement, but the most fundamental reason was the cruel nature of Zheng Ying. Zhou Hao occasionally thinks back to previous lives. If Zheng Ying fell into Huang Wang's arms because there is no happy future with herself. Although Zhou Hao would hate this betrayal, he would not interfere with Zheng Ying. After all, even if there is an element of Zheng Ying's greed for vanity, he can't keep Zheng Ying. To a certain extent, he is not capable of himself. However, when Huang Wang was about to kill Zhou Hao, Zheng Ying not only did not stop, but also discussed with Huang Wang how to remove the suspicion afterwards. There was no mercy or regret at all. This shows that her heart is vicious and sinister. And Zhou Hao understands that a woman who abandons herself in pursuit of material life can't say love to herself at all, and she doesn't need to be sad for losing such a woman. What's more, the beauty around him nowadays, which one is not something you can't find. Companion? It is the kind of lover who can share adversity and wealth. In contrast to Liang Liang, although Zheng Ying is beautiful and charming, in Zhou Hao's eyes, she is no different from the snakes and scorpions. After being a human again, Zhou Hao understood that Zheng Ying was still in high school, just like herself. She hadn't met herself and hadn't done such a vicious thing. But Zhou Hao never thought that she would forgive the innocent her or continue her relationship with her. This kind of gold and jade is a woman who has been ruined outside. The sins and evils of this kind of woman are at the root of her nature. It is not possible to change the external environment. Changed. He knew that Zheng Ying should still be studying in Shenyang, and only after the college entrance examination would he go to Shanghai to study, and then work hard to become a wealthy Shanghainese. Zhou Hao didn't send anyone to look for her, because before he officially retaliated against her, Zhou Hao didn't want to disturb her life, but wanted to restore her to the greatest degree of the beautiful and capable Zheng Ying in her previous life. Withdrawing his mind, Zhou Hao raised his eyes to look at Huang Wang, who walked into the jewelry store, seeing the expression in his eyes also a little surprised. Indeed, Huang Wang was surprised that he met Zhou Hao here and now, especially in this jewelry store. Because today Huang Wang is also one of the shareholders of this jewelry group called Swailin Jewelry, accounting for 7.3% of the shares, and is the third largest shareholder. The people in the store were stunned when they saw Huang Wang know Zhou Hao, especially the saleswoman who insulted Zhou Hao and the three as a can. Her face was pale and trembling, and his eyes looked at the one who kept wiping behind Huang Wang. Khan's short and fat middle-aged man, because that middle-aged man is the manager of this branch. And she herself knew that even the store manager who was greedy for her beauty was helpless in this disaster. Huang Wang's astonishment only lasted for a short time, and a smile appeared on his face. He walked in front of Zhou Hao a few steps, held his hand enthusiastically, and said with a clear smile, "Mr. Zhou Hao, long time no see. It's been a long time since I left in Beijing. Huang wanted to visit you several times, but couldn't get through." "Mr. Huang." Zhou Hao also smiled at him and nodded, and all the hatred at that moment was hidden in the corner of my heart without leaving a trace, waiting for the day to show up. Zhou Hao didn't let people go to Zheng Ying because he wanted to restore Zheng Ying to the utmost extent, but for Huang Wang, Zhou Hao was very clear about his current situation because Huang Wang's image was established and it was unnecessary. To influence himself, he is also the cruel and unscrupulous Huang Wang. In the background, Huang Wang's father Huang Shifu found himself hoping to move closer to the Zhao family so that the Huangshi group could go further. In order for Huang Wang to reach the pinnacle of life as soon as possible, Zhou Hao asked Zhao Yuqin to give Huangshi group a certain degree of help. At the same time, he reminded Zhao Yuqin not to get too close to the Huangshi group while giving some help, because when he wants to deal with Huang Wang in the future, the Huangshi group will definitely be involved. If Xiao Pai gets too close to the Huangshi group, I'm afraid will also be affected. Zhao Yuqin has always been able to deal with such things with ease, especially when Zhou Hao explained things. She always worked very hard. So after that time in Beijing, she used Zhao Pai's energy to provide some convenience to the Huangshi group while preventing the backbone of the Zhao Pai from showing up, allowing Zhao Pai to maintain a close relationship with Huangshi group. Even there is no chance for Huangshi group to put the banner of Zhao faction on itself. After Huang Shifu and his son tasted the sweetness with the help of Zhao Pai, they became more enthusiastic about getting closer to Zhao Pai, especially Huang Wang. Hearing from Zhao Yuqin, Huang Wang actually started a very passionate pursuit of her. It is rare that he is well informed. He can chase wherever Zhao Yuqin goes, and will not miss any chance of contact with Zhao Yuqin. This made Zhao Yuqin annoyed, and because of Zhou Hao's help to the Huangshi group, she couldn't make her relationship with Huang Wang too stiff. For this reason, Zhao Yuqin complained to Zhou Hao more than once. Is that Huang Wang your friend? Or is he still useful to you? If not, I will let Brother Zhong send someone to kill him. The big Brother Zhong, in her mouth, is naturally Zhong Jiren, the leader of the First Army. If the First Army is dispatched, Huang Wang will really not have enough 10 lives, which shows that Zhao Yuqin hates this person. Zhou Hao laughed bitterly at this, and Huang Wang had a wishful thinking about Zhao Yuqin. However, Zhou Hao was not worried at all. Zhao Yuqin was not Zheng Ying after all, so there was no need to worry about Zhao Yuqin's transference. And there is no need to worry about Huang Wang's use of force or other conspiracy against Zhao Yuqin. Zhao Yuqin's intelligence is no less than that of any man. That is, he will obediently submit when he meets Zhou Hao, a hit nemesis. Don't say that Huang Wang's conspiracy and tricks are hard not to be seen through by Zhao Yuqin. The guards around Zhao Yuqin are not comparable to those of Pluto. They are the real Central Guard Corps, a veritable master of ownership. For the protection of national leaders and their relatives, I am afraid that even the biochemical warriors of the U.S. military are not so easy to get close to Zhao Yuqin. And when Huang Wang's self-proclaimed romantic pursuits were counted out by Zhao Yuqin in a cynical tone, Zhou Hao's heart was also very evil, and he thought that his sister had also avenged some revenge for himself. From Zhao Yuqin, Zhou Hao knew that Huang Wang often pointed out the childish innocence of juveniles in front of Zhao Yuqin, highlighting his own mature charm, but his true purpose was also to point to Zhou Hao's shortcomings. From this point of view, Zhou Hao inferred that Huang Wang should have also seen his true relationship with Zhao Yuqin. If Huang Wang wants to pursue Zhao Yuqin, the first thing to do is to divorce the relationship between Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao. However, Zhou Hao looked at Huang Wang in front of him at this time, and saw that this guy had no clue when facing his rival in love, and he was full of enthusiasm like an old friend. If I want to come to Huang Wang, I also know how different Zhao Yuqin is from Zhou Hao. If Zhou Hao is really upset, I am afraid Zhao Yuqin will also use thunder against Huangshi group for Zhou Hao, so that it will be destroyed. Therefore, Huang Wang was cautious in front of Zhou Hao, not wanting Zhou Hao to see through his ambitions. What happened just now? Why did you offend Mr. Zhou Hao? To please Zhou Hao, Huang Wang shouted to the female manager in a stern tone. The female manager shook. Huang Wang, the third shareholder of the group, is not as gentle as Xie Suilin, the founder of the Suilin Group, and his son, the second shareholder of the group, Xie Yafeng. Huang Wang is vigorous, and he is extremely strict. There were 2 old officials in this Suilin Group because they had disagreements with Huang Wang in terms of development concepts. They also filed a complaint with Xie Suilin and his son. The 2 old officials were ordered to retire soon after. Therefore, people in the group are more afraid of Huang Wang than they are to the Xie family. Now they can see that Zhou Hao is Huang Wang's friend, and depending on the situation, even Huang Wang can't be offended. This female manager knows that it's troubled. Big. But at this point, she could only tell Huang Wang what was happening just now, but she tried to clear herself of responsibility between priorities and deliberately mentioned that the saleswoman had friendship with the store manager, alluding to the people in the store. Don't dare to offend her. However, Zhou Hao smiled and apologized to Huang Wang at this time. Mr. Huang, don't blame them. In fact, we are not good. After shopping in this store for so long, I have troubled them for so long. I will be impatient. Seeing Zhou Hao's gentle smile, the female manager felt a chill in her back. This is not so much an apology, but rather a downfall, because according to the industry ethics of the service industry, there is no reason for the service staff to think that the guests are troublesome. Sure enough, after Huang Wang heard Zhou Hao's words, his gaze at them became even colder. At the same time, he smiled at Zhou Hao. Mr. Zhou Hao, I actually want to rectify the people below for a long time. They know that Hong Kong people have prejudice against our people in the mainland, and if you don't teach them some lessons, do they really think they are the pearl of the Orient? Zhou Hao naturally knew that Huang Vank had even exploded his vulgar words, which was actually to increase his sense of intimacy with him. But he also felt a little smile, because Huang Vank's attitude towards Hong Kong people was also quite uncomfortable, depending on the situation. As for the salesperson of this Swalen jewelry branch, her boss is also a mainlander, but she still looks dismissive of mainlanders. In Zhou Hao's view, it is a kind of pseudo-superiority derived from inferiority that has witnessed the prosperity of inland people. This distorted psychology is often seen in the guys who are surpassed by those who they look down on. Seeing Huang Wank scolding the shop assistants, along with the manager and the store manager, too dare not to lift their heads, Zhou Hao didn't say anything and naturally wouldn't stand up for them. After all, everyone has to do what they do. Be responsible for. You invited this woman back. Huang Wank was furious at the fat shop manager. From now on, you and her will not be used for work. Go to the personnel department to settle your salary now. The store manager was stunned. He originally thought that Huang Wank just fired the saleswoman and deducted his bonus for a few months. He didn't expect that he would be so cruel and fired together with himself. Although the store manager has some domineering vices in this branch on weekdays, he actually cherishes this job. On the one hand, because the basic salary here is not low, the commission is also high. If you can sell a piece of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, you can get 3 to 5,000 commissions. If you sell millions of goods, the commission is even as high as 100,000 yuan. And being able to get acquainted with those rich and famous here is also extremely beneficial to oneself. So being fired would be an extremely fatal blow to the store manager, and he didn't know how to react for a while. On the contrary, the saleswoman doesn't care much because of her low position, so it's fine if the owner does not fight the West. But seeing Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan looking at this side coldly, they felt humiliated and couldn't bear to anger Huang Wank. You are fired, but you are not firing me. Now I am firing you. I really thought it was so rare. This lady is not waiting for you. After that, she took off the famous brand on her chest and threw it on Huang Wank, and then strode out of the jewelry store without looking back. Zhou Hao was a little surprised by this courage. However, Zhou Hao saw Huang Wank's gloomy face and knew that he would definitely not give up like that. But Zhou Hao didn't intend to be nosy, because this is Hong Kong after all. If you want to come to Huang Wank, you will not blatantly do anything to kill and arrogate people. It's just that the woman has to learn some profound lessons. Turning his head, Huang Wank's face was so gloomy that he could not even see the traces. He deliberately said to the female manager in front of Zhou Hao, "You too. Don't think that you are not responsible. All commissions and year-end bonuses this year have been punished. Others also, all penalties and confiscated commissions and year-end bonuses, in order to be effective." Then he smiled at Zhou Hao. "Mr. Zhou Hao, it's rude." Zhou Hao waved his hand. "It's nothing. Mr. Huang has a good command. Let the younger brother be taught." "Ha! I've over-rewarded. I have to treat the people below like a donkey. Not only do you have to give carrots, but you also have to whip them from time to remember." In order to cope with the increasing number of mainland tourists, the staff here have been trained in Mandarin, so they can understand Huang Wank's words in some local dialects. Although I am very dissatisfied with Huang Wank regarding himself as a donkey, I dare not express myself come out. Then Huang Wank smiled at Zhou Hao and said, "Mr. Zhou Hao, what did you see when you came here? All your spending here today will be discounted at 50%, which is regarded as Huang's small apologize." He knew that even if he gave the whole branch to Zhou Hao wouldn't care, so he deliberately used discounts to make amends to Zhou Hao, without appearing to underestimate Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao nodded and didn't refuse, but now he didn't have any interest in shopping, so he quickly picked out their gifts for everyone in Xiangqing according to his handwritten list. He bought Li Rulin and Yin Qingqing a top diamond-encrusted white gold watch, respectively, bought a Vacheron Constantine for Yin Tong and Lu Shiping, Patek Philippe, and Vacheron Constantine, selected by Zhou Hao. The price is no less than 1 million Hong Kong dollars. For Situ Jianying's parents, Situ Li and Dong Hongrui, Zhou Hao did not buy such expensive jewelry, because they are public officials after all. On the contrary, too expensive gifts will attract talk, so they selected a couple of Omega watches worth more than 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. In addition to the people in Xiangqing, Zhou Hao would naturally not forget He Shuyun and Su Lin, as well as Situ Jianying and Wang Shijuan by their side. Since Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying were still students, Zhou Hao didn't choose too expensive for them, but from the perspective of exquisite fashion, bought them a star diamond platinum bracelet and ruby brooch. At the end of this round, the price of the jewelry that Zhou Hao bought was as high as 5 or 6 million Hong Kong dollars after a 50% discount, which made the female manager and other shop assistants regretful. Because if it weren't for the woman who didn't know what to do with Zhou Hao, which made their whole year of mentioning nothing, Zhou Hao's shopping brought them more than a year or two income. In addition to the heartache, they had to offer services to Zhou Hao's 3 people with a strong smile, which made Zhou Hao amused. Mr. Zhou Hao, it's better to meet by chance. Let's have dinner together. I just opened a Chinese restaurant here in the landmark. The chefs were hired from all over the country at a high price. The taste is very good. Huang Wank invited Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled and said, I'm sorry, I just had dinner, and there are still things to do tonight. How about tomorrow night? Of course there is no problem. Huang Wank replied repeatedly. Zhou Hao's jaw slightly, and he took Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying to leave the jewelry store. Looking thoughtfully at Zhou Hao's back, Huang Wank quickly moved his gaze to Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying beside Zhou Hao, rubbing his chin, and said with a voice that only he could hear, This little bastard, why do you have such a superb stunner by your side every time? It's so gorgeous. After returning home, Zhou Hao immediately contacted Zhao Yuqin, who was now in Jingyu County. These days, she and Shengwan Zongzi, vice president of Tianhe Beverage Group, went to the Tianhe mineral water production base to inspect the production situation and make some strategic adjustments. When he received Zhou Hao's call, Zhao Yuqin had just taken a bath in the apartment of the production base and teased Zhou Hao in a very charming and seductive tone. Xiao Hao, sister is taking a shower. Do you want to come over and help sister wipe her back? Thinking of Zhao Yuqin's plump and attractive carcass, Zhou Hao felt itchy in his nose as if something was surging. He quickly reached out and wiped it and smiled bitterly. Sister, don't seduce me. This time is over. Come here, Hong Kong. I miss my sister, and my sister misses Xiao Hao too. Zhao Yuqin's sweet and melting voice made Zhou Hao tremble. But you know how good you are. Even He Hongsen's daughter let you abduct it? Zhao Yuqin giggled. Sister, don't care. If the family disagrees with us in the future, you have to be so resolute. When she said this, Zhou Hao could hear her joking concerns. After all, the Zhao family is not comparable to the small He family who lives in a corner, and the old man Zhao is not the same as the speculative He Hongsen. If only Zhou Hao wouldn't be as calm as he faced He Hongsen, which provoked the thunder of the old man. However, Zhou Hao is more afraid of losing Zhao Yuqin than facing the anger of the old man, so he firmly said, It's a big deal to be beaten by my godfather. As long as I can't die, my sister is mine after all. Zhou Hao couldn't see the other side thousands of miles away. Zhao Yuqin, who was holding the phone, was already in tears. Zhou Hao's seemingly relaxed joke was actually made a lot of determination. After all, he was taken by Mr. Zhao. Puffing a meal is not a simple pain. But she wiped her tears and smiled and said to Zhou Hao on the phone, What yours and mine? Can you still treat your sister as goods? Okay, well, it must be something to find your sister so late. You tell me. Don't stop my sister from taking a bath. Zhou Hao didn't want to be immersed in that heavy topic, and he said with a sigh of relief, That's right. I met Huang Wank here in Hong Kong today, and he has also become the 3rd largest shareholder of Hong Kong's Swalin Jewelry Group. Well, some time ago I heard Huang Shifu say that Huangshi Group wants to expand the Hong Kong market, but Hong Kong's real estate market has long been divided up by those companies, and they have no leftovers, and their scale and experience are Huangshi Group. It's not comparable, so I guess Huangshi Group will not expose its shortcomings to the real estate market, but enter other fields. It seems that they want to enter the jewelry industry. After all, Hong Kong's jewelry industry is in Asia, and Europe are very famous. Zhou Hao already took the information about the Swalin Group that he had investigated and said, It is true that the Swalin Group, invested by Huang Wank, is not as well known as Zhou Dafu or Lu Fuk, but it is very famous in the jewelry industry here in Hong Kong, and even in Europe and America. By the way, Huang Wank wanted to borrow money from me before, and he looked like he didn't seem to let his dad know. Zhao Yuqin said on the phone. Zhou Hao said, borrow money? Don't you want his father to know? What does he want to do? By the way, how much money does he want to borrow? 16 billion yuan. Now the market value of their Huangshe group is between 30 and 50 billion people, and the shares of the Huang family and his sons together account for 90% of the Huangshe group. That is, their net worth is tens of billions. However, there are not so many liquid funds that can be deployed at any time. Zhou Hao touched his chin. What does Huang Bank want to do? 16 billion. They don't have so much liquidity in the Huangshe group. As a real estate company, Huangshe Group, like many other peers, often borrows funds for real estate development from banks, and most of their assets are fixed assets or some collections, but not too much liquidity. If there is a strategy error or other errors, the capital chain is easily broken. Zhao Yuqin said, I didn't promise him. After all, 16 billion yuan is not a small sum, and when both Tianhe and Polaris are using money, we don't have any extra money to draw it out by ourselves, let alone for him. And what risks are there for our company? After weighing it up for a while, Zhou Hao said, Sister, are you sure of lending this money to the bank? Don't force it. If doing so will affect us in any way, then forget it. What are you talking about? How can you compare with Huang Wang? Zhao Yuqin giggled. If it's Xiao Hao, let alone 16 billion, even 160 billion sister will get you. Sister, stop making trouble. I'm serious. If it's troublesome, then forget it. Zhou Hao smiled. It doesn't matter, because we have already paid off the money we borrowed from major banks to develop Tianhe. Tianhe has a very good repayment reputation on the bank, and now Tianhe invests 3 billion yuan. The operation of Limin Private School shocked the whole country under the report of Galaxy Satellite TV. Even the central government praised Tianhe very much. Now, the people in the bank would like us to lend them a loan. Besides, there are more than 10 billion yuan, not to mention our mineral spring development rights in Jingyu County. But the equipment and inventory of our production base are more than that. So, even if you only rely on Tianhe, there is no problem in lending this amount of money. How can it involve the family? In terms of stepping back 10,000 steps, even if I am unable to repay the loan, there is still you. After all the money you invested in the financial market is recovered, let alone more than 10 billion yuan, even the US dollar is just one little thing. Zhao Yuqin's Tianhe investment of 3 billion to build a private school was exactly the money raised by Run Shaw, although it was jointly run by the Tianhe, Polaris, and the Run Foundation. But because Tianhe School was first established by Tianhe, the reputation of Tianhe this time was much higher than that of Shaw. Zhou Hao smiled and said, if there is no problem, then sister, you can lend me the money, and then I will lend this money to Huang Wang in my own name. I want to see if he wants so much money. What are you doing? Xiao Hao, tell your sister honestly, what kind of friendship do you have with Huang Wang? How can you help him like this? But I don't think you are like friends. Sister, don't worry, I am not friends with Huang Wang. Well, I'll tell you the specifics later. It's not the time to talk about this now. Zhou Hao explained. Well, since it's not your friend, when he comes to bother me again, I will give him more trouble. The next night, Zhou Hao came to the Marriott Chinese restaurant in the landmark Central Plaza. Instead of asking Su Lin or Wang Shijuan to accompany him, he called Ni Yong School instead. This Chinese restaurant named Marriott is located in the shopping center of the landmark in Central. Although it is not a formal hotel, it is very spacious, and the decoration is very particular, full of Chinese style. Even the uniforms of the waiters are Chong Sam and Tang suit. Zhou Hao did not expect Huang Bank to open such a Chinese restaurant in the landmark. In Hong Kong's commercial centers such as Landmark, Pacific Place, or Sogo, most of his restaurants are foreign style, such as Japanese, Korean, and Thai food or Indian food, etc. Because most of the people who come to these modern shopping centers are young consumers, they are not only looking for taste and benefits, but also fashion. On the contrary, because Chinese restaurants can eat at home every day, these young people or white-collar workers go out. The first consideration when dining. However, Huang Wang's Marriott is undoubtedly very successful. It not only has obvious characteristics, but also has an elegant style. Most of the guests here are even foreign tourists. For these foreign tourists, Chinese cuisine is undoubtedly the most attractive. Their food. In addition to the spacious lobby, There are also 12 boxes, named after the 12 freshmen. Among them, the booking price is the highest, and the most luxurious decoration is the dragon. The place where Huang Wank invited Zhou Hao is also in this room. Under the leadership of the waitress, Zhou Hao and Ni Yongxiao entered the room and saw Huang Wank and 3 people waiting for themselves inside. Taking a look at the 2 men sitting next to Huang Wank and the beautiful woman, Zhou Hao knew who they were. Those 2 were Xie Suilin, the founder of the Suilin Group, and his son, Xie Yafeng, the current president of the Suilin Group. As for the beautiful young woman, it was Xie Yafeng's wife Qiu Xiangyi. Zhou Hao studied the Suilin Group yesterday. This jewelry group was developed by Xie Suilin in the 1970s. It is one of the largest jewelry companies in Hong Kong and has a good reputation in Europe and America. And the sales network and the Xie family's private assets also have billions of Hong Kong dollars, making it one of Hong Kong's most powerful players. However, in 1996, Xie Suilin bought a large number of properties and borrowed a lot of money for this. However, after the 1997 Asian financial turmoil, Hong Kong's property market plummeted, and Xie Suilin suffered a lot. A commercial building under his own name was sold at a low price. At this time, the Suilin Group was also greatly affected by the failure of Xie Suilin's investment. The funds were not working properly, and the entire sales chain was slowed down. Moreover, after reading yesterday's data, Zhou Hao also remembered something. In the previous life, Xie Suilin and Xie Yafeng fought against each other and even went to court for the shares and control of the Suilin Group. Unexpectedly, they were finally exposed to many illegal activities in the Suilin Group, resulting in both father and son imprisonment. Later, the Suilin Group slowly recovered under the management of Xie Yafeng's wife Qiu Xiangyi. Zhou Hao also only remembered a rough idea, because at that time he only looked at the news that made Hong Kong a gossip. Seeing Zhou Hao and Ni Yong School coming in, Huang Wank got up to greet each other quickly, with a very warm and respectful attitude. He wanted to come to Huang Wank and told the Xie family that Zhou Hao was a distinguished guest. But after greeted Zhou Hao, Xie Suilin immediately greeted Ni Yongxiao with a smile. "Mr. Ni." "It turns out that I knew it." Zhou Hao smiled. Ni Yongxiao nodded. "I've seen each other a few times, and I feel a little friendship." Xie Suilin immediately answered Huang Wank and others' doubts. "This is how a group of criminals robbed our 3 jewelry stores a few days ago, and the police were unable to arrest them for a long time. After a friend's introduction, I found Ni, sir. Mr. Ni is very righteous." Without saying anything, he sent his brothers to help protect our company's jewelry store. He also quickly found the hiding place of the bandit and helped the police to catch them all. Our company's lost property was also recovered. Zhou Hao smiled towards Ni Yongxiao and said, "Yes, you can do all the police's share, and you can grab a job with the police." He knew that Ni Yong School helped Xie Suilin definitely not out of righteousness, but Xie Suilin must have given enough reward. Cut. Ni Yongxiao glanced at Zhou Hao. "Although we are not good people, we have rules. Those guys don't talk about any rules when they run rampant on our territory. If they don't teach them, how can we East Stars stand?" He had a deep friendship with Zhou Hao, and he spoke very casually. Huang Wank and the others were very surprised when they saw this situation, because Ni Yongxiao was not an ordinary underworld leader. Not only was he powerful in the underworld, but he also controlled a large number of legal companies, and the scale of his assets was not at all smaller than that of these big groups. Moreover, Ni Yongxiao is the only legal underworld in the Hong Kong underworld except Xiang Huaqiang and Enlongji. Even the Hong Kong government and Hong Kong police will not move them much. Xie Suilin knew well about the power of Ni Yongxiao. This kind of hero in the underground world was sometimes even more powerful than the government. Huang Wank never thought that Zhou Hao could even get acquainted with the leader of East Star, and he seemed to have deep friendship. Zhou Hao smiled at Huang Wank at this time and said, "Mr. Huang, isn't your Huangshi Group's domestic real estate booming? How come you suddenly became interested in the jewelry industry in Hong Kong, the 3rd largest shareholder of the Suilin Group?" In fact, in this short period of time, Zhou Hao noticed that Huang Wank had eye contact with that Qiu Xiangyi from time to time, but his face was pretending to be nonchalant, and he knew that these 2 people must have hidden secrets. This Suilin Group has a very high debt ratio, which has caused the development of funds to be broken. It is the time when financing is urgently needed. It is undeniable that Huang Veng's purchase of the equity of Sui Lin at this time is quite appropriate. After all, although the two fathers and sons Xie Suilin and Xie Yafeng are not competent group managers, the development potential of Suilin is very good, especially its goodwill in the European and American jewelry industry. It takes countless thoughts and financial resources to establish it. Several other jewelry groups are slightly inferior. In the Chinese concept, if the founder and owner of the group are gone, the group is not far from death. This is the concept formed by the traditional Chinese patriarchy. However, in Western countries, the relationship between the company and the owner is not inseparable. Even if the group owner leaves the position for some reason, as long as the company's mechanism and main management institutions are still there, the company's operations will not be affected too much. However, seeing Huang Wank and Xie Yafeng's wife Qiu Xiangyi secretly eyebrows, Zhou Hao guessed that Huang Wank may have used the beautiful male strategy. To be honest, Huang Wank has a slender figure, beautiful features, and mature features. The lethality is still great, but Xie Yafeng is much inferior in appearance. However, Qiu Xiangyi's appearance is good, and Huang Wank can be regarded as taking advantage. I heard Lao Huang said that, Mr. Zhou, you have done a lot of business in the mainland. He is a hero who was born as a boy. Xie Suilin smiled and said to Zhou Hao, it's really rare. Yafeng is like you at such a big age. People can only spend time and drink and don't do their jobs properly. People are really incomparable. Although he knows that Xie Suilin's words are very polite, Xie Yafeng next to him is still dissatisfied with Xie Suilin's behavior to please Zhou Hao by belittling himself, and the look on his face also looks a little gloomy, and the look at Xie Suilin flashes a little ruthless. It happened to be caught by Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Mr. Xie has passed the awards. It's just a small mess. I can't make it to the big scene. I can't compare with Mr. Xie. The Suilin Group has a very good performance in Hong Kong, Europe, and America. Goodwill is even better than Chow Tai Fook and Lu Fu. I think Master Xie must have contributed a lot to it. It is indeed a tiger father without a dog son. These words made Xie Suilin and Xie Yafeng listen comfortably. Xie Yafeng, who was a little arrogant, smiled at Zhou Hao a lot, but Xie Suilin smiled and said, you are polite, but the joy on his face was very obvious. The slender waitress wearing a cheongsam knocked on the door and brought up a plate of dishes. Huang Wank also smiled. Come on, everyone is hungry, try our Marriott dishes. Although Marriott Chinese Restaurant is not an officially rated hotel, the upscale and luxurious decoration here is slightly inferior to that of a five-star hotel, and after the various dishes are on the table, everyone is even more open. Vision. This is obviously a palace dish. The central pot, Buddha jumps over the wall, costs as much as 60,000 to 70,000 Hong Kong dollars. The abalone, shark fin, sea cucumber, fish lips, deer tendon, crab roe, etc. are all the best. It can be done after several days and nights of careful cooking. There is also a plate of yellow braised shark fin, a classic of Tan Jia Kai, and Beijing lobster, a representative of Li Jia Kai, which are very rare delicacies. There are other kinds of luxurious and famous dishes, and the cost of this table is at least hundreds of thousands. And the sultry waitress was also very considerate to add dishes and soup for everyone, giving people a very comfortable enjoyment. Everyone tasted it, and saw N.I. Yongxiao's eyebrows raised. It's really good. I eat a lot of abalone and winged belly, but the taste here is the best, rare and rare. He drank it again and enjoyed it. Buddha jumps over the wall, hot soup. Zhou Hao also said, Mr. Huang's dishes are probably not as good as the Dai. Huang Wank quickly humbled. Where to talk? Dai is the real royal meal, whereas my pirated goods comparable to me. Zhou Hao, you killed me. Unknowingly, Huang Wank's name for Zhou Hao has changed from Mr. Zhou Hao to Zhou Hao. It seems that the relationship between the two has also become much closer, but it does not make people feel abruptly disgusted. N.I. Yongxiao smiled at Huang Wank while eating with relish. Mr. Huang, be careful. The guests in my club like this kind of expensive things, and the chefs here are so superb. Be careful. Dig your horns. Ha ha ha. It's so troublesome. Mr. N.I., don't hesitate to ask which chef you like. I will send him to your club immediately, and nothing else. Although Ni Yongxiao still doesn't know the exact relationship between Zhou Hao and Huang Wank, he also feels that Huang Wank is very good at communication. Whether it is a high-class person like Xie Suilin or the underworld giants himself, it is difficult not to have a good impression of him. And Zhou Hao watched Huang Wank shuttle among the crowd like a fish in the water, but he also knew that he was so painstakingly flattering. Himself and Ni Yongxiao, probably for the 16 billion yuan. Zhou Hao was not in a hurry, just waiting for Huang Wank to speak so leisurely so that he could take the initiative firmly. Sure enough, when everyone was full of food and drink, Huang Wank took the opportunity to sigh. Well, in the past few years, the domestic economic development has been faster and faster, and there are more and more wealthy people. As those people's wealth increases, their consumer demand also expands, especially for luxury goods. He said to everyone at the dinner, if it was still in the planned economy, diamonds and pork of the same weight, I think most people would choose pork. Everyone couldn't help but smile and listen to him with a smile. At that time, where there was a market for luxury goods in China, it is now different. After many people became rich, they found that there were not many products that could satisfy their shopping desire. Especially it is those high-end products that are unique and can show their identity. Just like when we do real estate, the buying habit of many customers is not for the best, but for the most expensive. Zhou Haojing listened quietly, without making any comments, because he knew that Huang Wank was about to get into the topic. So I think that the domestic high-end commodity market is very broad. Although many foreign businessmen have entered, they are far from being occupied. We still have a huge market space to explore. Huang Wank said, now, I want to cooperate with you to develop the domestic jewelry market. He said to Zhou Hao, I think Zhou Hao, you should also know that Suilin is in a difficult situation now, with a debt of more than 1 billion. But it cannot be denied that the development potential of Suilin is absolutely Hong Kong's. The best among jewelry companies, especially the reputation of Suilin in Europe and America. At present, those people in China are most keen on foreign products. If we take advantage of the reputation of Suilin abroad, consumers will definitely be eager for it. This business is promising. I'll call you Big Brother Huang. Zhou Hao smiled slightly. Brother Huang, as far as I know, your Huangshi Group has tens of billions of assets, and your domestic network is very broad. With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to make Suilin bigger and stronger in China. However, Huang Wank sighed. It is true that my father did not know about my investment in Suilin this time. Zhou Hao was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect Huang Wank to tell the inside story. My father and I both intend to enter the business circle of Hong Kong to expand the company's market. Huang Wank continued, but my father and I are interested in different projects. I am interested in the jewelry industry, and my father is interested in. But it is e-commerce that has been booming in recent years. Zhou Hao couldn't help feeling amused when he heard this. He didn't expect Huang Shifu, who was the first generation of entrepreneurs to get rich, would like the new thing of e-commerce, and Huang Wank, the proud man of the new generation of business circles, would meet the most traditional jewelry, one of the industries. However, in terms of business vision, Zhou Hao really appreciates Huang Wank. You must know that although e-commerce has a bright future at this stage of development, especially in the subsequent bubble of science and technology stocks, most of them tried to eat crabs. The people of all have broken their boats, and it is only after the internet has matured that the potential of e-commerce has been fully realized. Although the jewelry industry is the most traditional or even the oldest, as Huang Wank said, with the increase of people's wealth, the jewelry market has also expanded, and it has been very active for the next 10 years. Although Huang Wank is Zhou Hao's first enemy, even Zhou Hao cannot deny that he is indeed very talented in business. The Huangshi Group, that occupied almost half of the country's real estate industry in the previous life, developed rapidly after Huang Wank took over. It's just that Huang Wank is hiding from Huang Shifu's investment in jewelry and wants to get a huge amount of 16 billion. Zhou Hao guessed that Huang Wank no longer wanted to be shrouded in the shadow of Huang Shifu, just like the ancient feudal dynasty. The position has been too long, but the prince below is unwilling to be lonely and is anxious to take power. Thinking fast, Zhou Hao smiled and said, but Brother Huang, I'm not familiar with the jewelry business. Besides, the jewelry business needs a lot of startup capital. Ha ha. I'm actually not familiar with the jewelry industry, so I came to Mr. Xia, a veteran expert. Huang Wang smiled. As for the issue of funds, if Zhou Hao is interested in investing, it is for you. It's definitely not a problem, right? Indeed, starting capital is not a difficult task for Zhou Hao. Even without the energy of the Zhao family, with the two industrial groups, Tianhe and Polaris, they can easily lend tens of billions of money from the bank. Except that Zhao Yuqin was responsible for the operation of the bank loan for the construction of Tianhe's mineral water production base in Jingyu County. But since then, Zhou Hao has told Zhao Yuqin not to use Zhao's power as much as possible, so as not to what bad effects did the Zhao family cause. Even this time, Zhao Yuqin used Tianhe to lend the bank the 16 billion yuan. Although the bank actually gave special treatment to Tianhe because of the Zhao family, but in case it is true no one can pour dirty water on the Zhao family if something happened. It's just that Huang Wang said this, and Zhou Hao realized that he was taunting himself for climbing the dragon and attaching the phoenix, but Zhou Hao naturally wouldn't say anything, pretending not to understand, and then Huang Wang said with a smile, "Brother, you're right. It's really not difficult for me to raise funds. However, no matter how much money, it won't come from the wind. I always want to use them to their advantage. Of course, this is of course." Huang Wang poured tea for Zhou Hao himself and said with a smile, "It's true that a mineral with abundant reserves was discovered not long ago in Africa, but the news is still it only circulates in a small area. There are a few relatively small companies that want to take over the development rights of this diamond mine before the big jewelry houses have yet to know the news, and we have also found ways to follow these companies. Companies work together to develop that diamond mine." Zhou Hao was quite surprised. It turned out that he was just guessing what investment project Huang Wang had found, and he took such a big risk to borrow 16 billion yuan. Although it was known before that he invested in the Suilin Group, even if the jewelry industry will shine in the future, it is not worth investing more than 10 billion at a time. Now Zhou Hao finally understands that Huang Wang and the others have found such a cornucopia. As we all know, Africa is rich in mineral resources, especially diamonds and gold, which rank first in the world in terms of reserves and output. Most of the diamond mines that have been developed are now controlled by some capital groups or armed organizations with powerful wealth. As a jewelry company, if you can own a diamond mine, it will be of great benefit to your reputation and development. For example, like this Suilin Group, with high debts now, if it has shares in the diamond mine, although it is only a small part, it will be easy to obtain loans from any bank, and the group's capital chain will also be well protected. However, minerals such as oil, iron, diamonds, and gold are very sensitive. Once discovered, they will provoke competition from multiple forces, especially those capitalist countries in Europe and the United States that have ocean-going armed forces. If they are not handled well, they will be ripped off into the whirlpool of trouble. The companies Huang Wang mentioned should have a certain amount of armed forces. Otherwise, they will not be able to guarantee the safety of the minerals at all. Huang Wang and the others can find such a way to participate, and its wide range of people is also very rare. However, even if he knew that the diamond mine was an extremely valuable mountain, Zhou Hao would not touch it. If he has nothing to do with the Zhao family, it's just a businessman. But Zhou Hao is a member of the Zhao family. His previous contact with Putin has attracted the attention and vigilance of all domestic political forces. This time, if he goes to Africa again, the diamond mine undoubtedly put the Zhao family on the fire. Then Big Brother Huang, if you want to participate in shares, how much money do you need to collect? Zhou Hao crossed his chin and looked at Huang Wang with interest, because he knew what he needed to join the development camp of those companies. Entrance fees are definitely a lot. Sure enough, Huang Wang showed a look of embarrassment and said, "It probably needs 10 billion yuan. Huh? Isn't it 16 billion? Zhou Hao squinted and smiled casually. Huang Wang raised his eyebrows because Zhou Hao's words meant that Zhao Yuqin had told him everything. Looking at Zhou Hao's other profound smile, Huang Wang hated him, thinking that Zhou Hao had been waiting for him to speak out at the very beginning, so that he could take the initiative and strive for more benefits. At the same time, I saw the closeness between Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao, and told Zhou Hao everything. Huang Wang was very jealous of this. After all, Zhao Yuqin's arrogant daughter of heaven is what any man can dream of. Moreover, Huang Wang was worried that Zhao Yuqin would tell Zhou Hao all those parts that he pursued her, which would be really embarrassing. However, Huang Wenk was not an ordinary person after all, and soon calmed down his emotions, smiling nonchalantly. The 10 billion is the admission fee, and the 6 billion is used for specific operations. Zhou Hao considered it for a while, and said as if it were difficult, "Brother Huang, you also know that the 16 billion is not a small amount after all." "Zhou Hao, that's why we asked you for help." Huang Wenk was annoyed by Zhou Hao's wanting to catch, and had to cooperate with Zhou Hao's drama, saying, "This investment we are counted for you know, with such a diamond mine. It is a business that makes no money." Then he said, "If you are afraid that there is too much risk, you can also borrow money to provide us with funds, and we will pay back the money at 3 times the bank interest." "Brother Huang, isn't it? 3 times the bank interest, which is at most 40 to 50%, but if I invest more than 10 billion by myself, I will at least double within a year." Zhou Hao thought after thinking about it. He said, "Why? I'm not familiar with jewelry after all. I can lend you 10 billion by way of borrowing. As for the other 6 billion, I will invest in shares." Huang Wenk frowned. "I don't know how it is. The 6 billion I want to use to buy the shares of Huangshi Group, Anceline Group." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Brother Huang, do you roughly calculate how much I can buy? If it's the Huangshi Group, 6 billion can buy up to 10% of the shares. As for the Celine Group," he did not go on, and Xie Suilin and his son beside him were a little embarrassed. Because with the current situation of the Suilin Group, 6 billion can buy almost half of the shares. Just listen to Huang Wenk. "Do you think this is okay? I can sell you 5% of the shares of Huangshi at a price of 3 billion, and the other 3 billion will use Suilin %. How about the 25 share exchange?" Zhou Hao nodded without hesitation. "As for the 10 billion, big brother Huang, as the so-called brother, I do not believe you, but for such a large sum, there must be something to be mortgaged." "Then, what do you want to use as a mortgage?" Looking at Zhou Hao's smiling face, Huang Wenk really wanted to rush over and slap him twice, but now that he is asking for help, he can only suffer. Endure. Just listen to Zhou Hao with a smile. "If you have 10 billion, you should be able to buy more than 15% of the shares of Huangshi. Brother Huang will use these shares as collateral. In fact, Huangshi Group's share price cannot be calculated in this way. The total assets of Huangshi Group are as high as 50 or 60 billion. However, it is not correct to calculate the shares based on this number, because Huangshi Group's current development momentum is very good. Money can buy its shares. If the acquisition is forced, the price is at least twice the book price before the acquisition is possible. Huang Wenk holds only 30% of the Huangshi shares, and the rest is in the hands of Huang Shifu, except for less than 10% of the minority shareholders. And Huang Wenk just mentioned that the 5% sold to Zhou Hao and the 15% used as collateral must never be taken from other shareholders or Huang Shifu. Otherwise, he would invest without authorization. Will be exposed. And after removing this total of 20% of the shares, Huang Wenk only has 10% left. If there is any major change in the future, he will become very passive. But now he is determined to win the diamond mine, and Zhou Hao only dared to slaughter Huang Wenk so badly after seeing this. Xie Suilin and Xie Yafeng, who were present, did not dare to interrupt. After all, this was a huge sum of 16 billion yuan. If they couldn't agree, the situation of the Suilin Group would be very dangerous. At the same time, originally thought that Zhou Hao was just an ordinary wealthy son of Xie Suilin, he did not dare to underestimate Zhou Hao at this time, because a person who can put out 16 billion at any time, I believe everyone is dare not despise. Finally, Huang Wenk weighed and gritted his teeth and said, "Well, I agree to your request. But I also have a condition, that is, I must not let my father know about this matter." "This is okay." Zhou Hao smiled. "Sometimes I don't tell my mother when I make investments. I understand this feeling." After this wave of negotiations was over, the atmosphere that seemed a bit solemn and rigid at first eased. As for the borrowing and equity participation, naturally there will be professionals under them to handle Zhou Hao and the others. After the dinner, Zhou Hao and Ni Yongxiao declined Huang Wenk's invitation to go to the nightclub and left. "How? You don't even know the specific situation of the diamond mine, and you just took so much money out? Are you afraid of danger?" Ni Yongxiao asked. Zhou Hao smiled confidently. "What are you afraid of? Knowing me for so long, when have you seen me doing business at a loss? And Yongxiao bumped Zhou Hao with his elbow and said with a smile, I really want to say a few words about your arrogance, but I think you really haven't done a loss-making business. Zhou Hao shrugged. In fact, even if the diamond mine in Africa is really a profitable business, I will not touch it. After all, I am not the kind of pure business that they do. Who knows what trouble it will cause? The money is very hot. Having known Zhou Hao for so long, and Yongxiao now often interacts with domestic officials because of the Eastern Star, so he knows more about politics than before, and he understands Zhou Hao's concerns. I heard Zhou Hao say, furthermore, it is a very good harvest to be able to hold 20% of the shares of Huangshe this time, not to mention that the Celine Group is indeed a potential for development enterprises, and I just hold their shares and don't participate in their daily management affairs, so that diamond mine can't really touch me. It seems that Huang Vank is just collateralizing the shares in Huangshe. Don't you have to let go when he pays back the money? I have eaten the fat around my mouth. Do you think I will vomit it out? Zhou Hao's mouth was slightly tilted. School in Yong is non-committal. No matter how many you are, just say it when you need me anyway. Looking at his watch, he said, it's still early, or else go to the moonlight and massage your feet together. Okay, but I won't pay the bill. Zhou Hao smiled heartily. Of course, he went to the Moonlight Club, not for the beautiful waiters there, but the masseur's massage skills were really good. Next, Zhou Hao, Huang Wank, and C.S. Weilin arranged for legal counsel to go through detailed related procedures. As an internationally renowned financial center, Hong Kong's business is very developed. Naturally, there is no shortage of legal talents in this area. They are all very low-key and signed a confidentiality agreement with their respective legal advisors just to let the matter of this transaction leak out. As a result of this transaction, Zhou Hao bought 25% of Suilin Group's shares at a price of 3 billion renminbi, becoming the third largest shareholder of Suilin Group, and Huang Vank become the fourth largest shareholder. At the same time, 5% of Huangshe Group shares under Huang Vank's name were also transferred to Zhou Hao at a price of 3 billion yuan. The other 15% of the shares were used as collateral in exchange for Zhou Hao's 10 billion yuan loan. The loan period was 1 year and the interest was 12%, which means that Huang Wank would have to pay 100% after 1 year 12 to Zhou Hao. In addition, as one of the attached conditions, Zhou Hao has the preemptive right to purchase the shares of the Huangshe Group under the name of Huang Vank. When signing the contract, Huang Vank clenched Zhou Hao's hand pretendingly to be grateful. Zhou Hao, thank you for your help this time. With your money, we can make a big splash. Zhou Hao smiled faintly. Brother Huang is polite. I only do it from a business perspective. You can rest assured that I will not interfere with the management affairs of your company. I will only distract me with peace of mind. Bonus is enough. Of course, if the company makes a major decision error, I will still intervene, but I also hope that this will not happen. C.S. Weilin laughed a little awkwardly because he had made a mistake before and purchased a large number of properties, which caused the Suilin Group to be heavily indebted, and even daily affairs almost couldn't work. After completing this loan, Huang Wank and C.S. Weilin rushed to Africa without delay, trying to get the diamond mines affairs as quickly as possible. And Zhou Hao's life has returned to the way it was before. On the one hand, he paid attention to the international financial market and the situation on the Russian side, while enjoying the colorful blessings of red and green in the company of Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying. On this day, Zhou Hao took Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying to visit the new TV city of ATV. As Su Lin was busy dealing with other matters, Xianji Wei, one of ATV's most important producers, came to Zhou Hao and their temporary tour guide. Recently, TVB has successively launched several big-produced serials, including a local fashion business war drama, a Qing palace drama filmed in China, and a TV drama filmed in Macau, Hotel Lisboa, with the theme of gambling. It is worth mentioning that the last two TV series, because the TVB Qing palace drama followed the route of the previous ATV broadcast of Returning the Pearl, and the TV series with the theme of gambling was acquired by the Macau Entertainment Company. It is the strong support of the He family. The continuous release of these three dramas has made the TVB, which has gradually fallen in the ratings battle with ATV, regained its prestige and regained its weak advantage. In the face of TVB's fierce attack, ATV did not make any major moves accordingly and continued to operate according to its own annual plan. However, just relying on the two main dramas Blue Life and Death and The Prince Turns into a Frog that are now being broadcast, ATV has not lost much in this ratings battle. On the contrary, the touching plot of Blue Life and Death has earned the audience's tears. Even Korean TV companies have come to Hong Kong to discuss broadcasting rights with ATV, hoping that this series can be released in South Korea. It made Zhou Hao amused. Another freshly released Prince Turns into a Frog brought the idol drama storm previously set off by Meteor Garden to a climax and brought the trend of idol dramas throughout Asia. It's just that ATV's cowardice in the face of Wireless's aggressive offensive has made people outside speculate whether ATV has insufficient stamina. Zhou Hao can only smile bitterly about this, because now the central government intends to balance the strength of the two Hong Kong TV stations. Before seeing the strong rise of ATV, he praised TVB. Moreover, after Zhou Hao fell out with the He family because of He Shuyun, He Hongsen focused his efforts on supporting TVB, clearly coming towards Zhou Hao. Under this circumstance, Zhou Hao chose to act in a low-key manner, restraining the edge that ATV had previously shown, and did not do anything that was so beautiful. Ah, that's she. Situ Jinying suddenly pointed to the beautiful woman in the dressing room in the distance and exclaimed in surprise. As soon as Zhou Hao saw it, he saw that it was the actor who played the heroine Inshi in Blue Life and Death, a college student carefully selected by Su Lin from thousands of candidates in China. Song Qianyun. This Song Qianyun's appearance is not worse than Zhou Hao's previous, and she's Song Hai Kyo. And Su Lin chose Song Qianyun because she has the innocent and tough temperament of Inshi in the script. Sure enough, after the broadcast of ATV's Blue Life and Death, Song Qianyun, who played Inshi, quickly became popular and was enthusiastically welcomed by many audiences in Hong Kong and China. Today, Song Qianyun was shooting an advertisement for her high-end cosmetics in the TV city. Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying both liked watching Blue Life and Death, and the two Tingting girls were often crying because of the plot inside. Zhou Hao's lovely appearance made Zhou Hao smile. Seeing Yungxi at this time, the two women ran over happily, having an intimate contact with the idol with eyes full of stars. The staff of TV City knew that Zhou Hao was a big figure in the company, and the powerful Xian Zhui was beside Zhou Hao, so they didn't dare to stop Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying at all. And Song Qianyun didn't have the air of a star, even in front of Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying, two girls not much younger than her. She was a little shy. Thanks for your hard work. Zhou Hao also came to the front and smiled lightly at Song Qianyun, who was signing Situ Jinying and the others. Song Qianyun didn't know that Zhou Hao was the big boss of her company. Hearing his caring words, she subconsciously said, "No, it's not hard." After speaking, he raised his eyes to look at Zhou Hao, was stunned, and then quickly greeted Xian Zhui next to Zhou Hao. Xian producer. Xian Zhui introduced Zhou Hao to her. "Qianyun, this is Mr. Zhou Hao Zhou, one of the shareholders of our company." "Zhou, Mr. Zhou is good," Song Qianyun said quickly. Hearing that Zhou Hao was one of the company's shareholders, Song Qianyun seemed a little cautious. On the one hand, because Zhou Hao was one of the company's bosses, on the other hand, she thought Zhou Hao was the kind of rich man and felt a little scared. Because before, there were several wealthy families in Hong Kong who became interested in her and entangled for a while. In the end, the people from ATV sent them away. This is also the reason why more and more artists want to join ATV. ATV's protection of its artists is very thoughtful. It will never force the artists to have dinner or even dedicate themselves to the rich. On the contrary, they will come forward when their artists are harassed. Deal with. Many people in Hong Kong now know that ATV is very popular in both black and white. In the underworld, the three major communities in Hong Kong have a lot of friendship with ATV. I also tried to have a rich man pestering an ATV actress, but she was cleaned up by the East Star people and stayed in the hospital for nearly 2 months. Moreover, ATV does not use its artists as a means of making money, and is also very concerned about their lives. This is why Song Qianyun has not fallen as quickly as other stars after becoming popular, and still maintains her innocent and shy personality. In the eyes of Hong Kong artists, ATV has also become a treasured spot in the entertainment industry. It's just that Song Qianyun's worries at this time are the heart of a villain. Zhou Hao didn't think about her at all. He just asked, concerned about the shooting, which made Song Qianyun feel guilty. Listening to Zhou Hao's question about the shooting, Song Qianyun answered honestly. The makeup artist, hairstylist, and some shooting staff were very cooperative. The atmosphere of chatting was quite enthusiastic, and there was no superior or superior. The restraint between. In terms of shooting, ATV also pays great attention to it, and will not implement the 3 shifts like TVB, allowing actors to rush to the system 24 hours a day and night. On ATV, actors and staff usually work 6 hours a day. Even if they need to work overtime because of the rush, they cannot work more than 10 hours. In this regard, the actors on the wireless side are very envious. Soon, Song Qianyun and other staff had a good impression of Zhou Hao. Although Xian Jiwei said that Zhou Hao was one of the company's shareholders, that is, their boss, Zhou Hao did not have the stubborn character of a wealthy boy. I don't just arbitrarily give pointers to the TV station's work. On the contrary, I am very concerned about the needs of the employees and the problems of life, and appear very humane. Seeing the laughter and joy with other employees, Song Qianyun couldn't help being a little funny when she remembered that she thought Zhou Hao was trying to pester herself. It now appears that a young man like Zhou Hao, who is rich in money and has a good character, even if he doesn't say it himself, there are bound to be countless women in the company who want to give in. Moreover, looking at Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, one is pure and the other is lively, which is better than himself. How can Zhou Hao look at himself? At this time, the hairstylist behind him leaned into Song Qianyun's ear and said, "Qianyun, don't you think Mr. Zhou has a familiar face?" After the hairstylist mentioned, Song Qianyun looked at Zhou Hao again, and she felt this way, and heard the hairstylist say, "Let me just say it. I felt very familiar when I first saw him, as if I had seen him somewhere. Like, now I finally remembered. Mr. Zhou, it's that Mr. Z." "What?" Song Qianyun whispered. Long before she was selected to become an actor, she had heard the song of Zi Jun in China and was moved by his singing. After looking at Zhou Hao a few more closely, Song Qianyun couldn't help but walk towards Zhou Hao and said shyly, "Mr. Zhou, can you sign a name for me?" Zhou Hao and Xian Jiwei beside him were both taken aback. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "What? Dare to love me and become a star?" Xian Jiwei reacted immediately. "Who said no? It seems that they all recognize you as Mr. Z." Sure enough, not only Song Qianyun, but also the men and women around her were all staring at her, and depending on the situation, if they weren't concerned about being the boss, they would have swarmed. Song Qianyun in front of him also looked at Zhou Hao with expectation. "Mr. Zhou, I like your songs very much. I have collected every song of yours, especially the recent song, Tears in Venice. I will be very touched." Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. In fact, every time he played and sang, it was for the women around him. The first time was for Zhao Yuqin, then Wang Shijuan, then Yang Jiabao, and finally He Xuan. However, Zhou Hao has become a special existence in the domestic music scene. The more low-key he is, the more curious and popular he is, which reminds Zhou Hao of the Dao Lang in his previous life. Of course, Zhou Hao didn't mean to become an artist. Signed Song Qianyun, then smiled and nodded to the expectant staff around him. Those people immediately surrounded Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't get bored, and signed and took photos with them one by one. After all, it was himself. Employees always treat them better. On the contrary, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying outside smiled a little, gloating about Zhou Hao's encounter. It was amused to see that their idol also regarded Zhou Hao as an idol. Finally, after getting out of the enthusiastic staff, Zhou Hao and Xian Jiwei went to the office, while Song Qianyun temporarily appeared as the tour guides of Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying, leading them to continue the tour. It's rare to be with an idol, and the two women Situ Jianying are excited. Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile after receiving a review paper handed over by Xian Jiwei. This more professional review paper described some of the changes of ATV. It spoke highly of ATV's reversal of the dominance of TVB in Hong Kong over the past year or so. It also said that ATV had found the owner who really understands the media economy. But on the other hand, The newspaper also commented on some of the political stances that ATV has slowly shown recently. Recently, ATV's political stance has been moving closer to the country. Sometimes it even applauded some of the central government's proposals on Hong Kong governance. Like most domestic media, it has become the mouthpiece of the party and the government. However, Hong Kong, which has been deeply westernized, is very exclusive to many domestic policies. In particular, the central government has shown some policy intentions aimed at Hong Kong's politics, economy, and culture. Hong Kong is particularly sensitive and always feels that the central government is interfering with their democracy-free. Many domestic TV stations, magazines, and newspapers, and the media in Hong Kong criticize their lack of independent and free speech. To a certain extent, they also despise the domestic media, believing that they have lost the media's righteousness to safeguard freedom of speech. Because of this, even if it is now receiving some secret support from the central government, it is afraid to show even a little sign to please the domestic government for fear of becoming a target of criticism from the citizens and the media. Therefore, ATV today has been attacked by many public opinion, not only in Hong Kong, but some overseas media with ulterior motives have also criticized the Chinese government for interfering in freedom of speech and invading the dictatorship to the media sector. Fortunately, those classic TV series that often cause enthusiasm are constantly being launched in ATV. Hong Kong audiences are still talking about ATV's approach to the domestic government, but the TV series still cannot be mistaken. Therefore, ATV did not, like Zhou Hao's previous life, immediately cause the loss of a large number of local audiences because of its reliance on the domestic market. Just listen to Xian Jiwei said, "Mr. Zhou, although the comments in the newspapers and magazines outside are not official, many colleagues are now accusing us of courting the government and losing the backbone of the media." Zhou Hao put down the rigorous and objective review article that pointed to ATV. He glanced at Xian Jiwei lightly, smiled, and said, "Spying? What is spying? Blindly please the audience and give up his own ideas in order to keep the ratings, even in order to meet the so-called industry rules. Is it spying to give up the true media principle of guiding the masses from public opinion?" Hearing the mocking tone in Zhou Hao's words, Xian Jiwei was taken aback, because he also had a different view of ATV's current approach to the central government. After all, he was also a local resident who was deeply influenced by Hong Kong culture. It is true that many domestic media blindly obey the local government's intentions, reporting the good and not the worries, and completely losing their position. It is very inappropriate, Zhou Hao said. However, while maintaining its own position, it is not appropriate for the country to make certain decisions. We still have to affirm and promote policies that are beneficial to society and the people. What is the so-called freedom of speech? What is the so-called vocation of media? I believe that a qualified media is to serve the country and the stable development of society. Zhou Hao stared closely at Xian Jiwei and said almost every word. If this so-called freedom of speech will bring instability to society and the country, then I would rather give up this freedom. Xian Jiwei was completely stunned by Zhou Hao's remarks. While shocked in his heart, he also knew that if Zhou Hao's remarks were passed on, he really didn't know how much disturbance would be caused. Zhou Hao leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Which of the Western media that claim to be free of speech is not being manipulated by vested interest groups? He knocked on the commentary on the desktop. The freedom of speech mentioned here, do they know how much conflict in the country and society will be caused if the monitoring of public opinion is completely released? For this kind of gimmick, do they know how much turbulence their actions will bring to the stability of society by the government? In fact, in his previous life, Zhou Hao was also very disdainful of the domestic media's blind obedience to the government. But now what he sees and hears is comparable in his previous life, especially after being exposed to the affairs of the upper echelons of the government because of the Zhao family's relationship. His perspective on things has gradually changed. It's as if I used to look at things from the perspective of the masses of people and looked up to the government with dissatisfaction. Now, I look at it from a high point of view. I can see it more clearly and farther. To be honest, I understand the overall situation. Fang Zhi's previous self was really a fan of the authorities. Although the government's monitoring of public opinion has its disadvantages outweigh its disadvantages. The Polaris in Zhou Hao's hands is different from most of the media in China today. It speaks their voices to the most ordinary people and to the government. To express the wishes of the people, to applaud and publicize some positive policies launched by the government, and to put forward different opinions on those policies that have problems and deficiencies in an objective manner. In terms of political theory, today's Polaris is fulfilling the responsibilities of the media with an objective and critical attitude. This is also because Zhou Hao has the strong support of the Zhao family, so he dared to do something that the general media would not dare to do or even think about, to explore and even lead a true stream of public opinion. Regarding the position of the entertainment companies under the North Star, including Asia Television and Galaxy Satellite TV, Zhou Hao had discussed with Wang Zhongjuan, Wang Zhonglei, and Su Lin before. Zhou Hao also pointed out that as a private media group, Polaris can neither be reduced to a tool of the government and lose its independence and principles, nor can it deliberately antagonize the government for personal gain. In this way, the communication between Polaris and the government is particularly important. For this reason, Zhou Hao asked Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei to personally lead and organize a professional and outstanding public relations team to be responsible for this aspect of work, and Asia TV is also here. Su Lin personally supervises this aspect. It is really difficult for other media companies to balance the government's intentions and their own independence. However, Zhou Hao has a strong background in the Zhao family and has provided a strong backing for the Polaris. Moreover, the Polaris has also achieved very good results. The central government has already deliberately supported and assisted the Polaris in order to establish an objective, rigorous, and personal image of the media in China, so as to stop those overseas who often clamor that China does not have free speech country or media. But Mr. Zhou, if we really froze with other media, we might be boycotted and isolated by them. Xian Jue was very worried and reminded Zhou Hao, especially Hong Kong hasn't been returned for a long time. Some Hong Kong citizens are very worried about whether Hong Kong's current freedom can be maintained, so they are particularly sensitive to this kind of thing. Moreover, the wireless side will probably not let this opportunity go, and even encourage some citizens to boycott our ATV. Zhou Hao waved his hand. We really have to consider the preferences and emotions of the local audience in Hong Kong. However, we must also grasp the active position. We have to decide on the development direction and development strategy of ATV. Looking at Xian Jue, Zhou Hao continued, the reason why you care about the emotions of local audiences in Hong Kong, and even use their preferences as the key to formulating our position and strategy, is because your vision is too narrow, so narrow that it is only limited to Hong Kong, a small place. Xian Jue was frightened by Zhou Hao's remarks again. Although he knew that many people in the country believed that Hong Kong was just a small port, the shock that Zhou Hao said from Zhou Hao was different, because Zhou Hao was the one who brought ATV out of the quagmire and reversed the situation that has been suppressed by TVB for a long time. All high-level personnel in ATV admired Zhou Hao. Hearing from people he admired that Hong Kong is just a small place, Xian Jue couldn't help but wonder whether the status of Hong Kong is really not as high as he thought. Just listen to Zhou Hao continuing to say, before I acquired ATV, what ATV could not get rid of the shadow of wireless for so many years. Every time it failed in the ratings competition, although there are also reasons why wireless is too strong in the final analysis. Or is it because you have repeatedly restricted your gaze to the shackles of Hong Kong, and in order to grab the ratings of that mere 6 million people, you have beaten your blood? Not to mention other places in Asia. In China, only Guangzhou has a population of over 10 million, let alone other Asian regions such as Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and Thailand. Xian Jue stared at Zhou Hao blankly, saw Zhou Hao resting his chin with his 10 fingers crossed. His eyes suddenly became very sharp. I never thought of holding ATV here in Hong Kong, just to serve the 6 million people in Hong Kong. Since it is called Asia TV, it must be worthy of its name. It will blossom and bear fruit in the entire Asian region, even out of Asia and the world. From the beginning, Galaxy Satellite TV and ATV were positioned in this way, and Hong Kong was only a springboard for ATV's development, not the end of ATV's development. But the wireless side has already opened up overseas markets. They are the real leader in the overseas Chinese TV industry. and we are only now starting to expand the external market. Will we miss the opportunity? Zhou Hao shook his head and sneered. Wireless? You mean to set up a small branch in some foreign areas and broadcast some TV series regularly for the local Chinese? Do you think this is the so-called expansion of overseas markets? Without waiting for Xian Zhiwei's answer, Zhou Hao said, I won't be such a small mess. My goal is to make my TV station one of the mainstream TV stations in those areas, and I can see it as soon as I turn on the TV. Zhou Hao also knows how difficult it is to achieve this goal, but all career development must have a goal. As long as we work hard to expand step by step, one day we can achieve it. Seeing what Xian Zhiwei wanted to say, Zhou Hao waved his hand. We don't need to pay attention to the comments outside. We just need to do our own thing. Time will be our best witness. Feeling the powerful self-confidence exuding from Zhou Hao, Xian Zhiwei also let go of the big stone in his heart, because since working under Zhou Hao, he has developed strong confidence in Zhou Hao, and has confidence in Zhou Hao's leadership. Let yourself shine more brilliantly. In fact, the reason Zhou Hao told Xian Zhiwei these words was to use him to ventilate other key personnel, so that his will can be conveyed completely, and to let those below not confine their eyes to their eyes. The next morning, Zhou Hao woke up from bed and saw the warm sunlight outside the window. Okay, the jade man in his arms whispered and turned around to let himself lie in Zhou Hao's arms more comfortably. Feeling the warm and fragrant nephrite jade, Zhou Hao couldn't help but curl up slightly, revealing a thick smile. In her arms is Wang Shijuan. Although she is now a slim and beautiful girl, compared to the other beauties around Zhou Hao, her body still looks a little immature and young, and at the same time full of youthful vitality. Until now, Zhou Hao hasn't really done anything wrong with Wang Shijuan, because Wang Shijuan is still too delicate, and he won't turn 18 years old at least next year. And with Zhou Hao's scale, I am afraid it would be difficult to bear after Wang Shijuan turned 18. So all night last night, Zhou Hao just embraced Wang Shijuan tenderly and did nothing else. Although the beauty in his arms made Zhou Hao unavoidably impulsive, Zhou Hao could only endure his desire because of his love for Wang Shijuan. Seeing such beautiful spring scenery, Zhou Hao couldn't help but take a scent on her elastic cheek, only to feel that Nizi's cheek would be as soft and creamy as the cold, and people couldn't help kissing again. Itchy, Wang Shijuan muttered in a dream, and then slowly opened his eyes under Zhou Hao's intrusion. A pair of bright star-like eyes appeared under the trembling eyelashes, as if he could people into it. How? It was Wang Shijuan's happiest thing to see Zhou Hao when he woke up. The two jade arms hooked Zhou Hao's neck and raised his face slightly. The plump and moist cherry mouth was slightly pursed, and his cheek was also pouted. The red is very eye-catching. This beautiful and delicate face was described as cute in future internet terms. Where could Zhou Hao be able to hold it? He immediately caught the sweet lip of the cherry and tasted it fiercely. As the ears were torn, the bodies of the two of them would naturally be entangled closely together. Although Zhou Hao wouldn't really break Wang Shijuan's body, his hands would never be at peace. After a while, Wang Shijuan's vest slipped. On the waist, a greasy and fragrant pink spring light appeared. But the phone rang out of fashion at this moment. But Zhou Hao ignored it, still raging on Wang Shijuan's young but attractive body. It was Wang Shijuan who pushed Zhou Hao away, blushing, and said, Hao, there is a phone call. Go and listen. Maybe there is something important. Zhou Hao had no choice but to pick up the microphone on the bedside. But his tone was a little impatient. Who? Boss, it's me. It was Willyworth's voice. As soon as the market opened this morning, some people dumped Hong Kong dollar and Hang Seng Index futures in large quantities. So far, the total value has exceeded 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. People have also found that several European and American investment banks and hedge funds have a large amount of capital flow, and quantum funds are among them. Upon hearing Willyworth's words, Zhou Hao subconsciously looked at the electronic clock beside the bed, and the date displayed on it was July 29, 1998. He was in a cold sweat at the moment, because the Quantum Fund and the European and American investment banks dumped a large amount of Hong Kong dollar and HSI futures, which was basically an official attack on Hong Kong. However, in the original history, Soros and the others officially issued the move on August 5th, which means that the historical process of this financial war has undergone major changes and will no longer develop as in Zhou Hao's previous life. In this way, it means that there will be many unknown factors in this war, which will influence the final result of the war. But Zhou Hao, who responded, did not have time to pay attention to these time-space paradoxes. What he cared most was the response from Hong Kong. So he immediately asked Willie Worth, "What do the Hong Kong SAR government and the Monetary Authority have?" Reaction: the Hong Kong Financial Secretary and the Hong Kong Monetary Authority are still discussing whether the other party's temptation or a formal war will begin this time. Willie Worth said on the phone, "The director of the Monetary Authority, Ren Jikong, is considering whether to pull high interest rates to cope." Zhou Hao shook his head and sighed as soon as he heard it. "No. If you continue to raise interest rates, it will only make Soros and the others get an inch, and this time is not the tentative attack." Hearing Zhou Hao's solemn tone, Willie Worth over there couldn't help but be surprised. "Boss, are you saying that they are really going to war against Hong Kong? Didn't you speculate that they should only do it in August?" "Conjecture is speculation after all." Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. "Now you can see that I am not omnipotent, and I will be wrong." Because Zhou Hao's speculation on financial investment has not been wrong all the time, the employees in Galaxy worship Zhou Hao as a godlike genius. It's just that Zhou Hao's speculation is now deviated, and Willie Worth said indifferently, "What's the matter? The financial market is so unpredictable. Who can guarantee that his prediction is correct? And Soros, their early action will not have much impact on the plan we made before. Besides, Soros and the others really started a war on Hong Kong, which also confirmed another prediction of your previous boss." Zhou Hao said nonchalantly, "Don't say so much. I and Shuiyun will go over to your side immediately." After that, Zhou Hao jumped out of bed and put on clothes. Wang Shijuan also saw that Zhou Hao was in a hurry. She didn't ask anything, but was very considerate to help Zhou Hao dress. "Shijuan, I want to go out with your sister Shuiyun and others to do something," Zhou Hao told Wang Shijuan. Wang Shijuan's jaw was gentle, and while helping Zhou Hao tidy his collar, he said softly, "Go. I'll make lunch with Jianying and wait for your return." Holding Wang Shijuan's catkin, Zhou Hao kissed her on the forehead, then turned and went out. As soon as he opened the door, Zhou Hao saw He Shuyun and Su Lin both came to the door, seemingly about to knock on the door to wake him up. At this time, they didn't have any leisure time to go to the shy Wang Shijuan in the room. He Shuyun said to Zhou Hao, "You just received a call from Willie Worth." Nodded, Zhou Hao said, "Well, it seems that Soros and Julian are really going to do something. Let's go over there immediately." Su Lin, has ATV also received news? Su Lin said, "Well, I just called me. People from the information department have already interviewed the monetary authority. I also want to go back to ATV to deal with this matter. What do you need me to cooperate with? The people in the media are well informed. You can help me keep an eye on the trends in the international financial market. Also, you go to Ni Young School and ask him to send someone to pay attention to the reactions of Hong Kong citizens. Those small investors are easily affected by ups and downs." Next, a few people didn't delay every second, and they drove away from the villa separately, throwing into this sudden storm. Soon, Zhou Hao and He Shuiyan came to the office of Xinghe. All the employees of the company arrived early. They were busy operating under the command of Willie Worth and Song Jiahao. Their expressions were focused and slightly excited. Because for these financial talents, there is nothing more exciting than such a financial war. In fact, almost all of them invested their private funds in the company's operation plan together, taking advantage of the company's wind to make a fortune as before. After all, their own money is involved, so each of them is very serious and nervous and dare not make any mistakes. After seeing Zhou Hao and He Shuiyan come back, the confidence of the employees was even stronger. Needless to say, Zhou Hao, from the company's establishment to the present, their worship of Zhou Hao has become almost a belief. Although He Shuiyan has not been the general manager of Xinghe for a long time, the talents in finance and management that she has shown during this period are even worse than Song Jiahao and Willie Worth. And He Shuiyan's efforts are also very good. Admirable. No one in the company dared to be disrespectful to this female boss. Seeing the expectant gazes from the employees, Zhou Hao smiled slightly and said, "Stop looking at what I am doing. Work quickly. The war is about to begin. All will charge me well. If anyone accidentally died in the case of the battlefield, the company will not issue a supplementary pension. Everyone couldn't help laughing and gained more confidence in Zhou Hao's half-joking and half-serious remarks, and they all devoted themselves to work, determined to be led by Zhou Hao, the marshal, in the financial market. Then Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun returned to the general manager's office, and the two Galaxy chiefs Willie Worth and Song Jiahao also followed and quickly reported the current situation to Zhou Hao. Since the opening of the Hong Kong market until now, nearly 4 billion Hong Kong dollars have been sold out in the market, which has caused the Hong Kong foreign exchange market to be very unstable, and the exchange rate between the Hong Kong dollar and the US dollar is also not a small risk. The Hong Kong stock market and the HSI futures market have also been affected, and there has been a corresponding decline. Zhou Hao looked at the data, and Song Jiahao said at the same time. In fact, when those international speculators used to tentatively attack the Hong Kong financial market, they sold much more Hong Kong dollars than they are now. Just like the time in October last year, they were all in Hong Kong. The market sold more than 40 billion Hong Kong dollars, which caused the Hong Kong interbank offered rate to soar to 300%. The Hang Seng Index and the Futures Market Index both leaked more than 1,000 points. But this time is a bit unusual, because there are many rumors in Hong Kong and the international market that China will soon use the devaluation of the yuan to cope with the Asian financial turmoil. Although the central government has issued multiple statements stating that the renminbi will not depreciate, there is still turmoil in the financial market, and the small shareholders are panicking. The previous rumors about the devaluation of the renminbi were just breeze and drizzle. Since yesterday, even several large-scale investment banks in Europe and the United States have successively made predictions that the renminbi will depreciate sharply in the short term, which makes the financial market even more precarious. It was Soros and the others. Zhou Hao frowned. Those investment banks are basically their financial backing. Now this is waving the flag for them. Now these rumors are much worse than before. It's simply they sounded the horn of war. Putting down the information, Zhou Hao looked at Song Jiahao and Willie Worth and asked, "They have placed an order." Willie Worth nodded and said, "Now, all of them are short-selling HSI futures orders. The settlement date is August 27th. Zhou Hao knew that this information was obtained by Willie Worth and Song Jiahao through different channels. It was very difficult to find out. Willie Worth even used the commercial espionage group that Zhou Hao temporarily assigned to him, so the information is credible. The degree is very high, but it does not rule out that the people on Soros deliberately release a smokescreen to confuse the enemy. When Zhou Hao heard that the settlement date of Soros and Julian's short selling of HSI futures was August 27th, his brows frowned again, because in the previous financial war, Soros was the leader. International speculators also set the settlement date on August 27th, but the day of the war was on August 5th instead of nearly a week earlier than it is now. In fact, in the original history, since the outbreak of the Asian financial turmoil in July 1997, Soros and others launched the fourth large-scale attack on Hong Kong on August 5, 1998. The reason why August 5th is regarded as the official curtain for the start of the war is because from this day on, Soros and others' offensives have been continuous. Instead of looting and going away, they wanted to do it in one fell swoop. Destroy Hong Kong's economy and destroy all the wealth accumulated in Hong Kong for decades. Zhou Hao rubbed his chin. Zhou Hao is still not sure whether it is the opening match of this battle or Soros's another bottoming operation against Hong Kong. Staring closely at the computer screens about the constantly provoking data on the Hong Kong stock market, the foreign exchange market, and the Hang Seng Index futures, Zhou Hao began to grasp the mysterious inspiration in his heart when thinking about the financial war. Now that the original history has changed, no matter whether the reason for this change is the butterfly effect caused by Zhou Hao or other factors, Zhou Hao can no longer speculate on Soros and the others completely according to the original history. Apart from his own financial knowledge, he can only rely on the magical intuition that saved his life many times before. Because Zhou Hao hadn't encountered a danger that could threaten his life for a long time, and there was no need to actively activate this intuition, so this intuition hadn't appeared in a long time. Now, because of this great war, Zhou Hao took the initiative to activate it again. He Shuyun, Song Jiahao, and Willie Worth saw Zhou Hao bowing his head in thought. They all thought that he was thinking about his next actions, so they did not disturb him. After all, this is not only related to the nearly tens of billions of dollars invested by Galaxy, but also it is related to the economy of Hong Kong and even China. It didn't take long for a glimmer of light to flash in Zhou Hao's mind. Although this feeling has been long gone, but when it reappears, it is still very familiar, as if it was an instinct that Zhou Hao was born with. Lifting his head, there was already a confident smile on his face, and he said to Willie Worth and them, "Immediately buy a long HSI futures order. Soros and the others will sell as much as we want." Today is July 29th. Tomorrow will be the last trading day of Hong Kong's HSI futures. After today, the trading of HSI futures contracts will no longer be allowed this month. Through the analysis of the financial war by experts in the past, Zhou Hao knew that the main operations of hedge funds such as Quantum Fund and Tiger Fund in the Hong Kong market were short-selling some stocks, then short-selling interest rate futures, Hang Seng Index futures and options, and then short-selling of Hong Kong dollar futures is the final step of short-selling of Hong Kong stocks. Knowing this, they secretly found out that there were such large short-selling orders in the Hong Kong market. Zhou Hao confirmed the plans of the Quantum Fund and the Tiger Fund, and at the same time quietly carried out the opposite operation. That is, Soros, and when Julian and the others sold short, Zhou Hao went long, and the contract amount was basically the same. This is equivalent to Zhou Hao and Soros and the others betting against each other, and Zhou Hao's gamble is bigger than any other gamble in the world, because he invested almost $10 billion in this gambling game. This is not to mention his investment in Russia. The battlefields on both sides of Hong Kong and Russia are closely related. If one mistake is made, everything will be lost. In that case, Zhou Hao's assets totaled more than $20 billion US. It will be nothing. The contracts purchased by hedge funds such as Quantum Fund and Tiger Fund were settled in August, and Zhou Hao did the same. He customized the day of August 28th to determine the winner with Soros and Julian. Zhou Hao also figured out the reason why Soros and the others would advance the war to today. Now the atmosphere in the international financial market is so depressing. Although the European and American investment banks with Soros as the leader continue to create various rumors against Hong Kong's financial market in order to disturb Hong Kong's mind. But this has also become a signal. The dark cloud over the city in the financial market will definitely make the Hong Kong government aware. Moreover, the several attacks they have made before have caused Hong Kong to lose a lot, so it is impossible for Hong Kong not to be on guard. Soros and the others knew that the knocking the mountain and shaking the tiger by advocating the devaluation of the renminbi in recent days would also have the counter effect of raising the grass and scaring the snake. So they deliberately let the war break out early and caught the Hong Kong government by surprise. Zhou Hao inferred that besides those HSI futures contracts that will be settled in August, there must be a large number of HSI futures contracts to be settled in July. As long as the 2 days of the 29th and 30th, if the Hong Kong stock market continues to hit, they will be able to plunder huge wealth on the delivery of futures contracts. And Zhou Hao also asked Willie Worth to buy the HSI futures contract for delivery in July. Obviously, he was going to have a warm-up match with Soros and the others outside of the big gambling, because the Hong Kong market now holds July settlement. The most short-selling contracts for the HSI futures are definitely the predators led by Soros and Julian. Because at this time, the bubble in the Hong Kong stock and asset markets has reached its final astonishing degree of madness. The stock prices of most red-chip stocks with large market capitalizations have maintained rapid growth, even if they have no previous life experience. As a financial professional, Zhou Hao also knew that this situation was extremely abnormal. Under this kind of bubble, investors have too high expectations for the financial market. They have poured into financial markets that they are not familiar with and cannot control, and invested astronomical amounts of money in them. The reason why the predators that smell fishy move attention. Zhou Hao knows that Soros and the others have sold tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars in the past 2 days. Although he still has relatively sufficient funds, it is impossible to complete the transaction within a day for a large order of this size under normal procedures. Yes, but in today's overheated investment atmosphere, most stockholders and investors are optimistic about Hong Kong's financial market, and they have long futures contracts. Therefore, Zhou Hao can buy back the futures contract from these people. Of course, this kind of transaction will not go through the monetary authority, but will sign a transfer contract with those private investors. However, it is not buying now, but waiting. Hong Kong's stock market fell as a result of Soros and his actions. When investors who bought long contracts thought they had lost a lot and were almost desperate, they bought them at a low price. Song Jiahao and Willie Worth immediately went to implement Zhou Hao's instructions. They were also very nervous about the enemy's sudden war against Hong Kong in advance, but after feeling the strong confidence shown by Zhou Hao, their fighting spirit became high. In the general manager's office, Zhou Hao stared at the constantly flashing data on the screen, while He Shiyun stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. It is said that men who work hard are the most attractive. Now that he sees Zhou Hao's dedicated appearance, He Shiyun is also fascinated. The tragic financial war outside that involves hundreds of billions of dollars seems to be less attractive than Zhou Hao last year. Perceiving He Shiyun's soft gaze, Zhou Hao turned around to look at her, then grabbed her catkin and rubbed it on his face, sighing. After deploying for so long, it is finally about to go to war. He Shiyun said, if the settlement is in August, the Hong Kong government will do everything possible to rescue the market. But this month, Soros and the others are aggressively attacking today. I want to catch Hong Kong off guard. The day after tomorrow is the settlement day. In these short 2 days, can Hong Kong make up its mind to make great efforts to defend? After all, they still have to retain their strength to deal with the next series of battles. You are so confident that Hong Kong's stock market will rise back. After a pause, she said again, besides, if the stock market really rises back, those who transfer the futures contract to you at a very low price will suffer heavy losses. Didn't you say that you want to defend Hong Kong's economy before? Zhou Hao shook his head. The look in his eyes was a bit complicated, but more determined. He said, what I want to defend is the macro economy of Hong Kong, not the private economy of these people. Although fundamentally speaking, Hong Kong's economy is composed of individual economies. However, the individual economy of these few people is damaged. As long as Hong Kong's overall macroeconomy does not damage the foundation, they will eventually recover. If Hong Kong's macroeconomy collapses, it will really be destroyed from the source. It is extremely difficult to recover. Soros and Julian, and the people behind them, are coveting the wealth of Hong Kong as a whole. Zhou Hao sighed. The only thing that the Hong Kong government can use to counter Soros and the others is the nearly $100 billion the exchange fund and the land fund. You should know that these are the property that all Hong Kong people have accumulated through years of hard work, and they are the last barrier to hold on to the Hong Kong economy. This is the real Hong Kong economy that I want to defend. As long as the city can be preserved, Hong Kong will be able to preserve its strength to make a comeback. Otherwise, Hong Kong's economy will collapse, and there will be no possibility of recovery. In many cases, for the sake of the overall situation, we have to give up the interests of a small number of people. The procrastination of women's benevolence will only make the overall situation collapse. Looking at Zhou Hao's deep eyes, He Shiyun realized that Zhou Hao was actually not as cold as he said. If people outside know that Zhou Hao indirectly caused many people to bankrupt their families, the pressure Zhou Hao will face is unimaginable. The most difficult thing is Zhou Hao's own guilt. At that time, many people will commit suicide because of investment failure, and Zhou Hao will indirectly become a murderer. Although Zhou Hao had made troubles against South Korea's stock market before, Zhou Hao had never liked South Korea, but now those are his compatriots, and their nature is completely different. However, as Zhou Hao said, sometimes individual interests must be sacrificed for the overall interests. And He Shiyun also saw Zhou Hao's intentions. The bubble phenomenon in Hong Kong's economy is close to crazy. Those who dazzled their heads need a basin of cold water to restore their sanity, so that economic development can be restored to health, and Zhou Hao will play the role. It is this villain. He Shiyun leaned down and hugged Zhou Hao from behind and said softly, I said before, no matter what kind of person you are, no matter what you have done, I will always be by your side to support you, regardless of your name. It doesn't matter if I have been stinking for thousands of years. I just want to be with you. Feeling the support He Shiyun gave to herself, Zhou Hao was very moved. He Shiyun's financial and economic talents were better than Zhou Hao's, and he also had a deep understanding of Zhou Hao's behavior, so Zhou Hao and her really had a kind of understanding. Feel. It is enough to have a confidant in life, and this is the words of a confidant. It is really worth sighing, no regrets in this life. After staying quietly and tenderly for a while, Zhou Hao smiled. Didn't you say why I am confident that Hong Kong's stock market will rise back? Ha ha ha. In fact, I don't have absolute confidence, but I can create this situation by myself. Looking at He Shuyun, who was slightly surprised, Zhou Hao smiled. Let's go. Let's go to Uncle Quan. They must be overwhelmed now. Finally, Zhou Hao and He Shuyun found Zheng Yingquan, then the Hong Kong financial secretary, in the conference room of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority. Not only Zheng Yingquan, but Rin Zhikong, director of the Monetary Authority, Su Shiren, director of the Financial Affairs Bureau, and the presidents of several major banks in Hong Kong gathered in this conference room. These people control Hong Kong's macroeconomy in their hands and are the actual masters of Hong Kong's macroeconomy. Xiao Hao, why are you here? Nothing will happen again, right? Zheng Yingquan and Rin Zhikong are discussing countermeasures for the turbulent situation outside, and the real high levels of the Hong Kong economic circle are in a meeting. Of course, outside it is heavily guarded. Zhou Hao needs his permission to come to visit before the guards will let him in. However, Zheng Yingquan's first reaction when he saw Zhou Hao was that Zhou Hao had caused some trouble again. When Zhou Hao heard Zheng Yingquan's first sentence to himself, it was actually this sentence, with a helpless smile on his face. It is not a good thing for him to find Zheng Yingquan almost every time. He shrugged, looked around in this spacious conference room, and saw the brains that dominate Hong Kong's macroeconomy. The Financial Secretary, the Monetary Authority, and the Financial Services Bureau are Hong Kong's financial and economic departments, while HSBC, Hang Seng, Standard Chartered, and Bank of China are the four strongest banks in Hong Kong, which control most of Hong Kong's liquid funds and credit funds. The combination of these several departments constitutes the most important structure of Hong Kong's financial economy. As for other enterprises or listed companies, they all developed branches based on this structure. Zheng Yingquan and Zhou Hao are old acquaintances. Rin Zhikong, Su Shiren, and the presidents and directors of the four major banks do not know this young boy. They are also puzzled by Zheng Yingquan's letting others in to interrupt their meetings at this critical juncture. So all cast doubtful glances at Zhou Hao. Guys, this is Zhou Hao, one of my life nephews. Zheng Yingquan introduced Zhou Hao to everyone with a wry smile. Maybe some of you have heard of his name. He is Zhou Hao. In addition to the director of the Monetary Authority Rin Zhikong, the director of the Bureau of Financial Affairs Su Shiren, and the presidents and directors of the four major banks looked at Zhou Hao in surprise. After all, in the top circle in Hong Kong, Zhou Hao's name is really not a citizenship. G is anonymous. The reason lies in the two families. Especially at the birthday banquet of He Hong's son, the scene where Zhou Hao and He Shuyun attended together was seen by many invited guests, and now He Shuyun happened to be beside Zhou Hao. Although they don't know Zhou Hao's background, they all know that Zhou Hao was the one who caused the turmoil between the He family and the Su family. The extramarital affairs of He Shuyun, which has been heated up by the media, may be the protagonist of the current world of Zheng Yingquan. Nephew. Hello, everyone. Reaching the curious or arrogant eyes of these people at the top of the economic field, Zhou Hao only smiled calmly and greeted them. Xiao Hao, you also know what happened in the Hong Kong market today. Zheng Yingquan looked solemnly. We are discussing countermeasures because of this, because the stock market has fallen by more than 100 points, and the situation is very serious. The subtext of Zheng Yingquan is that he does not have the time and energy to deal with the trouble caused by Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was a little bit dumbfounded, but it's also to blame that he really caused a lot of wrongs. Just listen to him. Uncle Quan, I am here for today. Oh, Zheng Yingquan was also surprised, because even he only knew that Zhou Hao had a close relationship with the domestic, Polaris, and Tianhe, and was able to make important decisions for Asia TV, but he didn't even know that Zhou Hao's subordinates had paid there is a deeply hidden galaxy. Zhou Hao was also not welcome. He sat at the last position opposite Zheng Yingquan and said, the international speculative group headed by Soros Quantum Fund and Julian's Tiger Fund, I am afraid that it has sold tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars since this morning. Right. This time it was not only Zheng Yingquan, but even Rin Zhikong, Su Shiren, and the people from the Big Four could not help but look at Zhou Hao in surprise. Because of these data, there are still news from the outside. even the top 10 consortiums in Hong Kong. Part of the information obtained is still at the figure of 5 billion. International speculative groups have sold nearly tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars. Or Zheng Yingquan has just obtained the data and deliberately blocked the news in order to curb panic in the market, and it will take at least half an hour before it is released. And Zhou Hao's intelligence can keep pace with them. And because he knows that there are Quantum Fund and Tiger Fund in the opponent's camp, the power he holds in the financial market cannot be underestimated. Zheng Yingquan was a little surprised. Xiao Hao, how did you know these news? The news channel is similar to yours. Zhou Hao said, and now it is not the time to care about this. What I want to know is what you plan to do. After all, the other party's selling action has not slowed down or stopped, in my estimation. Just today, the Hong Kong dollar they sold out will reach 20 billion. The look on Zheng Yingquan's face was somewhat responsible. They all now know that the opponent's attack is obviously no longer a test, but a real war. But after all, this is about the entire Hong Kong economy and cannot be acted rashly by guessing. Furthermore, if the Quantum Fund and the Tiger Fund really want to go to war against Hong Kong, the funds they have raised will definitely be huge. Even Zheng Yingquan is not sure whether Hong Kong's economic strength can or is ready to deal with this battle. Ren Zhikong said, George Soros and Julian Robertson should just want to make a fortune in the troubled waters of our Hong Kong market as before. As long as we increase their speculation costs, they will naturally retreat. Yes, we intend to use the method of interest borrowing and raising interest rates to fight against them. I believe they will soon withdraw. But Zhou Hao shook his head. This trick doesn't work anymore, because they are not going to stir up this time, but really want to break Hong Kong's economy. So, no matter how you raise interest rates, they will not retreat, and they even hope that you can put more effort into raising interest rates. Zhou Hao wondered that people outside asked the director of the monetary authority to do any trick. In the face of Soros's offensive, he really only used the trick of raising interest rates. Although Ren Zhikong is not the kind of person who listens and believes, he has long been in the top position of the monetary authority. Which of those big tycoons is not respectful to him, and has never tried to let such a young boy oppose your opinions in public? The look on his face sank immediately, and he said faintly, We have no way to be sure whether Soros and the others are really going to war against Hong Kong. So how can you be sure? What if not? The loss caused by this is due to who will bear it. Even if the other party really just makes a fortune, as you said, but the side effects of interest rates and raising interest rates are too great, I think you know how much this kind of measures will hit the stock market and the foreign exchange market. Zhou Hao said, What's more, if they like to come to Hong Kong to grab it once, how will Hong Kong's status in the international market be affected? Don't you know? Su Shiren, who was next to Ren Zhikong, chuckled and laughed. Children, I think you are also studying economics. Although the theory of economics is very important, different situations require different measures. Director Ren from the HKMA, he has been responsible for management since its establishment. Until now, his experience is very rich. The opinions he put forward are also more suitable solutions for the current situation. If you don't understand the situation, the decision you make is irrational and irresponsible. Zhou Hao squinted at Su Shiren, the director of the Bureau of Financial Affairs. Although Su Shiren smiled amiably and looked like a kind elder, his words were hiding needles in the cotton. In fact, he was secretly scolding Zhou Hao for gesticulating without understanding the situation. Irrational and irresponsible. He Shuyan frowned. These high-ranking officials obviously looked down on Zhou Hao, who was still young. As soon as he was about to speak to defend Zhou Hao, he saw Zhou Hao raise his hand and swallowed the words that came to her lips. However, she treated Ren Zhikong, and Su Shiren's impression was much worse. Xiao Hao, from what you see, what do you think should be done? Zheng Yingquan ignored the cynicism between Ren Zhikong and Zhou Hao, and looked at Zhou Hao seriously, because he knew that Zhou Hao's ability and talent were by no means superficial. It seems so simple. Zhou Hao smiled slightly. In fact, it's very simple. We will take as much as they sell. Speaking of this, he looked at the people of the 4 major banks and slowly said, Before you, the 4 major banks lent out how much Hong Kong dollars to each other. I believe you also know in your mind, although that is also normal financial behavior, but the exchange rate of the Hong Kong dollar. And once interest rates fluctuate, how much will you lose? Hearing Zhou Hao's words, the presidents or directors of those banks changed their faces because Soros and the others had to lend a large amount of Hong Kong dollars in advance if they wanted to short the Hong Kong dollar and provided them with the most important supply of these ammunition. Business means the four major banks in Hong Kong. Earlier, the four major banks didn't realize the motives of Soros and others. They didn't realize they were afraid until the war broke out. So today I should have looked for them all, and they immediately rushed over to the meeting. The purpose is to do their best to cooperate with the actions of the Hong Kong government. While maintaining Hong Kong's economy, it also minimizes the losses of its own banks. Zhou Hao added, "We bought the Hong Kong dollar and put it back into your banking system to make your money easier and ease the continuous rise of interbank interest rates. This way, we can more effectively maintain the stability of the Hong Kong dollar and interest rates." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, although most of the people present still despise Zhou Hao because of his age, it cannot be denied that Zhou Hao's words are extremely reasonable. As a result of previous wrong decisions, the four major banks have strained money and their ability to respond to emergencies has also greatly declined, which indirectly caused the fragility of the Hong Kong banking system. Zheng Yingquan nodded and said, "Xiao Hao is also telling the truth. If we buy back Hong Kong dollars and deposit them in your bank as money, we will not lose money. On the contrary, if we ignore the other party's malicious selling of Hong Kong dollars, our Hong Kong, the financial market, may experience chain collapse." "But Director Zheng, that's tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars." Su Shiren frowned. "Although it is still uncertain whether Soros and the others are really going to fight us, it is always right to be prepared with sufficient strength. Yes, but if we want to eat the Hong Kong dollars that have been dumped, it will make our government's funds much less." Zhou Hao leaned back in his chair and smiled faintly. Purchasing Hong Kong dollars into the banking system is nothing more than saving funds in another way. What's terrible? Besides, Hong Kong's foreign exchange reserves are now the world. Third, if there are any emergencies, aren't there still the barriers of the exchange fund and the land fund to protect it? Ren Zhikong immediately slapped the table and stared at Zhou Hao fiercely. Exchange fund and land fund? Do you know what that means to Hong Kong? That is the foundation of Hong Kong. Without this foundation, Hong Kong's economy, it will collapse immediately. How dare you hit our foundation? Zhou Hao spread his hands. Come on, calm down, Director Ren. I never said that I wanted to use them. I just said that with the backing of the exchange fund and the land fund, Hong Kong is not that easy to be defeated. Ren Zhikong's expression eased, but he waved his hand and said, "I don't care what you want to do. Anyway, if you dare to covet our Hong Kong exchange fund and land fund, I will not let you be the first." Zheng Yingquan glanced at Ren Zhikong lightly. "Zhikong, don't be angry. I know Xiao Hao is not that kind of person." Ren Zhikong was shocked when he touched Zheng Yingquan's eyes. Although the financial secretary Zheng Yingquan is not tepid and kind to everyone on weekdays, his methods are no worse than that of any official. His tepidness is a real murder without blood. People often fail unknowingly, just like the warm water-boiled frog. When they find it, they can't escape. However, Zheng Yingquan usually calls Ren Zhikong as the director in public. Now he calls his name directly. Although it sounds close to him, Ren Zhikong knows that Zheng Yingquan is a little dissatisfied with himself, so he hastened to stop. Speaking again, after all, the monetary authority is directly under the management of Zheng Yingquan. Although Ren Zhikong is worshipped by everyone in Hong Kong's financial world, he is like a monkey. No matter how tossing it, he will never escape the control of the Tathagata Buddha. Su Shiren, who was next to him, saw that Ren Zhikong had died, and he immediately shut up, swallowing back what he had said. I also saw Zheng Yingquan asking people from the four major banks, "I wonder if you have any opinions?" The Hong Kong dollar that is eaten down will be put into their banking system to serve as the money supply, which is beneficial to the bank. Of course, the people of these four major banks will not object, and said smoothly, "We all listen to your decision, Director Zheng." Zheng Yingquan nodded and looked at Zhou Hao. "Xiao Hao, how much do you think we should eat?" Zhou Hao turned to look at He Shuyun, and He Shuyun, who had been paying attention to the news returned by the pager, said, "Now more than 13 billion Hong Kong dollars have been sold out. It is estimated that the total number of Hong Kong dollars sold today will exceed 20 billion. Hearing He Shuyun's words, Everyone present was shocked, especially the people from the Big Four banks. They quickly took out the phone to inquire about the news from the outside, and the response they got was exactly what Xuyen said. It took less than half an hour. Another 30 to 4 billion Hong Kong dollars were thrown out outside, showing the fierceness of the opponent. At this time, Zhou Hao also said to Zheng Yingquan, "We will eat as much as the other party throws." Zheng Yingquan squinted his eyes and thought for a while, and then told the assistants around him, "Go and explain to the people below, try to buy in the Hong Kong dollars sold on the market, and buy as much as you want." Now more than 10 billion Hong Kong dollars have been thrown out. The exchange rate of our Hong Kong dollar will definitely have an impact. Then we will use US dollars to buy the Hong Kong dollar back. We must stabilize the interest rate and exchange rate. The assistant nodded and immediately went out to implement Zheng Yingquan's intentions. And Ren Zhikong said at this time, "Director Zheng, then do we want to raise interest rates and do a two-pronged approach?" But seeing Zheng Yingquan shook his head, "No need." Xiao Hao was right. Blindly raising interest rates is just a tactic to treat the symptoms and not cure the root cause. This tactic has hit the stock market and the property market too much, and the opposing party's speculative costs are certainly increased. However, our losses are also heavy. In the end, I am afraid that we will end up with a lose-lose ending. What's more, if we take a defensive position, others will think we are good for bullying. Okay. Although Ren Zhikong's face was calm, his eyebrows were a little gloomy. If all these decisions were made by Zheng Yingquan himself, then Ren Zhikong would not have any ideas yet. Partial birth, these are Zhou Hao's outsiders, who joined Heng Zai in the middle. Zhou Hao also openly denied Ren Zhikong's opinion just now, which made Ren Zhikong feel a little prickly. Zhou Hao's observer, Ren Zhikong, can guess his thoughts closely, but now he has no time to pay attention to Ren Zhikong's feelings. Now this situation can be said to be the current national crisis. If he is Ren Zhikong, if you act because of your own personal likes and dislikes, it is not just as simple as being an official. The purpose of coming here has been achieved, and Zhou Hao doesn't want to stay here to provoke the hatred of those guys. He nodded to Zheng Yingquan and smiled. "Director Zheng, we still have business, so I won't bother you." He didn't call Zheng Yingquan the Uncle Quan, first because it was outside after all, and second, to protect Zheng Yingquan, because Ren Zhikong all saw that Zheng Yingquan's decision just now was made by himself, and if they were to know that they were, if you have a close relationship with Zheng Yingquan, I am afraid you will slander Zheng Yingquan for his own sake. Although Zhou Hao and Zheng Ying both have a clear conscience, they are terrible, and this kind of trouble can be avoided. Zheng Yingquan glanced at Zhou Hao in a complicated way. Although Hong Kong's political atmosphere is much more enlightened than that in China, as long as there are people, it is inevitable to fight for power. It is impossible to gain a foothold without sufficient means. So Zheng Yingquan is right. Human feelings and sophistication can be described as very thorough, and it is natural to see Zhou Hao's intention to protect himself. However, Zhou Hao's strength in the financial market suddenly showed Zheng Yingquan by surprise, as if the child in the family had created a world outside, but was hiding it from the elders in the family. Zheng Yingquan regarded Zhou Hao as a member of his family. This is also the fault of Zhou Haotai for being pleasing to others. Not to mention Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingpei. Even Mr. Zhao often tells others that Zhou Hao is more caring to him than Zhao Dingzhou's biological son. Let Zhao Dingzhou enjoy this. Pulling his thoughts back, looking at Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun next to him, Zheng Yingquan gave a wry smile in his heart. Unknowingly, he regarded Zhou Hao as his nephew. This kid is really amazing. He smiled and said, "Then go ahead and let me know if you have any news." "Yeah." Zhou Hao nodded and left the conference room with He Shuiyun. As soon as Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun left the meeting room, Su Shiren said to Zheng Yingquan, "Director Zheng, this time Zhou Hao deliberately wants our government to eat the Hong Kong dollars. Wouldn't it be that he also mixed in and wanted to fish in troubled waters?" Ren Zhikong immediately glared at Su Shiren, and Su Shiren suddenly screamed in his heart after saying this, because he remembered that Zheng Yingquan had just introduced them to Zhou Hao as his own world nephew, saying that Zhou Hao was fishing in troubled waters. "Did you drag Zheng Yingquan into the water?" There was no anger on Zheng Yingquan's face. He just said faintly, "Not to mention that the advice Zhou Hao gave us will not do us any great harm. Even if he really participates, He wants to use the power of our government to help him. Benefits, after all, are also on the same boat as our government. It is a situation of both prosperity and loss. It is always better than those wild wolves who go to Soros or Julian secretly and eat the interests of their own country. The animal is much better. Although Xing Yingquan said these words calmly, everyone at the scene couldn't help but straighten up because they could all feel the hatred from Zhang Ying's whole body. Zhang Yingquan waved his hand. Leave aside these digressions. Everyone, you must pay close attention to the turmoil in the financial market. We will buy as much as Soros and the others sell in Hong Kong dollars. According to Zhou Hao's speculation, Soros and the others must have bought a lot empty contracts. Now they are suppressing our stock in foreign exchange markets, not only to scrape a fortune, but also to prepare for the next battle, to minimize our resistance. Hearing Xing Yingquan finally uttered the sensitive word battle, Ren Zhikong was shocked. Director Zhang, you mean Soros really wants to fight us? It's already obvious. Zhang Yingquan sighed. Ren Zhikong was also very surprised. Because of Zhou Hao's playing, in the middle of this meeting, the tone of the relationship between the Hong Kong government and Soros was finally set. This meeting has undoubtedly become a very symbolic round-table meeting. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.